Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. That way, the Mew family could soar and surpass the Ken family. A momentary slip and a world of difference. Damn it. Damn it. Mew Beihai pulled a long face. He hated himself. He hated the fact that the information was not delivered clearly enough and that Ken Juang had arrived that quickly. He would be less mad if others would have bought the pets. Ken Juang was the sole person he wished to have never bought the pets. Since there was nothing Mew Beihai could do, Liu Danzong knew he had also lost his chance. What was done couldn't be undone. Liu Danzong felt sorry that a chance for his family to get back on its feet had slipped past him right under his nose. He wished he could go back and cook his bird right away. Why the hell couldn't you fly faster? Ken Juang's friend had already signed a contract with the Abyss Spirit Feeder and stored it away. Mew Beihai noticed this. So, Ken Juang didn't get both pets. He also knew the old man, Ken Juang's friend. A friend was a friend, not an actual member of the Ken family. As such, Mew Beihai felt the outcome was not as hard to stomach. Thank you, Mr. Su, Ken Juang expressed his gratitude again. If you want to thank me, remember to find the materials I need, Su Ping answered calmly. Ken Juang remembered the list of materials that Su Ping had told all the major families to find for him. Ken Juang nodded at once. I'm searching for the materials via every means we have in the Ken family. I'm sure we will receive an update soon enough. That conversation inspired Mew Beihai and Zhu Danlin. Su Ping didn't want money, but he needed special materials. They could find a way to be closer to Su Ping by getting him those materials. That way, they might later gain special advantages, when a good chance popped up again in the future. They all promised that they would do their best to find those things. Su Ping nodded and thanked each of them. Selling the 2 pets had covered some of his losses, and at the same time he could urge the family heads to work harder to find materials he needed for the solar bulwark. All in all, it had been a good deal. Zhu Yingsu was still standing by the door. She witnessed the entire process, much to her dismay and disappointment. She didn't know that those family heads would show up so quickly. Her captain would arrive too late to the party. Standing next to her was Tanger Yuan, who was also stunned. She didn't expect that Su Ping would really sell the pets, even the Tang family would cherish them. The elders in high positions would even fight to get those pets. However, Su Ping sold them at an outrageously low price. When did the guy start to do charity? Sir. Zhong Lingtong was still dazed and confused. My teacher just sold the 2 pets like that? For real? She had never heard about such actions, not even in the Holy Light Base City. That was beyond logic. But why would my teacher sell the pets at such a low price? Zhong Lingtong wondered. All of a sudden, Ken Juang thought of something. He said goodbye to Su Ping and turned around to leave. Right then, a car drove by the street. The onlookers were startled by the license plate. They stepped to the sides because that was the mayor's car. The car pulled over to the side and Zi Jinshui got out of the vehicle. The heavy crowds and the presence of Ken Juang, Mew Beihai, and the others surprised Zi Jinshui. Once again, the most powerful battle pet warriors of the Longjiang base city were gathered in that small place. Those people together could turn the world upside down in the base city. Mr. Su. The first thing that Zi Jinshui did was to greet Su Ping. He didn't even talk to Ken Juang and the other family heads first. Zi Jinshui was smart enough to know that Su Ping was the most important guy in all of the Longjiang base city. Sir. Su Ping didn't expect that even the mayor would have heard about it. Is this the pet you put on sale? Zi Jinshui noticed the fierce fire ape. He was immediately able to tell how powerful the pet was. Su Ping nodded. Both have already been sold. Sir, you'll have to wait till next time if you want to get one. Both? Zi Jinshui could not believe that Su Ping was selling 2 at a time. From the report he received, he knew that Su Ping was selling pets, but the report didn't specify how many. The old man who had bought the Abyss Spirit Feeder smiled a smug smile. Brother Zi, I got the other one. Zi Jinshui, naturally, knew that old man. Zi Jinshui had also noticed the sour-faced Mew Beihai, Liu Danzong and the rest. The former could understand what had happened. Man, you got a good deal. Not even our local people had a chance. Zichinshui produced a forced smile. I got lucky. The old man smiled happily. Making that trip to the Longjiang base city was the best decision he had made. He was even wondering if he should bring his family over and live in the Longjiang base city permanently from then on. It seems that I am late. Zichinshui didn't hide his intention of purchasing the pet. No one would believe anyone who claimed to have no interest in such a pet. Sir, you have come at a perfect time. The sour-faced Mu Beihai suddenly shouted. I'm buying this street and the area extending 5,000 meters from this point. Chapter 479 Moving huh? For a moment, Zichinshui failed to understand what Mu Beihai was implying by saying those baffling words. Did he want to buy the street and the surrounding area? They were in the shantytown area and there was the property value of the street. All of a sudden, Zichinshui stumbled upon the truth. As he stood on the side, Kenjuang pulled a long face when he heard Mu Beihai's request. Kenjuang had also thought of this idea but he didn't say it out loud. He planned to leave and privately buy the streets afterward. It never occurred to him that the fool Mu Beihai would also think of this idea, and he was asking the mayor directly. Mu Beihai was one step ahead. Zhu Tanlin and Liu Tenzong soon understood why Mu Beihai was asking this. Both became angry. Buying the nearby properties. Mu Beihai was saying that he wanted to be as close to Su Ping as possible. Su Ping said that he would follow the rules of first come, first served in the store. But no one could tell when Su Ping would sell pets like this again in the future. Naturally, those who lived closer could get there faster. If the entire neighborhood belonged to the Mu family in the future, they would always be the first to get the pets that Su Ping put on sale. What a cunning little man. The others swore inwardly. Mu Beihai could easily tell that the other family heads didn't look happy but he didn't mind. You all have yourselves to blame for being too dumb. Mu Beihai cast a glance at Kenjuang. Finally, he was one step ahead of that old, sly fox. Sir, I'm also buying the properties on the street as well. Zhu Tanlin interrupted. The Zhu family couldn't afford to lag behind again. He failed to get the pets. If he failed to get the street, then he could just quit. And be done with everything. Since the idiotic Mu Beihai had put everything on the table, Kenjuang knew that solving the problem privately was no longer a choice. He had to join in the conversation. Sir, the Ken family is willing to trade with the most prosperous Lakeside Street from the uptown area. Lakeside Street was a very busy commercial street and people would call it a street made of gold because an inch of land was valued as an inch of gold. Even a small store on that street could be sold at tens of millions, more than enough to buy half of the Taohuixi Street. But Kenjuang was actually willing to buy Taohuixi Street at the expense of the entire Lakeside Street. The onlookers eyed Kenjuang as if he were a lunatic. Of course, the onlookers didn't know that the Lakeside Street belonged to that old man before it was revealed this day. Before this day, no one could anticipate that the old man would go nuts and offer to trade the street of gold that everyone had heard of in exchange of the street that they were standing in. That was insane. Mu Beihai and the other family heads were equally stunned. Soon, they came to the understanding that the Ken family was not losing anything even by doing so. Money could never compare with power. Power was the true enabler for people to make money. Anyone who could buy off Su Ping's pets on sale, even if at the cost of all his or her money, could always make more money once said person became stronger. Sir, the Mu family will buy the street with the Tanshin group and the Xingshan group. Mu Beihai filed his teeth. The onlookers once again were completely astonished. Everyone in the base city had heard about the Tanshin and Xingshan groups. Both were super enterprises where even millionaires were considered mere salary men. The two groups belonged to that old man? He was going to trade the street with the two groups? For a moment, the onlookers felt a burning sensation from their feet set on the ground. It was like they were standing on warm gold. Zichinshui didn't expect that the two of them would make such a generous offer, either. Zhu Tanlin and the other family heads joined the bidding as well. No one was willing to back down. All of them had realized that they were at a critical moment that could decide the success or failure of their families. That was a strategic move. If they flinched just because they didn't want to spend the money, they would spend the rest of their lives wallowing in regret. Zichinshui could not bear the sight of the family heads contending so fiercely. The point was, he was interested in that idea as well. He would rather save the street for himself than selling it to those families. He could move the government office there. Brother Z, we've known each other for years. I will make a higher offer than any one of them can. Give me the street. Kenjuang began to play the friendship card. Mu Beihai sneered. To hell with knowing each other for years. Brother Z and I once peed together. Brother Z, let me have the street. I will promise you that I'll never say a word about certain matters. Zichinshui rolled his eyes at him. Listen to those words, so misleading. Brother Z, You went to my grandson's 1-year-old birthday party. Do you really have the heart to see the Zhu family go down? Zhu Tanlin chimed in. Brother Z, we became relatives after our kid's marriage. If you cannot make a decision, how about you go and ask your daughter? The Yi family head reminded Zi Jinshui. Zi Jinshui felt his head was buzzing. Anyway, we will talk about it later. Zi Jinshui waved his hand. We are speaking in a public space and all of you guys enjoy a high status in society. You're forgetting yourselves. Forget about forgetting myself. I can be a pervert if that's the price I have to pay, Mu Beihai claimed. Zi Jinshui. Ken Zhuang and the others cast a look of disbelief at Mu Beihai. Really? That far? It seemed that Mu Beihai was indeed pushed into a corner. Brother Z, we must all be here and we must talk it out. Liu Danzong said. He knew that Liu family was currently the weakest of the 5 families after giving away half of their family assets. The other 4 families would have eaten up the Liu family without spitting out the bones if it weren't for the fact that he still had his powers and the cornerstones of the Liu family were still there. Liu Danzong decided to drag everyone down with him, fully aware that he wasn't able to compete with the other 4 families. Buying the street was unlikely for Liu Danzong at the moment. He just wanted to get one house there. Liu Danzong's words made the others swear at him, but of course, they kept the swearing to themselves. Still, they didn't say anything against it because no one was confident to arrive at a positive result if they had to talk to Zi Jinshui privately and separately. Sure. Zi Jinshui nodded. Let's find a time tonight to talk about it. Good. They all nodded in agreement. The houses and buildings in the area had their owners, but the family heads didn't go to the owners, deciding to talk directly to Zi Jinshui instead. The reason was that Zi Jinshui was the owner of the street, he could take the buildings back, as long as he decided to be shameless enough. Therefore, talking to Zi Jinshui would be the most straightforward solution. Mr. Su, sorry about that, Zi Jinshui said to Su Ping with a smile since the family heads were mollified. Su Ping smiled. I won't laugh at them. Zi Jinshui replied with a smile. He actually understood why Ken Zhuang and the other family heads were acting like that. It wasn't easy for any of them to run a big family. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Since no more pets were on sale, it was pointless to prolong his stay there. Su Ping nodded. Zi Jinshui walked away. The onlookers watched as the mayor left. When everyone made their way over this day, no one would have expected that a pet sale from that store would alert the mayor. The titled old men that arrived flying on those huge birds were all more powerful than they could have ever imagined. Ken Zhuang, Mu Beihai and the other family heads had been maintaining a low-key status. They weren't even as well known as some third-rate stars, it was natural that the onlookers didn't recognize them. Of course, those that did know the family heads didn't count as common folk, either. They would have to have some sort of connection with titled battle pet warriors. Mr. Su, I'm going to take off. Mu Beihai said. He had to go back and get ready. Su Ping nodded. Zhu Tanlin and Liu Tanzong also bid farewell to Su Ping one after another and left in a hurry. Ken Zhuang said to Su Ping, Mr. Su, I won't waste time to say thank you again. I will remember your kindness even if you don't mind. Su Ping answered, Mr. Ken, you flatter me. You're a famous battle pet warrior and I have so much to learn from you. Mr. Su, you're the one flattering me. Then, Ken Zhuang left in a haste. He had to go back and discuss with the family about how to get the buildings that were near Su Ping's store. He had to get a good spot. After all, a person in a favorable position would gain special advantages. Chapter 480/10 In combat strength. In an instant, Ken Zhuang and all the others had left, as quickly as they had arrived. The storm quieted down. The onlookers continued to sigh and exclaim with strong emotions, even after the big potatoes had left and the 2 pets were no longer there. Some of the onlookers began to develop some ideas. They couldn't compete against any of the tycoons that could offer to buy the properties with some enterprises or the Street of Gold, but they could buy the buildings in the surrounding streets. It was likely that the prices of the surrounding areas would go up once the tycoons moved to that street. The ripple effect would kick in. As such, some of the onlookers began to leave, to go back and discuss their grand plan. Su Ping went back inside since the 2 pets had been sold. Soon after, there was another noise coming from the sky. Again, an advanced flying battle pet. From the bird jumped a man. He hurried to the store and looked around. He quickly spotted Su Yingsu who was standing by the store's front. Yingsu, how is it? Are the pets still here? The man asked in haste. Zhu Yingsu forced a bitter smile. Her captain had arrived too late. Everything was over. Someone else bought the pets, the family head of the Ken family, Zhu Yingsu explained. The other family heads were here as well but none of them got here in time. The man could not believe it. Sold out? The family head of the Ken family? Were the pets at the peak of the 9th rank? The man asked. Of course. Why else would the family heads come here in person? You weren't here to see them contending against each other. Zhu Yingxu found saying those words a hard job. She wasn't in a good mood. She would have grabbed the chance herself if she were any more powerful. She didn't have to think hard to know how much stronger she would become. If she were at the 8th rank, with a pet like that, she could crush a lot of titled battle pet warriors. A once-in-a-blue-moon chance had just slipped away right in front of her. The man found it hard to accept. The realization that he had missed the chance pained his heart. What was the price? He would feel better if the price was so high that he could not afford it. He thought that the family heads would certainly enter a bidding war. Zhu Yingxu cast him a look of pity. 60 million, said Zhu Yingxu with a straight face. The afternoon arrived. Su Ping was ready to visit the cultivation site after all the customers left. Before he did, Su Ping told Tang Ryuian to take Zhongling Tong to where she lived, to prevent them from freaking them out when he teleported back. He didn't want his secret to be revealed. Once again, Su Ping was being all mysterious as he trained pets. Tang Ryuian rolled her eyes at him. Anyway, she could not complain. Things were better for her at the moment. He would throw her into the scroll before, but he no longer restricted her personal freedom. She had nowhere else to go, so she decided to take the time and show Zhongling Tong around the Longjian base city. Zhongling Tong agreed happily. She was curious about the base city that Su Ping was from. Su Ping closed the door after they left. Together with Joanna, and the pets for professional training, they set off to the demigod burial. Joanna had been eager to return to the demigod burial, just like Su Ping. Joanna couldn't go back to the demigod burial when he was away. She was worried about her subordinates and that they would go into fits of panic. After all, her return would be regular on previous occasions, but she had taken a bit longer this time. Soon, a god warrior showed up and fetched them from the island where they had landed on randomly, then he took them to Joanna's castle. Her subordinates were more than thrilled to see Her Royal Highness return. Su Ping didn't send Joanna to start working right away, he told her to comfort her subordinates first. After everyone calmed down, Su Ping gave the pets for professional training to Joanna. Same as before, she took the pets to somewhere dangerous while he could stay in the castle and constantly bring the pets back to life. Taking advantage of his time there, Su Ping decided to go through more rounds of heaven's testing also. He could go to see the celestial gods with whom he had trained last time. He had some questions for them. On the mountain, Su Ping summoned the dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon, and a little skeleton. Before he told the little skeleton to practice its saber play with a celestial god, he first tried the enlightening guide on the little skeleton. It went quite well. Soon after, the talent of the little skeleton went from not available to elementary agility talent. The explanation was, enhance the overall speed 1-fold, valid for 1 minute, and the cool-off period was 5 hours. The word overall spoke volumes. It didn't just mean the speed at which the little skeleton attacked. It also applied to the speed of energy flows and the aging process. Of course, speeding up the aging process was not a positive effect, but the consequences were bearable since it was just 1 minute. The speed increase for energy flow was great. For example, if the little skeleton had to use 5 seconds to prepare for skill, the preparation time would be shortened to 2.5 seconds with the elementary agility talent. That talent would be very useful, whether in traveling, dining, or anything else. Just as he had expected, the little skeleton's combat strength was increased to 19.9. That 0.1 gap was another matter. Why would the system have to leave that decimal point? To get past the last 0.1 had to be difficult, or else the little skeleton's combat strength would not be stuck there. What a stupid way of scoring. Su Ping heaved a sigh but didn't bother the system about it. The little skeleton should be equal to a legendary battle pet warrior at the peak of the ocean state at the moment. The 0.1 points would be the critical divide to let the little skeleton reach the void state. But the little skeleton is just at the 7th rank. This is not bad, Su Ping comforted himself. The little skeleton's aptitude rating had climbed back to above average. There had been some ups and downs. Su Ping wondered what the grading above the first rate was. Would there be another ranking list? He shook his head. It was of no use to worry about this. Su Ping told the enlightened little skeleton to go and learn saber moves with Uncle Celestial God. Then Su Ping enlightened the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon as well. Enlightening, enhancement, and rule of thunder. Su Ping used all of his training skills on his battle pets. He was never stingy in that regard. The Inferno Dragon had also picked up some skills of the thunder element. Even the purple python did, too. To Su Ping's delight, he realized that the Inferno Dragon's combat strength had reached 10, finally. It was at 10.5 right then. Indeed, once the score surpassed the threshold, there would be a small but drastic increase. The Inferno Dragon was also at the 7th rank. It had become a mature dragon. It was a 7th rank dragon that was comparable to a beast king with above average aptitude. Suping thought it was good enough. The purple python's combat strength was still lingering at 9.9 and its rank was the 6th. After all, the purple python's bloodline was of the 6th rank. The purple python would be unable to climb up in rank without evolving. The extra astral powers that the purple python absorbed would have to be expelled since they couldn't be contained in its body. After the enlightening, Suping took his pets to the heavens test. The notice Joanna had made public would always be valid. They heard from the god warriors in the temple castle that some could not wait any longer and had already taken the test. But still, a few were waiting. Suping felt sorry that he missed those chances. He decided to really sponge off from the rest of them. Soon, the heavens test began. The mountain that had been quiet for a long time was bathed in thunder and lightning again. The huge thunderclouds once again appeared one after another. The powerful ones who lived in nearby cities were alerted. Some of the old-time residents in the cities had become used to this by then. They would comfort the newcomers and said that there was no need for making a mountain out of a molehill and that they would see that phenomenon again as long as they stayed there long enough. Chapter 481 Bloodline Evolution. Suping felt the astral powers inside him had become even more compact after the test. He was still at the 7th rank, but the richness of his astral powers could compare to the peak of the 8th rank. His astral powers could even soar to the upper position of the 9th rank with the help of the star prism. Next, Suping took his pets to take a bath in the spring, which was their favorite. In the spring, the Inferno Dragon hid the lower half of its body in the water and leaned against the edge. The Inferno Dragon enjoyed the bath with its eyes squinted when all of a sudden it blurted out some words that could be barely made out. "Oh good." Suping became speechless due to his astonishment. The Dark Dragon Hound, which was trying all manners of dog paddling, the little skeleton, which had its bones scattered at the bottom of the spring, and the purple python. All turned to see the Inferno Dragon in a daze. "Am I hearing things?" Suping wondered. Did the Inferno Dragon just speak the human language? "Was that you? Can you say something else?" Suping asked in a hurry. The Inferno Dragon didn't understand why everyone was looking at it. What? The Inferno Dragon blinked in confusion. Suping opened his eyes wide in surprise. Even though the Inferno Dragon couldn't articulate properly, it was speaking the human language. In normal conditions, only Beast Kings were able to master human speech. If flying was an indicator of the titled rank, speaking the human language was a symbol of Beast Kings. Also, not every Beast King was able to do this. For example, the Swamp War Crocodile that he recently got was a Beast King but didn't understand the human language. He would need to spend some time teaching the crocodile. Beast Kings had intelligence. The human language was not the only one that Beast Kings could speak, they could also speak languages of other races. Having such abilities, Beast Kings were regarded as the evolution of wild animals into creatures with intelligence. It had never occurred to Suping that the Inferno Dragon would be able to start talking when it was merely at the 7th rank. All of a sudden, he remembered the material he had bought from the systems shop, the one that could improve the pet's understanding power. The little skeleton and the Dark Dragon Hound were unable to speak. The Inferno Dragon was the only one. The reason, evidently, was because of that material. Those were energy points well spent. Speaking the human language would not improve the Inferno Dragon's combat strength. Still, this ability meant that the Inferno Dragon's power of understanding was so high that the pet could very likely perceive and come up with some skills all by itself. "Come on. Say something else," Suping said again. The Inferno Dragon was speaking like a 3-year-old kid. It would speak with a lisp. Suping had to guide the Inferno Dragon to practice more so that it would master this new skill sooner. What? The Inferno Dragon blinked in confusion. Suping came up with an idea. "Count off." "What off?" "Well, let's try something simple. 3,000 thieves have 6,000 thumbs. Tree." The Inferno Dragon was stuck after merely one word. It blinked its googly eyes. Suping was immediately overrun by a burst of heartless laughter. The Dark Dragon Hound laughed itself into convulsions, stirring up a lot of water in the spring. At the bottom of the spring, the little skeleton was shivering as it laughed. Hiss, hiss. The purple python opened its mouth and its tongue twisted. That laughter was scary enough to make people cry. Suping was glad that the Inferno Dragon was able to speak the human language. He believed that the material he had bought was not the only contributing factor. When he was at the store he would usually tell the Inferno Dragon, the little skeleton, and the Dark Dragon Hound to stay in the nursing pens which was able to nurture them. Even Joanna liked to spend her free time in the nursing pen. The aura in the nursing pen was able to slowly improve their power of understanding. The effect was not as obvious as that material but could be built up day after day. After they had finished their baths, Suping told the pets to go and train with some celestial gods when he went to a place to consume the herbs that the Zong family had given him. He told himself that he had to progress as soon as possible. He had been cultivating faster than the average warrior, but that was still not fast enough for him. For example, he couldn't make the swamp war crocodile his pet yet. He didn't plan on signing a contract with the swamp war crocodile, to begin with. That being said, what if the incubation pool could come up with a beast king at the prime of its state, and one with an extremely rare bloodline at that? He would be so frustrated if he could only sit around and look at it. Time flew. They had spent days in the demigod burial. Suping was reaching an end in his cultivation as well. The herbs and the cultivation method together had promoted him from the lower position to the upper position of the 7th rank within a matter of days. The foundation was not solid, however, he could go back next time for another round of heaven's testing. After the foundation was solidified, he believed he would stay at the intermediate position of the 7th rank. At a certain point during his cultivation, Joanna came to him with a weird look on her face. "Your little skeleton seems to be evolving. Do you want to go and have a look?" Evolving? Suping stopped cultivating. He remembered the Skeleton King's bloodline. Had a little skeleton finished absorbing the blood crystal? Surprised, Suping hurried over with Joanna. They went to a sports field. Several true gods and celestial gods were there as well, while a god warrior was in charge. There was an oval in the middle of the field, a blood-red cocoon. The cocoon was more than 2 meters tall. Suping could pick up a strong and pungent smell of blood even while standing outside the field, as if he were standing in a hell filled with blood. The contract told him that it was the little skeleton that was inside the blood cocoon. Joanna called over a celestial god. The celestial god ran to where Suping was and, as required by Joanna, told Suping what happened. The little skeleton was practicing saber play with the celestial god when a strong burst of energy surged up over the little skeleton all of a sudden. Gradually, a cocoon appeared and wrapped the little skeleton. "Is your little skeleton a descendant of the Skeleton King?" Joanna gazed at the blood-red cocoon as she asked Suping. The fact that the skeleton was different from others was not new to her. But she had never linked the little skeleton with the Skeleton King. It was said that the Skeleton King's race had been sealed in the chaotic realm of the undead and later became extinct. It was a surprise that the Skeleton King had a live descendant and it was in Suping's hand. Suping nodded. He didn't reveal the truth. The little skeleton was not a descendant. It just got the Skeleton King's bloodline from that blood crystal. He grabbed the blood crystal from the food of that white skeleton that had discarded the blood crystal. He could imagine how powerful the white skeleton he saw had been. The Skeleton King's race had creatures that were at the star rank. It was said that their king had become a god. Joanna squinted her eyes. Creatures at the star rank were comparable to god warriors. As for the king, it should be as strong as Joanna's true self. Being a descendant of the Skeleton King, the little skeleton had the potential to become a god one day. Chapter 482. Pick up an award. It was taking a long time, but finally, the little skeleton has finished consuming the blood crystal. As he stared at the cocoon, Suping could not wait to see the change. The little skeleton had been absorbing the blood crystal for a long time and the progress had been slow. Finally, this day, the transformation would be complete. Suping anticipated that the little skeleton's combat strength would see another marked rise. It was even likely that the little skeleton's combat strength could be comparable to the void state of the legendary rank. The little skeleton's bloodline is awakening and the bloodline is of a high rank. I suppose the process will go on for a while. I suggest you store the cocoon in your contract space in case anyone could disturb the little skeleton, Joanne reminded Suping. Suping nodded. That was the first time he had encountered anything like this. There was no harm in taking Joanna's suggestion. The swirl appeared and sucked the little skeleton in. The blood-red cocoon was floating in that space quietly. Afterward, Joanna told the curious onlookers to get back to their businesses. Suping went back to his cultivation. After he was done, he checked on the dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon, and the customers' pets. With Joanna's help, the customers' pets training had been going perfectly well. After all, those pets had never been through training where they would have to face death directly. The pressure from the repeated deaths had tapped the pets' full potential. All the pets had been progressing by leaps and bounds and had been thoroughly remolded. Soon, it was time to leave the demigod burial. Suping saw that the blood-red cocoon remained the same inside the contract space. A week had passed and the awakening had not reached its end yet. Rather, the color of the cocoon had become increasingly bright. Suping was not in a hurry. Joanna told him that the longer the process was, the better the result would be. Suping was even more eager to see what would become of the little skeleton. Joanna left some orders for her subordinates before he went back to the store with Suping. The light inside the store was dim. Daybreak had just arrived. It was still early. Suping saw that it was barely 6 in the morning. He placed the dark dragon hound and the inferno dragon in the nursing pens and later went to clean up and shave. He checked all the customers' pets to make sure he hadn't missed one. Then he left the store and headed home. He saw a long line outside as soon as he opened the door. The day had just broken and at least 100 people or so had arrived. The customers in the line were stunned. It was rare for Su Ping to open the door this early. While the customers were still processing that pleasant surprise, Su Ping turned around and closed the door. "I'm gonna go for some breakfast and then grab the greeter. The store will be open for business at 7:30, Su Ping said to the customers. The customers were rendered speechless. They watched as Su Ping turned around and left. Su Ping was not used to speaking to the customers without Tang Ruyan being present. He had to ask the customers to wait. He supposed they had become used to this waiting since he usually opened the door later, well into 9 in the morning. While he was going back home, Su Ping noticed that there was someone quite powerful moving about in the buildings across the street. He was familiar with those people. Su Ping realized that they were the family heads as well as some of the other titled battle pet warriors. Have all of them moved in here? It would have never occurred to him that he would have those guys as neighbors one day. He remembered the conversation between those family heads with Zi Jinshui the day prior. He didn't know what to say, they had acted too quickly. They had reached a solution in less than a day. It seemed that each family currently owned a building close to his store. He wondered if they used coercion in the transaction. Su Ping thought he would have to ask Zi Jinshui about it. Those who previously lived across the street were his old neighbors. They would greet each other when they met on the street. Su Ping would have to get involved if coercion had been used, because everything had started because of him. Mr. Su. A man walked out from the building that had once been a noodle shop. It was Qin Zhuang. Good morning, he said. Qin Zhuang held a birdcage in his hand. He was going for a walk in a quiet place with a bird. Morning, Su Ping replied. Mr. Su, your store is so popular. So many people are waiting even before it opens. Mu Bahai walked out from a building that had once been a tailor store. He was being accompanied by a Mu family elder. They had felt Su Ping's presence and immediately walked out to pretend having met Su Ping by chance. It is all thanks to you, Su Ping replied politely. The family heads of the Liu and the Yi families came out as well and greeted Su Ping with a smile. No one wanted to be left out. Su Ping exchanged some small talk with them and later hurried away. He saw Tang Ruyan and Zhong Lingtong eating breakfast as soon as he got home. Why did you get up so early? Tang Ruyan was surprised by Su Ping. There was still some kanji by the corner of her mouth when she raised her head. Sir. Zhong Lingtong stood up in a hurry and greeted Su Ping formally. Li Qingru had become aware of the relationship between Zhong Lingtong and Su Ping. She told the girl to sit down and make herself at home. Su Ping agreed. You don't have to be so uptight around me. A kowtow is enough, he said. Zhong Lingtong didn't know what to say. Li Qingru rolled her eyes at him. What has gotten into you so early in the morning? Tong, don't listen to his nonsense. Su Ping, go and brush your teeth and sit down for breakfast. Tang and Tong bought breakfast for us. You must remember to treat them well in the store. Don't be all affected and don't bully them. Su Ping blinked. When was I like that? I brushed my teeth in the store. He sat down and dug in. I wonder how your sister is doing in the Valiant Academy, Li Qingru muttered all of a sudden. She had been missing Su Linayu at the breakfast table. Su Ping also noticed that he had much more food to eat without his young sister. No one would fight for food with him. It was so uncomfortable. Su Ping shook his head. Mom, don't worry. I know a guy there. No one is going to bully her while she's there. Maybe when she gets back you'll see an obese girl. Li Qingru rolled her eyes at him again. Don't speak like that. Su Ping chuckled. He thought of Dad. Anyway, Mom, didn't you say you were going to call Dad and tell him to come back? Why hasn't he? Li Qingru was also worried. Your dad wrote me a letter, saying that he has come ashore and was on his way back home. I think it's just because the journey is a long one. Su Ping frowned. He thought of the underground trains that were under frequent attacks outside the base city. He wished that the father he had never seen would enjoy a safe ride home. Su Ping finished his breakfast quickly and called Zi Jinshui. He asked about the stores sold to Qin Zhuang and the other family heads. He was told that the original owners were given money that was hundreds of times more than what they originally had invested. Sir, are the wild beasts still active outside the base city recently? Su Ping changed the subject. Zi Jinshui was surprised that Su Ping would ask about that. He sounded worried. Yes, quite active. I have sent out some titled battle pet warriors to clean up the beasts. We have gotten rid of many. Su Ping was happy to hear that. Is the underground train from the Jinghai base city to the Longjiang base city still working? His dad had been working at sea and the Jianghai base city was by the ocean. His dad would have to take that train if he was coming home. Jinghai base city? Zi Jinshui was baffled. Yes, it has been operating well. It was the other lines that were under attack and their operation was suspended for a couple of days. What is it? Do you know someone living in the Jianghai base city? Su Ping was relieved. Good. Sorry to bother you. Don't mention it. Zi Qinshui decided that he had to ask someone to check that line. He hung up and was ready to go back to the store when the phone buzzed. The call was from Ken Shuhai. Mr. Su, I can finally reach you. Ken Shuhai sounded quite glad that the call went through. Su Ping didn't know why Ken Shuhai would call him. What is the matter? Mr. Su, indeed, great wits have short memories. I recently talked to you about the Supremacy League. If you want to participate, you can come over now. The preliminary competition has begun. You can start in the formal competition directly since you're a titled battle pet warrior. I called but failed to reach you. Our family had told me you were away and I could only call people inside the Longjiang base city, Ken Shuhai explained quickly. The Supremacy League? Su Ping remembered that Ken Shuhai said the champion could get a talent stone. The talent stone was something like the enlightening guide. But Su Ping wondered if the talent stone could be as effective. I was at the Holy Light base city, Su Ping said. Where is the Supremacy League held? Holy Light base city? That explained it. But Ken Shuhai wondered why Su Ping had gone there. The Holy Light base city was for trainers. Had Su Ping gone there to train his pets to be ready for the Supremacy League? Ken Shuhai knew it was not his place to pry into Su Ping's privacy. He answered Su Ping's question. It's at the Aurora base city, a Tier 1 base city. Okay, I'll go. Thanks, Su Ping said. The call ended. Su Ping was interested in the talent stone. After all, he couldn't get an enlightening guide from the system store every time. He would have to spend energy points and be lucky. Let's go now that your tummy is full, Su Ping said to Tang Ruian and Zhong Lingtong. The two both heard Su Ping's conversation. Are you going to the Supremacy League? Yes, to collect an award, Su Ping said. Tang Ruian was at a loss for words. Su Ping made it sound like he would win the championship for sure. Chapter 483 Riding the Beast King. Even though Tang Ruian was surprised by Su Ping's answer, she believed that he could very likely win first place, given how he had easily overwhelmed the Tang family elders who were at the peak of the titled rank. Tang Ruian was itchy for a try. Can you take me with you? The store will be closed with you gone anyway. I'll have nothing to do here. Su Ping darted her a glance of contempt. Who said I would close the store? Joanna will be too busy by herself. You two will help her. Tang Ruian pouted. She couldn't even find an excuse to retort. She quickly lost interest anyway. She remembered that it was likely that she would meet some elders from the Tang family at the Supremacy League. She was not in a mood to see any member of her family at the moment. Zhong Lingtong remained silent. She was dying to ask when Su Ping would start teaching her training skills but feared to ask, shy and timid as she was. Su Ping saw that Ken Zhuang and his old friend were playing chess outside the door of his store. He looked at the door of the other building. He saw Mu Beihai sitting in a brand new desk that was absolutely unfit for that old building. Mu Beihai was going through some files while dealing with family matters. These guys really were going all out. Su Ping shook his head. At the thought of the Supremacy League, he decided to call Ken Zhuang. Ken Zhuang was surprised to hear Su Ping shout his name. He was gloating inwardly. Yes, Mr. Su? Mu Beihai took his eyes off the files. He gazed at Su Ping, nervously. Zhu Tanlin and Liu Tanzong had both stopped what they were doing. They were feeling a lot of pressure. Was Su Ping going to sell pets again? Everyone was getting ready for a sprint. I heard that the Supremacy League has started. Aren't you going to participate? Su Ping asked. The Supremacy League had begun but it didn't seem that Ken Zhuang and the other guys were going. Everyone breathed in relief and at the same time, they were disappointed, though. Liu Tanzong stood up and explained, Mr. Su, you don't know this but the Supremacy League is for young talents like you. Old guys like us are half buried in the ground. We're not suitable candidates anymore. Even though Su Ping had asked for half of the Liu family's assets and almost left them broke, Liu Tanzong no longer hated Su Ping. For one thing, Su Ping had the legendary battle pet warrior backing him. For another, Su Ping himself was intimidating enough. It was possible that he could grow to become a legendary battle pet warrior himself. All Liu Tanzong wanted to do now was to better his relationship with Su Ping. If Su Ping were to add the Liu family to the blacklist and deliberately avoid the Liu family when he sold pets in the future, then the Liu family would be really doomed. Sooner or later, the Liu family would be crushed by other families, eventually being forced to leave the Longjiang base city. Ken Zhuang glared at Liu Tanzong for answering the question first. You're too chatty. Mr. Su, are you participating? Ken Zhuang asked with a smile, given your strength, I think winning the championship will be a piece of cake for you. I heard that the winning prize is quite miraculous. It is something that can enable a pet to pick up a talent. A pet with a talent skill is hard to come by. Mr. Su, this is a chance you cannot miss. I will go soon. Su Ping asked, Which place could you win if you were to take part? Liu Tanzong grabbed the chance again. Mr. Su, don't worry. You'll be number 1 and that is for sure. As for us, entering the top 10 will be good enough for us. After all, some shameless old guys from other base cities will join in the competition. All of the top 10 winners will be at the peak of the titled rank. Ken Zhuang was furious. Can't you see that Mr. Su is talking to me? Why are you butting in? Peak of the titled rank. Su Ping nodded. Without further ado, Su Ping went to the store and opened the door. The customers also heard the conversation which baffled them. Supremacy League? The peak of the titled rank? None of those words was something they could understand. Tang Ryui and Zong Lingtong started their job as the greeters as soon as the door was opened. Now and then, they would pick up something for Su Ping or run some errands. I'm here for my pet. Zhu Yingsu stood in front of the counter to pick up the pet she had left there the day before. Su Ping still remembered her. He browsed through the record, found her pet, and told Joanna to take the pet out. Soon, Zhu Yingsu's 7th rank pet was taken to the storefront. The pet was so different from before that Zhu Yingsu had almost failed to recognize it. The contact and the bond told her that it was indeed her pet. Still, the violence in its eyes and the killing intent coming off from the pet had filled her with apprehension. How could this have happened after just one day? Zong Lingtong, who was talking to the customers, was just as startled. Shy as she was quite observant. She still remembered the pet of the Element family. After all, that pet was a rare one and the lady chose the professional training package. She was curious as to what the professional training was like. What she was seeing made her question if something had happened to her eyes. This was after the professional training? It was practically a different pet. One day and such drastic change. That training had to be comprehensive, covering the pet's natural traits, strength and energy, and everything. How could that have been done in one day? Your pet's combat strength can compare to the average 9th rank beasts. You are welcome to find out in the test room. I wrote down the names of the new skills on this note, Su Ping stated. He had become more proficient in his job as time passed. He would write down the achievements of the training for each pet on a sticky note. That way, the pet's masters would immediately find out what was different about their pets. Zhu Yingsu could not believe this. 9th rank beast. Her pet was at the 7th rank and after just one day, he told her that her pet could compare to a beast of the 9th rank? Impossible. She had heard that the training in Su Ping's store was marvelous and she did feel nervous standing in front of her pet. So, I'm going to test the progress of my pet. Okay? She said, hesitating yep. Su Ping nodded and told Tang Ryuian to take Zhu Yingsu to the test room. After Zhu Yingsu left, Zong Lingtong could no longer hold back her curiosity. She summoned enough courage, went to the counter, and asked Su Ping, Sir, was that really something called training? How can you achieve that in merely one day? As far as she could tell, not even a top trainer could have done that within such a short time. Su Ping didn't blame her for asking. He left her with a thought-provoking answer. What matters is not how much time you have, but how you use the time. Tong Lingtong nodded, still half confused. Su Ping told her to go back and see to the customers. He had to take care of the day's business as soon as possible so that he could head to the Supremacy League. Soon after, Zhu Yingsu arrived from the test room. She still felt she was having a dream and her feet were weak. If it weren't for the fact that she had just witnessed it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed the words Su Ping had just said. My pet indeed could compare to a 9th rank beast. That is amazing. The advanced skills that her pet had learned were all quite impressive. She would never imagined that this could be achieved within one day. That 100 million was so well spent. Mr. Su. Zhu Yingsu approached Su Ping, still feeling that the situation was surreal. She bowed to her waist and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. I will never forget your kindness. Su Ping didn't know she would be that excited. Of course, he was aware that other customers had also been freaked out by the result. Please, you're too kind. Remember, you did pay me money. Su Ping helped her up. The customers standing in the line were not surprised about this sort of reaction. Some new customers, even those who just went for the general training, would be so thrilled that instead of just saying thank you, they would even want to offer him presents, but he didn't accept any. Zhu Yingsu produced a forced smile. Money. Compared to the result, 100 million was nothing. I will never forget, Zhu Yingsu insisted. She bowed to him again and left. Su Ping didn't know what to say. What a stubborn girl. After Zhu Yingsu left, Su Ping continued with the other customers. He did tell the customers who were there for the professional training that they would have to wait for a few days to up their pets and that he would give them notice by then. After all, he would have to leave to get the talent stone. Those customers accepted gladly. The other stores would have to spend months in training. Su Ping was just asking for a couple of days. Soon, no more spots were available. The customers that were still waiting had to leave in disappointment. Suping turned the store to Joanna and told her to set up the dummy training. "Sir, when are you going to be back?" Zhong Lingtong asked. She was in a strange place and she had no friends there. Suping was the only one she was a little bit more familiar with. She was not happy since he was going to leave. "Don't worry. Soon." Suping rubbed her head. Messing up her hair had put him in a good mood. Not a short-tempered girl. Unlike Tang Ryuan, Zhong Lingtong didn't get angry about her hair. She just eyed Suping with her watery eyes. Suping was never fond of the feeling of saying goodbye. He waved his hand, pretending to be unaffected. After some thought, he called the Swamp War Crocodile out. He was worried that he would encounter legendary battle pet warriors during the Supremacy League. The little skeleton was still awakening its bloodline and could not help him at the moment. The only powerful pet he had was the Inferno Dragon, whose combat strength had just surpassed 10. Relying on the Inferno Dragon was not safe enough. Chapter 484 Sensational Suping reached the door. Roar. A swirl popped up in the air. The huge Swamp War Crocodile appeared on the street outside the store. The street didn't cave in because of the heavy Swamp War Crocodile, all thanks to the store's protection. But the vibration on the ground was clearly felt. The Swamp War Crocodile had a long spine and cyan scales that seemed to be cast from iron. The barbaric and violent Swamp War Crocodile bellowed, again and again, unhappy to be standing in that place. The Swamp War Crocodile looked around with its amber eyes. It glanced at Qin Zhuang and the others who were standing across the street. The Swamp War Crocodile felt those people would make delicious snacks. Tang Ryuan and Zhong Lingtong had followed Suping to the door. The huge crocodile scared the two girls. Upon a closer look, the girls stood with their mouths agape. Across the street, Qin Zhuang was playing chess with his friend, and Mu Beihai and the other family heads were still standing outside as well. Everyone was frightened by the sudden bellows. They all stood up in fear and shock, struck dumb by that huge figure. Is that a Beast King? The family heads were shuddering. A Beast King, in the base city, right in front of them. That overwhelming and terrifying aura produced by the Beast King made them feel that they were puny insects looking at death in the face. That. Qin Zhuang squinted his eyes. The energy that had been dormant inside him for years was currently surging, spreading to all his limbs and bones. The old man stood up straighter and straighter. Under tremendous pressure, out of instinct, Qin Zhuang prepared himself for battle. Mu Beihai and the other family heads were so afraid that they were frozen on the ground, unable to move. As he stood by the door, Suping took the slave contract from his storage space and immediately applied it to the Swamp War Crocodile. In an instant, as the contract came in contact with the Swamp War Crocodile, many blood-red lines surrounded the beast, which began to retract until they were submerged into the Swamp War Crocodile. That process happened rapidly. To the naked eye, people were only able to see a brief glow of red and then everything went back to normal. There was an addition of a violent consciousness in his mind. Suping was relieved. He jumped onto the back of the Swamp War Crocodile at once. "Take care of the store. I'll be back shortly," Suping said to the girls. Tang Ryuan and Zhong Lingtong were still dumbfounded. They felt their blood had frozen as they stood in front of that Beast King. The pressure had made it impossible for them to breathe. They didn't even dare to answer Suping's words, their reply was a silent look at him. Joanna walked out as she felt the presence of a Beast King. She then understood that the Beast King belonged to Suping after seeing him riding its back, so she immediately lost interest. If the Beast King was there to wreak havoc, she wouldn't have minded killing it for fun. Qin Zhuang and the other family heads witnessed how Suping jumped onto the back of the Beast King. They were so astonished that they stared woodenly and their jaws were slack. That Beast King was Suping's pet? He had a Beast King pet before he reached the legendary rank? The family head stood on the spot, completely dazed. "Behave. Let's go," Suping ordered the Swamp War Crocodile. He felt this pet was a bit troublesome. He couldn't put it in his contract space. The second that the slave contract came into effect meant that the Swamp War Crocodile would have to stay outside. To move about in the base city on such a huge guy was indeed troublesome. The crocodile was almost as wide as the street that Suping had already widened on purpose. Daohuxi's street was 2 times as wide as other streets. The crocodile could have smashed half of the buildings down if it were running on any other street. Roar. The pet bellowed once it felt Suping's control. All of a sudden, a huge stone pillar that seemed to reach the sky appeared all of a sudden in front of the Swamp War Crocodile. The Swamp War Crocodile climbed onto the stone pillar that was still growing and ran past the many buildings. The Swamp War Crocodile was a dragon subspecies, while it could also be counted as one of the stone family at the same time. The Swamp War Crocodile mastered quite a few skills of the stone family. Qin Zhuang and the other family heads had lost the ability to talk as they stared at the huge pillar and the Beast King running on top of it. They already knew that Suping was powerful. He would become a legendary battle pet warrior in the future even without the legendary battle pet warrior backing him. They never expected that Suping could already manipulate a Beast King, even before becoming a legendary battle pet warrior. He could already contend with other legendary battle pet warriors with such a pet. That guy. Ken Zhuang's mouth was agape. All of a sudden, he understood why Suping was willing to sell the 2 pets at the peak of the 9th rank the day before. They had merely thought that Suping already had enough pets at the peak of the 9th rank. It turned out that those pets weren't good enough for him. He has a Beast King. Why would he want pets of the 9th rank? Not even 10 pets at the peak of the 9th rank could compare to even 1 limb of a Beast King. Mu Beihai, Liu Tanzong, and the other family heads produced a forced smile after they came back to their senses. The swamp war crocodile was huge. Suping had to travel above the ground to make sure that no street would fall victim to the huge guy, and to avoid tampering with the city's water and power grids. Whoosh! The stone column was extending horizontally. This massive protrusion that had stretched across more than a dozen streets had alerted the public. They raised their heads and gazed into the sky. They couldn't see Suping nor the swamp war crocodile up in the clouds, but they were aware that the sudden appearance of the stone column indicated that a pet was using a powerful skill. That realization had scared many citizens. They worried that the stone column would collapse abruptly. Soon after, they reached an open land. Suping told the swamp war crocodile to go down and then strengthen the stone column. After the reinforcement, the stone column would not break unless someone deliberately attacked it. As for how to make the stone column disappear, that would be a problem for the mayor and the pets of the stone family he could deploy. Once in the wild, Suping told the swamp war crocodile to go full speed ahead. Dong, dong, dong. The swamp war crocodile ran on as fast as it could. The ground shook violently and many deep pits were left on the way. Suping had to admit that Beast Kings did travel fast. They had reached the city's interior wall in less than an hour. The noise and vibration made by the swamp war crocodile alerted the guards on the city's interior wall. They had to go to the watchtower and turn the telescope to see the base city's protected territory, which was a first. The huge swamp war crocodile scared some guards, leaving them with ghastly pale faces. But no alarm was sounded. Soon, 2 titled battle pet warriors flew over and stood in front of the swamp war crocodile, jittering. Suping told the swamp war crocodile to stop and looked at the 2. You must be Mr. Su. The 2 titled battle pet warriors summoned the strength to put on a smile while they were still fearful. Neither dared to stand too far from Suping, which would be considered impolite, and at the same time, they didn't want to stand too close because the swamp war crocodile had a pointed snout that could reach them with one push. At the moment, the 2 felt their blood was freezing. Yes. Suping looked at them. The mayor has just told us to wait for you here. If you have any needs, you can tell us. The 2 were barely able to utter a full sentence. The pet that Suping was standing on was too powerful. The 2 could tell right away that the pet was a Beast King. There was a worldwide consensus that Beast King was synonymous with terror. But Suping was standing on one. That was something that a legendary battle pet warrior could do. Oh, go and grab me a map of the Aurora base city, Suping said. The 2 looked at each other. One of them said, please wait for a moment. I'll go and get it right away. With that said, that person hurried away, leaving his partner there with Suping. The one who remained had just understood what had happened. He inwardly cursed all of his friend's family. Suping told the swamp war crocodile to walk forward while he waited for that titled battle pet warrior to return with the map. The one who stayed there had to fly alongside the Beast King. He was still trembling. He had heard that there was a legendary battle pet warrior in a pet store inside the base city, and that the store owner was a ruthless character. Even though he had heard such stories, he still could not imagine that the store owner could already have a Beast King pet. He wasn't at the legendary rank yet. Chapter 485 Aurora base city. Soon, the swamp war crocodile had arrived at the outer wall. The captain and the guards that were stationed there were pale with fright. They knew that it was a pet, not a wild beast that would invade the base city. Still, they couldn't help but panic. Everyone was standing on the spot, stiffly, and no one dared to make a move. The titled battle pet warrior that went to get the map had just returned. The map was comprehensive, including information of all the base cities in the subcontinent district. Suping accepted it gladly. He bid farewell to the 2 titled battle pet warriors. He rode the swamp war crocodile and dashed out through the spacious tunnel. Suping no longer had to be overly cautious in the wilderness. The swamp war crocodile could step on anything it wanted. Suping read the map while sitting on one of its scales. He soon found the location of the Aurora base city. He also saw where the Holy Light base city and the Jinghai base city were. The base cities were scattered across the subcontinent. The edge of the subcontinent district was hexagon-shaped, and outside the border was the ocean. Many beasts were found in the ocean, making it inaccessible to humans. Suping had also heard that not even legendary battle pet warriors dared to go across the sea. Suping identified a path and drove the swamp war crocodile toward their destination. Aurora Base City. While it was counted among the 7 class base cities of the subcontinent district, the Aurora Base City was the best in its size and military power. This was a base city that not even the 4 ancient families had a right to step in. The Aurora Base City was managed by the Free Trade Organization and its citizens enjoyed a high level of liberty. Products that were considered contraband in other base cities could be traded publicly in this grand city. That included some contraband pets, potions, and skills. Powerful warriors and trainers were gathered in the Aurora Base City. The Free Trade Organization could be seen as a faction on par with the Star Organization, but not as compatible as the latter. After all, the Free Trade Organization was one that was in the business circle, not as an organization with violence as its main tool. The Supremacy League had always been held in the Aurora Base City. The sole sponsor was the Free Trade Organization. The Supremacy League was always where the powerful battle pet warriors gathered. That yearly gathering would bring along a huge number of transactions and profits to the Aurora Base City. No one had an idea about the wealth of the Free Trade Organization. It was said that they had enough money to buy 10 base cities. Many wide and well-developed highways could be seen outside the base city. The battle pet warriors from other base cities could drive to get there. At the moment, more than a dozen cars were parked outside the base city, several hundred meters away from the city wall. They were waiting to be checked to get in. Dong, dong, dong. All of a sudden, people felt the ground tremble. The noise alarmed the drivers and passengers, as well as the guards at the checkpoints. Everyone turned to the source of the noise. Yellow sandstorms were wreaking havoc in the horizon. They could faintly see a shadow that was as tall as a hill moving their way. What is that? Detect. Ring the siren. Beast King life energy detected. Inside the intelligence station on the outer wall, the guards used radars that were hidden in several places outside the base city. From the data collected, they realized that it was a Beast King heading their way. Sirens across the outer wall were sounded. What a terrifying realization. Was it an attack? The Aurora Base City was not a place that feared Beast Kings due to its core strength and military power, which were enough to scare away the average Beast Kings. However, Beast Kings were the most terrifying type of beasts on the blue planet. A base city would have to pay dearly when they wanted to deal with a Beast King without the help of a legendary battle pet warrior. The titled battle pet warriors who were currently on break were alerted. They flew to the side of the city the Beast King was approaching. The titled battle pet warriors wore grave expressions as if a war was imminent. The radars picked up some new data. Human being. On the back of the Beast King. Everyone in the intelligence station was stunned. Which legendary battle pet warrior was coming? They received the news when the guards were about to pull the citywide alarms. They notified the titled battle pet warriors instead. 2 of the titled battle pet warriors went to find out if a legendary battle pet warrior was coming, or if something was wrong in the data, or whether this was a ruse developed by the Beast King. They couldn't afford to be careless because certain Beast Kings were just as intelligent as humans. Soon, the 2 battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank summoned their pets and were armed to their teeth. They finally got a clear look of the Beast King and the human being standing on its back when they were 1,000 meters away. You are approaching the Aurora Base City. Who are you, sir? One of the titled battle pet warriors shouted. Suping, who was resting on the back of the swamp war crocodile, was startled by the shout. He opened his eyes and saw that he had arrived at the Aurora Base City. The journey took him less than half a day when the distance was longer than that between the Longjiang Base City and the Holy Light Base City. If he would have taken the underground train, the trip would have taken him at least 2 days and a half. Sir? Is he talking to me? Suping wondered. I am Suping from Longjiang, he shouted back. The 2 titled battle pet warriors were relieved to receive a reply and at the same time, surprised. Suping from Longjiang? What? They had never heard of him. Is the Beast King your pet? The titled battle pet warrior shouted again. That was just an obvious question. Suping really wanted to say no. But he had noticed the many weapons readied on the wall, including some short-range missiles. He realized that riding over on the swamp war crocodile had created a problem for this base city. He fought the urge to joke around and answered honestly, yes, this is my pet. Don't worry. It won't bite you. Without his permission, indeed, the swamp war crocodile wouldn't bite anyone. The 2 titled battle pet warriors produced a forced smile. Were there any Beast Kings that wouldn't bite people? The 2 titled battle pet warriors didn't trouble themselves with that. They just wondered when the subcontinent district had gained a 3rd legendary battle pet warrior. Anyway, a man riding a Beast King was not someone they could afford to offend. Suping moved closer and the titled battle pet warriors saw that the man was young, maybe a little bit too young also. It surprised that too that Suping's energy didn't seem to be strong, even a little bit weaker than the average titled battle pet warriors. But that did not matter. Suping might be hiding his strength. One of the 2 titled battle pet warriors carefully arranged his speech. Sir, you're going to enter the Aurora base city and your pet is too big. Could you put it away in your contract space? Suping heaved a sigh. Not really. He knew that this was a disadvantage of a temporary contract. The 2 didn't know what to say after Suping's refusal, but they didn't want to displease him. One of them had to summon the courage to make another suggestion. Sir, the base city has a large population. The Beast King will trouble many citizens. How about we set up a place for your Beast King? Suping thought about it. The Supremacy League competition will take place here, right? I'm going to participate. I may need to use this pet during the competition. How about you find me a place closer to the venue? That way, it'll be easier for me to summon it if needs be. The Supremacy League? The 2 titled battle pet warriors were surprised. They sized up Suping again. A legendary battle pet warrior would not make jokes like that. The Supremacy League was for people that were below the Beast King level. But legendary battle pet warriors were above that level. Was this young man some old freak at the peak of the 9th rank in disguise? The 2 looked at each other. They were thinking the same thing. Those at the peak of the titled rank could have a Beast King as a pet. Some could rub elbows with legendary battle pet warriors and get Beast Kings as pets. There was once a well-connected individual who came to know many legendary battle pet warriors in the tower and managed to get several Beast Kings. As such, the 2 titled battle pet warriors thought that Suping had to be someone who had just got his hands on a new pet and could not wait to show it off there, since he didn't want to put the pet away while knowing it was inconvenient. After all, the real legendary battle pet warriors would never brag about their Beast King pets. Being at a legendary rank in itself was awe-inspiring. Even so, the 2 titled battle pet warriors didn't show any change on their faces. Even though Suping was not a legendary battle pet warrior, one with a Beast King was still intimidating. Sure, we'll find a place for you, one of the 2 said. Good. Suping was happy about the result. He was aware that it was a special request. He also knew that he would have to bulldoze his way over and tear apart the entire venue if he were to take the Swamp War Crocodile directly to the competition. Every participant would go on to the stage and summon their pets. He was different. He would have to open up a hole in the wall and let the crocodile crawl in. Of course, Suping didn't plan to use the Swamp War Crocodile. He believed the Inferno Dragon was enough. He had taken the Swamp War Crocodile there because he wanted to guard against legendary battle pet warriors. He had many enemies. He didn't know if the legendary battle pet warrior who contended with him was in the base city. After their discussion, the 2 titled battle pet warriors told their guards to cancel the alarm. Then they showed Suping into the base city through a side path. The 2 would dart an occasional glance at the Beast King. It seemed that this Beast King was even more powerful than the other Beast Kings that they had met in the past. Their instincts told them that this pet was scary and that they should stay away. Led by the 2 along a path in the suburbs where the population was small, Suping arrived at a lake. The venue for the Supremacy League is just across the lake, not far from here. If you want to use the Beast King, you can tell the judge and we will send a person to show you the way so that you can take your pet over, one of the 2 explained to Suping. Chapter 486 Future Tang Family Head Good. Suping nodded. He told the Swamp War Crocodile to quietly wait for him in the lake. The Swamp War Crocodile replied with a groan and then dived into the water. When looking from the distance, one would see a huge shadow in the lake, as if a kraken were lurking below the surface. After having found a place for the Swamp War Crocodile, Suping followed one of the titled battle pet warriors and flew to the other side of the lake across the bridge. The streets were bustling with noises. Most of the people gathered were battle pet warriors. There were also some peddlers crying their wares. Suping saw many billboards by the streets. All of them were related to the Supremacy League. Sir, I have work to do, so I'll be seeing you around. If you have any questions, you can turn to one of the staff members here. That titled battle pet warrior didn't linger after he dropped Suping off. He flew back to the city wall to resume his duties. After he left, Suping landed on the street. The battle pet warriors who were walking around on the street darted a look at the person who had just descended from the sky, but none of them was alarmed. Titled battle pet warriors were rare in other base cities, but not in the Aurora base city. Besides, the streets would always be packed with titled battle pet warriors during the Supremacy League, and with even more master and advanced battle pet warriors. Anything can be put on sale here. Blood nematodes? I've heard of such things. They are parasitic on other pets and would feed off the latter's blood. When hungry, they would even crawl into their masters for food. Suping wandered around the street. He saw many products on sale that were banned items in other base cities. He saw some beasts that could spread contagious diseases, some weapons that were designed to weaken battle pet warriors, even one that could expel all astral powers from a certain area, and another that could generate electricity and shock the battle pet warrior when he or she wanted to mobilize astral powers. Those dirty weapons could not be put on the public market in other base cities. Some assassination groups or adventurers would buy them on the black market so that they could hunt battle pet warriors as well when they encountered peers in the wilderness. After all, hunting unprepared fellow battle pet warriors would be much easier than hunting wild, dangerous beasts. Nothing was more venomous than a human heart. Beep, beep. While Suping was looking around, he heard his phone ringing. It was Ken Shuhai. Yellow? Mr. Su, have you arrived yet? Ken Shuhai sounded excited. Suping noticed that trace of excitement. He had a theory. Ken Zhuang must have told Ken Shuhai when he left. I have just arrived. Where are you? Suping asked. It would be nice to meet Ken Shuhai there, since Suping was completely unfamiliar with the place and the people. Ken Shuhai could show him around and tell him which stage the Supremacy League was at. I'm standing by the stadium. Where are you? I can go and pick you up, Ken Shuhai answered. Suping looked around at the buildings and noticed a billboard that stood out. I have just arrived in the area and am standing on the street. I can see a pet store called Shangri and a large billboard with a very curvy lady on it. Very curvy? Yes. Do you recognize this place? Well, I think so. Wait for me. Suping hung up the call and stayed in that area. Soon, he heard someone approaching from behind. It was Ken Shuhai as he flew over. Ah, finally. Glad I didn't miss you. Ken Shuhai was relieved. For a moment he thought he had gone to the wrong place. Ken Shuhai looked at the billboard hung outside the bell tower. Was that the very curvy lady Suping talked about? Yep, indeed, very curvy. The lady weighs more than 100 kilos. Ken Shuhai hid his complaints inside him. Suping was not who he was before. Ken Zhuang called Ken Shuhai and told him what happened in the Longjiang base city. Ken Shuhai was dumbstruck when he heard that Suping was coming, riding on a Beast King. Beast King. Those two words alone had made his heart race. The fact that Suping could control a Beast King was proof that he was one of the best at the titled rank. Buttering someone up was a mission to be carried out as early as possible. Before the Elite League, Ken Shuhai would have watched the matches with Suping and refer to him as a brother. But at the moment, calling Suping brother was no longer possible for Ken Shuhai. He was aware of Suping's many deeds. He was sure that if everything went well, Suping could very likely become a legendary battle pet warrior. The friendship between Ken Shuhai and Suping. As a matter of fact, there wasn't much of a friendship to talk about. The two had never been on a hunting trip together before, and Ken Shuhai had never done Suping a great favor. As such, Ken Shuhai was afraid to address Suping as a brother. After all, even his family head would address him with respect. If Ken Shuhai insisted on calling him Brother Su, the distinction between generations would be in a mess. You don't have to call me Mr. Su. It sounds like I'm old. Suping wanted to correct Ken Shuhai's word choice and attitude. He was already too handsome to have peers or rivals. He didn't want to be too strong to be left without friends. How lonely would it be? Ken Shuhai laughed a hollow laugh. I heard that you rode a Beast King here. Mr. Su, you must be hell-bent on winning the championship. Suping heaved a sigh. I told you that you don't have to call me Mr. Su. I am 19. You're making me feel weird. Brother Ken, you don't have to be so uptight with me. The words Brother Ken filled Ken Shuhai with strong emotions. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Mr. Su. Anyway, how is the competition going? Suping asked. Ken Shuhai smiled. Mr. Su, don't worry. We're still at the preliminary stage. It's not the titled Battle Pet Warrior's turn yet, but I suppose you will get your turn tomorrow. The preliminary selection will end today. The selection is for the children from the major families or forces to have some fun and gain some experiences. The eliminatory rounds will end tomorrow. After that, participants at the titled rank can directly participate and fight for a good place. Suping nodded. He had arrived at a proper time, as it was already afternoon time. He just had to wait one night and he would be able to participate. Mr. Su, you must be here for the championship, right? Ken Shuhai asked and he lowered his voice to continue. I think you'll very likely win first place. But I heard that many senior battle pet warriors are coming to take part in the competition. Rumor has it that something is happening at the Deep Caves. Those guys want to come and get something to gain more strength. I suppose this year's Supremacy League will be very intense. Suping nodded. He wasn't worried. With the Inferno Dragon, which had a combat strength of over 10 points, he would be able to defeat many battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank already. With the addition of the Dark Dragon Hound, he could even defeat a legendary battle pet warrior at the Ocean State. Of course, unless there would be someone incredible among those senior battle pet warriors, someone at the peak of the titled rank but with strength equal to the Void State. But no one had ever heard of that, and it was very unlikely. Of all the peak-titled warriors that Su Ping knew, Ling Yingjun, aka Venerable the Blade, was among the most famous. However, Su Ping was sure that the Inferno Dragon could be enough to overwhelm Venerable the Blade. What are the deep caves? Su Ping was curious. Ken Shuhai had become used to Su Ping's ignorance. Su Ping was like a man living in the woods, detached from the world. Many things that were seen as common knowledge for any titled battle pet warrior were new for him. Ken Shuhai explained, the deep caves are beast lairs. The cruelest and most violent beasts live there. I hear that beast kings are common and they come in great numbers. In the early days of the Blue Planet, when beasts were running wild, the powerful battle pet warriors worked together and drove all the beasts to one place, which later evolved into the deep caves. He went on, legendary battle pet warriors are guarding outside the deep caves all year round. Do you know why there are only 2 legendary battle pet warriors in our subcontinent district? There are other legendary battle pet warriors, but they have all gone off to the deep caves. It is said that the 2 legendary battle pet warriors will have to go as well when it is time for them to serve. That explained it. Ken Shuhai suddenly brought up something else. I've heard that the 4 ancient families and the Star Organization are sending participants to the Supremacy League as well. He was aware of what happened between Su Ping, the Tang family and the Star Organization, and there were quite a few battle pet warriors at the peak participating in the Supremacy League. Su Ping didn't seem to be concerned. In his opinion, what happened between those 2 factions was water under the bridge. They would only meet again as strangers. Of course, if they still thought otherwise, he could persuade them. This way, Ken Shuhai said. They arrived at a huge venue where a dense crowd was gathered in front of the gates. Some people were carrying their cute pets on their shoulders or walking alongside them. Some pets were for battles and some pets were cute companions. The second kind was quite popular with girls. That was the main reason why the number of battle pet warriors that majored in using pets of the undead clan was small. It would be hard for those battle pet warriors to find a girlfriend, or a boyfriend for that matter. Whoosh! Ken Shuhai took to the skies. Su Ping did, too. They flew their way to the gates. Some grains of sand fell onto some of the people standing on the ground as the 2 flew across the crowd. They were angry but afraid to shout at them. After all, they were at the titled rank, a kind of people that could slap a common man to death and not have to shoulder any responsibility. Titled battle pet warriors had their privileges. Soon, the 2 entered the stadium. Ken Shuhai unleashed some astral powers and moved an item across space. The guards allowed them in without having to see any tickets or invitations. People were cheering loudly in the stadium. A young man and a young lady were on stage, both seemed to be in their mid-20s. Although young, both were master battle pet warriors. The Supremacy League was indeed of a higher level than the Elite League. Warriors could be qualified to be seen as talent if they reached the master level at about the age of 25. Su Ping remembered that Ling Yingjun became a master battle pet warrior when he wasn't even 20 years old. So, Ling Yingjun had been one of the outstanding young men in his youth. Of course, Su Ping could also realize how difficult it had to be to reach the legendary rank. Even after reaching the master rank before 20, Ling Yingjun was still stuck at the peak of the titled rank till this day. He had yet to take that final step. Ken Shuhai took Su Ping to the areas closer to the stage. The other areas were quite packed, but there were a lot of empty seats there and the view was excellent. Su Ping noticed that everyone who was sitting there was a titled battle pet warrior. There were over 100 of them. That many titled battle pet warriors were enough to make a clean sweep of a Class B base city like the Longjian base city. The young man on stage is a grandson of Senior LV from the LV family. The LV family is not one of the 4 ancient families, but they once had a legendary battle pet warrior. Once they took their seats, Ken Shuhai continued with the introduction. Many families that once had a legendary battle pet warrior failed to become part of the top-tier families due to various reasons, such as a shortage of talents or poor management. Even so, those families are not to be ignored or offended. The families that have legendary battle pet warriors serving at the deep caves are taken care of by the tower and they enjoy a higher status than the 4 ancient families. Not even the legendary battle pet warriors out here would dare to displease those families. After all, if the young in their families are bullied, who would want to go and serve at the deep caves in the future? Su Ping asked, does the Star Organization have a legendary battle pet warrior? They did. But that legendary battle pet warrior went to the deep caves many years ago, and I heard he passed away in the deep caves. Ken Shuhai thought of something. Scared, he added in a hurry, the Star Organization has no legendary battle pet warrior, but the tower has been taking care of them. What happened between you and the Star Organization is not a big deal, and what you asked of them would not hurt their foundation. Still, the tower would have stepped in if things had gone too bad. Su Ping nodded. He understood that Ken Shuhai was just providing a piece of honest advice. Of course, he didn't plan on doing anything to the Star Organization, To begin with, he was not a maniac. The past was long gone, water under the bridge. While Suping and Ken Shuhai were chatting, someone interrupted them. Is that Mr. Su? The two of them saw several people standing next to them with some elderly people in the group. Suping recognized Tang Minking amongst them. It was Tang Minking who asked the question. Ken Shuhai was a bit agitated. He was there on behalf of the Ken family. He was afraid that the Ken family would get involved in the dispute between Suping and the Tang family. The Tang family? Suping glanced over at Tang Minking and another elder of the Tang family that he once kept captive. The other old man in the group was also at the peak of the titled rank, just like Tang Minking. There were also a couple of middle-aged men that seemed to be at the upper position of the titled rank. The one who caught Suping's attention was the girl with bright eyes and graceful eyebrows standing in the middle. She seemed to be in her 20s. However, there was coldness on her face and indifference in her eyes. She seemed to be a girl completely void of emotions. Suping noticed that she looked familiar. He thought of Tang Ruyan. And this is? Suping raised his eyebrows. Tang Minking and the others were startled, seeing that Suping was gazing at the girl. They discreetly stood around the girl to protect her. She is our future family head. Tang Minking smiled a hollow smile. He looked at Ken Shuhai, realizing he was the one titled King of Swords, a famous young titled battle pet warrior. But Tang Minking had never cared about people who couldn't grow further. Tang Minking was happy to see that the golden-haired girl was not present. Suping was also powerful, but Tang Minking was sure that with so many elders on their side, they would not lose to Suping if a fight were to break out. Future family head? That was within Suping's expectation. After remembering what they did to Tang Ruyan, Suping fixed his eyes on the girl. Tang Ruyan used to be the front. This girl was the real deal. What? Aren't you afraid that your actual future family head could fall victim to assassination now? Suping asked. Tang Minking forced a smile. Ruyan has lost her value as a front and our future family head has been exposed. Hiding her is useless at this point. So, we brought her to have a try at the Supremacy League. So, Mr. Su, are you planning to participate as well? Suping replied with a grin. Are you implying that I have accidentally messed up your front? No, Tang Minking answered at once. The other family elders glared at Suping coldly. They knew that the actions of the legendary battle pet warrior from this young man's store had cost a feather army and a tactic army of the Tang family. They had lost 2,000 master battle pet warriors. That was a force large enough to cripple a Class C base city. Or, even some Class B base cities. That was such a deep wound that the Tang family was grieved to the extent of wishing to die. That being said, they dared not to take revenge. The fact that 2,000 master battle pet warriors perished within one move was a shocking enough piece of news. Not even a legendary battle pet warrior could have done that. Suping looked at them for a while and inwardly heaved a sigh. It was rare that they would meet each other. However, none in the group asked anything about Tang Ruyan. It seemed that they didn't care for her at all. Is that how the family bonds worked in a big family? Suping could see the point but could not accept it. You view that gal as the front. But, do you know what I think? This real future family head of yours is not all that good, Suping commented on the aloof girl. The girl was at the master rank. One rank higher than Tang Ruyan's. The girl was almost as talented as Venerable the Blade, but so what? After all, Venerable the Blade has been stuck at the peak of the titled rank for some time. Give the girl 10 years and provided that everything could go well, she would just be another Venerable the Blade. She would have to be extremely lucky to reach the legendary rank. Tang Minking, as well as the other elders, were furious to hear this old comment. My sister is with you? The girl asked. Cold as her voice was, it did sound sweet. Suping didn't answer her. If you think she's too much of a bother, kill her, the girl added, and her face was just as indifferent as before. It seemed as if she weren't talking about a living and breathing person, but an object that could be replaced. Suping was not happy about that. She cannot even be a double. She has no value and has nothing to do with the Tang family. If she displeases you, kill her. None of us in the Tang family will mind, the girl calmly went on. All of a sudden, Suping felt a surge of anger inside him. He didn't know where that anger came from. After all, Tang Ruyan was just his prisoner. Why are all the younger sisters I meet so intractable? Suping asked. The girl frowned. It seemed that Suping was talking to himself. He looked into her eyes. The Tang family has made a grave mistake by choosing you as the future family head. At the very least, I think your big sister is much better than you are. If you say so. The girl didn't argue with him. Tang Minking frowned. Mr. Su, please enjoy the matches. We will excuse ourselves, hopefully we'll see you around. Then, they left without further ado. The other Tang family elders cast one final unkind look at Suping but they didn't show their killing intent. They were smarter than that. To make an enemy of someone like Suping over some argument was pointless. The Tang family needed to save some dignity, and they would have broken into a fight with anyone else who dared to utter those words, but the legendary battle pet warrior behind Suping was just that threatening. After they were farther away, the elders set up a seal and whispered. Is he that store owner, Su? I don't see what the big deal is about him. He's just a big show-off just because of his connection with a legendary battle pet warrior. PTSS. Young lady, don't mind him. He's just a crazy man. The girl stayed composed. I don't mind. All those people will be under my feet when I become a legendary battle pet warrior. I will lead the Tang family to a height never before reached. Indeed. That is your target, to become a legendary battle pet warrior. The others nodded with smiles. It was a good thing that she was unaffected. Their Tang family would climb to greater heights when their young mistress became a legendary battle pet warrior. Ken Shuhai fearfully watched the Tang family members leave and said, she's impressive. The girl remained calm even while standing in front of two titled battle pet warriors. Ken Shuhai believed that, given time, the girl would surpass him. Impressive? Suping raised his eyebrows and snorted in contempt. What was impressive about her? A poker face girl. Dead meat. Ken Shuhai didn't have the courage to utter a single word. Soon, they heard another one calling Suping. Mr. Su? Suping found that voice familiar. It was Venerable the Blade. Are you here to participate as well? Venerable the Blade asked with a forced smile. Chapter 487 Longjiang and Trouble You too? Not anymore. Venerable the Blade curled his lips. Since Suping was there, Venerable the Blade believed he could kiss the championship goodbye. Even without Suping, Venerable the Blade wasn't feeling that confident because the competition for that year was intense. Venerable the Blade, who is this? A man asked. Standing next to Venerable the Blade were two people. One was a hunchbacked old man with gray hair and the other was as strong as a bear. This is Mr. Su. His title is. Well, Mr. Su, do you have a title? Venerable the Blade started to make introductions. When titled battle pet warriors met for the first time, the respectful thing to do was to tell each other their titles. But Venerable the Blade suddenly realized he didn't know Suping's title. I'm not at the titled rank yet. Once I reach that rank, I'd prefer to have boss as my title, Suping answered. Titles like Raging Spirit and King of Swords were already taken and Suping had no interest in silly titles like those. He would title himself as the boss when he reached the 9th rank and became a titled battle pet warrior. How simple and elegant that was. Well. Venerable the Blade was speechless. Not at the titled rank yet. Suping is playing dumb again. Besides, what kind of title boss was? It didn't sound intimidating at all. Venerable the Blade said, Mr. Su, a title is a public acknowledgement and you cannot choose one for yourself. Take Brother Qin here for an example. He has earned the title King of Swords because of his sword skills. Only a few people know you since you've always been close to the Longjiang base city. You can take advantage of the Supremacy League to establish your name. You'll get a title that people agree on. Ken Shuhai nodded in agreement. I cannot decide my own title? Suping was speechless. Of course, he didn't care about this title, to begin with. It was just what people would call him. That's how titles work. Venerable the Blade continued the previous introduction. This is Mr. Hua, titled God of Earth. This is Brother Naiu, titled God of Blood. Now, Brother Naiu may come across as a cultured man but he is fierce in battle, violent and heartless. Even I am afraid of him. The middle-aged man titled God of Blood stretched his head shyly and said with a blushing face, Nonsense. I am nothing like that. His voice was insanely sweet. That voice made Suping's toes curl. A big guy who was as strong as a bear using such a honeyed voice was out of place. Nice to meet you, God of Blood, God of Earth, Ken Shuhai said with respect. The two titled battle pet warriors had been famous for years. Suping was not aware of what was special about those two but Ken Shuhai had heard many stories about them and their achievements. Mr. Su, are you here for the Beast King and a legendary skill as well? Mr. Hua sized up Suping curiously. He could sense how respectful Venerable the Blade was to that young man. A man who deserved Venerable the Blade's respect was certainly not an average man. However, this young man didn't strike him as intimidating, which made it all the more intriguing for Mr. Hua. Beast King and legendary skill? Suping didn't understand. Venerable the Blade and his two friends couldn't believe that Suping would react like that. Venerable the Blade asked, Mr. Su, weren't you aware of this? The prizes for the championship this year are quite tempting. The Talent Stone, which is regularly offered every year, is not the only thing. The champion will get an adult Beast King pet and a legendary skill. I heard that even a titled battle pet warrior can display legendary rank strength after learning that skill, and that it can be very useful in the event of having to face a legendary battle pet warrior. Suping turned to Ken Shuhai. Ken Shuhai was a little bit embarrassed. I never found the time to tell you that. Indeed, this is the case. More prizes are on the table because there are more participants this year, and the competitions are more intense than in the past. That explains it. However, Suping was not interested in this. He just wanted the talent stone. Are you all here for the Beast King pet and the legendary skill? Suping asked. Venerable the Blade produced a forced smile. Yes. The talent stone doesn't mean much for us. Of course, it is miraculous, but one has to rely on one's own luck. Sometimes the talent stone does nothing. But I think I'll have to quit, now that I know Mr. Su is also going to participate. Good luck, Mr. Su. Venerable the Blade was disappointed. He had been craving a Beast King pet and that legendary skill. His strength could be improved if he could get those prizes. He might even find a way to reach the legendary rank with the help of that legendary skill. However, he had seen Suping's pets. The little skeleton was ferocious and it could even slay a battle pet warrior at the peak of the titled rank. The little skeleton was not a pet that he could defeat. Venerable the Blade was certain that the little skeleton had strength at the Beast King level. With a battle pet like that, there was a great chance that Suping could win first place. Both Mr. Hua and God of Blood were stunned to hear Venerable the Blade's words. He was so confident moments before. Why quit just after hearing that this Mr. Su would also compete? Both knew Venerable the Blade very well. They could not believe that the young man was threatening to a degree that even Venerable the Blade would fear competing. The two put on grave expressions. Sure. Suping nodded. He didn't try to talk Venerable the Blade out of quitting. Since he was forfeiting, Suping would no longer have to encounter Venerable the Blade on the stage. After all, they were both aiming to get first place. As long as they could defeat their competition, if both were to participate, they were bound to meet on the stage. Mr. Hua and God of Blood found it even more curious that Suping would reply so calmly. Mr. Su, this must be your first time in the Aurora base city. Let me buy you dinner tonight, Venerable the Blade said with a smile. He concealed his disappointment. Good. Suping nodded. Brother Ken, why don't you join us? Venerable the Blade said to Ken Shuhai. Gladly surprised, Ken Shuhai immediately agreed. In the meantime, in a luxurious private room at the stadium, the people in the private room were able to enjoy a view over the entire stadium. Standing in front of the French sash were 3 people. The one standing in the middle was holding a wine glass with the other 2 standing behind with their heads down. People would be surprised to see the 2 treating someone else with such respect and be so obsequious, because they were both well-known battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank. Ready? The middle-aged man standing in front of the glass glanced over the stadium. He had seen some familiar faces, like the Venerable the Blade and God of Blood. They were chatting with someone. He didn't care, so he looked past them quickly. He knew people like Venerable the Blade and God of Blood. Both were quite outstanding young battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank and could grow to be legendary battle pet warriors. But this would not happen right then. If they could, then they would be so talented that even the tower would value them. The middle-aged man looked past the others in the area. An old man standing behind him answered with respect, Sir, we are ready. The bait is cast. Let's see how many fishes we can get. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and grinned. That night, Venerable the Blade played the host and booked a room in an expensive restaurant nearby. Suping noticed that most of the customers present were titled battle pet warriors and their prices had marveled him. The restaurant was even better at making money than he was. Dragon liver in brown sauce, boiled phoenix breast with baked wheaten paste. Venerable the Blade ordered some dishes and then handed the menu to Suping, who picked something according to the reference pictures and introductions. Each dish would cost at least over 100,000 federal coins. They could eat up several million that night, and they didn't even order any wine considering the competition the following day. Everyone knew that wine was always more expensive than food. The same rule applied in that restaurant. The alcohol was distilled from advanced beasts. Suping had opened his eyes and feasted his mouth. He would usually go back home for meals, never having tried something that fancy. After dinner, upon knowing that Suping had yet to find a hotel, Venerable the Blade helped Suping book a room right then. Once they had finished dinner to their heart's content and Suping told Ken Shuhai to return to their rooms with him, Suping realized that Ken Shuhai didn't book a room in the same place. He had merely booked a room in a hostel nearby. Identity, power, and wealth. Suping had seen the representation of all those on Venerable the Blade. Titled battle pet warriors were on a different level. In the average base cities, any titled battle pet warrior would be treated with the utmost respect. But in this base city, only people like Venerable the Blade, who was at the peak of the titled rank, could enjoy such privilege. People would recognize him. On the contrary, Ken Shuhai wasn't that well known. The night passed. Nothing special happened. The next day, Suping got up, freshened up, and went to the lounge. He ordered some breakfast. He was spending astral coins that couldn't be converted into energy points anyway, so he didn't mind. He treated himself to a lavish breakfast. When he went to pay the bill, he realized he had spent 1 million on breakfast alone, which surprised him a bit. But that wasn't an entire waste of money. Suping had realized the night before that, while pricey, the food they served was outstanding. There were astral powers contained in the food. Suping felt his astral powers would be improved if he could eat several meals there. Of course, that level of improvement would not be significant for titled battle pet warriors. It turns out that the rich people are not enjoying happiness as I had imagined. They're enjoying a happiness that I could never imagine. Suping exclaimed to himself. Soon, Venerable the Blade came down and invited Suping for breakfast, but Suping told him he had already eaten. They left together, once Venerable the Blade finished breakfast. The official competition starts today, but this is just the beginning. It'll be the turn for those who have just reached the titled rank to warm up the stage, Venerable the Blade said. He had participated in the Supremacy League before and he was very familiar with the rules. Suping raised his eyebrows. When will the final match take place? In a few days, Venerable the Blade answered. That being said, I think you can go up to the stage and show some of your skills. After all, you haven't gathered enough fame among the titled battle pet warriors. You can make a debut and let people get to know you. That way people will recognize you wherever you go in the future. This will be a good time for you to build some connections. Suping didn't promise anything. They arrived at the stadium and met God of Earth and God of Blood. The two thought they might be able to see how strong Suping was this day. Venerable the Blade desired to talk his friends into giving up. He was aware that those two were also there for the first place. Sooner or later they would meet Suping, the freak, on the stage and they would lose. But it didn't seem proper to persuade others to give up. It might backfire. After all, battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank had their pride. Venerable the Blade decided not to say anything. They went inside and Suping saw Ken Shuhai who was approaching them. Suping also saw the group from the Tang family in the distance, as well as Ziganj. But Ziganj didn't notice Suping. He was chatting with others. Those are the core members of the Star Organization. They are all at the peak of the titled rank, Venerable the Blade said. Suping nodded. God of Earth was curious. Mr. Su, you know people from the Star Organization? Yes, Suping nodded and said, I had some dealings with them. Venerable the Blade curled his lips. Sure you have. You almost beat that guy to death. God of Earth and God of Blood cast a meaningful glance at Suping. It's starting. Venerable the Blade looked at the stage. They found a place to sit down. The stadium was fully packed. Most of the people in the audience were battle pet warriors, instead of the general public. What happened on the stage would be too complicated for the general public to appreciate. Titled battle pet warriors could move faster than sound. Normal people would be unable to see a thing with their naked eyes and would eventually get bored. The Elite League was better for the general public. The higher the competition's level was, the more targeted the audience would be. That was how things worked. Soon, someone that seemed to be a referee entered the stage. He stood in the air and announced the rules. There were multiple modes of competition. The first was to draw lots. All the selected participants from the preliminary rounds and the titled battle pet warriors could draw lots as a way to decide their turns. Every participant would have 2 chances. Whenever someone lost a round, a lot could be drawn again for a second challenge. But if they were defeated twice, they would have to accept that sorrowful fate. The second way was to defend the ring. Some famous battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank could go up to the stage. If there was no challenge after 2 attempts in a row, the titled battle pet warrior would directly move up to the next round. That was a special way set up for the powerful. It would save time and energy, and also come as a method to demonstrate the status of those battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank. Isn't that the family head of the Ken family? Rumors said he had already passed away. I'm surprised to see that he's still alive. All of a sudden, Venerable the Blade noticed someone. God of Earth and God of Blood turned to see, clearly surprised. God of Earth lowered his voice. That old dude has gone off the radar for over 100 years. How is he still alive? No wonder the Ken family can maintain their status in the Hueco base city. It turns out that this old dude is supporting the family in secret. I see that the Beast King and the legendary skill are quite attractive. Even those guys are coming out. Noticing that Suping was curious, Venerable the Blade explained, that old man reached the peak of the titled rank 100 years ago, then disappeared after a tremendous battle. I thought he had died. I didn't know he had survived back then. I suppose my grandpa was still an infant when he made a name for himself. Suping looked at that person. The old man had gray hair and was wearing a cyan robe which gave him an elegant look. He was surrounded by a group of titled battle pet warriors who were also wearing cyan robes. As if having felt their gazes, the old man turned around. He nodded to Venerable the Blade and God of Earth and then looked away. As for Su Ping, a stranger, he ignored him directly. Su Ping didn't even hide his gaze and had alerted him. The old man was not in the mood to pay attention to someone who didn't know how to hide one's gaze. The family head of the Lin family is here. Gee, the Beast King is out of my reach this time, God of Earth said, but he didn't look that afraid. God of Blood looked at that one with a concerned expression. Venerable the Blade noticed and flashed a bitter smile, then shook his head and heaved a sigh. Su Ping alone was a monster who was strong enough to defeat them all. Venerable the Blade felt glad that he had already decided to stay out of the competition and stayed there for the fun of it. Otherwise, he could not even begin to imagine how much pressure he would be under. While they were talking, the first round began. Su Ping, God of Earth and God of Blood didn't go to draw the lots. They were going to defend the ring. It was a default consensus that drawing lots was a method used to give a chance for the newcomers. As for people who could win a place in the top 10 or even get the championship, they would still not get involved at this stage. The first two on the stage were two titled Battle Pet Warriors. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Both summoned all of their battle pets. However, one party who was at one position higher quickly defeated the other. The opening match was quite intense and the atmosphere at the stadium was ignited. Then the second group, and the third group. People were getting increasingly excited. All of a sudden, Su Ping noticed that the young family head of the Tang family he had met the day before was one of the participants in a new group. She was doing this as well? While Su Ping was still confused, her opponent, a titled Battle Pet Warrior, had just entered the stage. Their battle broke out. Her battle pets were all rare ones of the 9th rank, and they were all adults. Her major pets were at the upper position of the 9th rank. The girl's commands were composed and accurate. Her major pet explored the way and relied on itself to crack the defense of their opponent. She won. She won fast and rapidly. There was no struggle. A master battle pet warrior had won against a titled battle pet warrior. She won. The audience were thrilled to the point of insanity. Almost everyone present was a battle pet warrior. All of them knew how unbelievable that was. The gap between the master rank and the titled rank was not one that could be easily crossed. Master battle pet warriors could share their pet's vision, perception, and so on, but titled battle pet warriors were even scarier. Titled battle pet warriors could synchronize their astral powers with their pets. They could channel all their pets' energy into themselves and could also transfer all of their astral powers to their pets. That was not 1 + 1 = 2. It was not even 3. A pet at the lower position of the 9th rank could burst out the strength of the intermediate position of the rank when receiving astral powers from a battle pet warrior at the lower position of the 9th rank. A pet at the peak of the 9th rank when receiving astral powers from a battle pet warrior at the peak of the titled rank, was able to mobilize enough strength to be on par with the Beast King level. An analogy was when Su Ping punched at the seal and people began to think that he was at the peak of the titled rank. But of course, pets at the peak of the 9th rank were not Beast Kings after all, there was still a vast gulf in between. Even with such abilities, the titled battle pet warrior lost. Everyone was shouting the girl's name. Su Ping had finally found out her name, Tang Ruiyu. Ruiyan and Ruiyu. One gentle girl and one cold. Su Ping frowned as he stared at the girl who was standing in glory. He thought of Tang Ruiyan. Su Ping snorted. Tang Ruiyu. It seemed that the future family head was made known to all this day. Amid everyone's cheers, the girl quietly stepped off the stage, as if her win wasn't worth mentioning. She darted a glance at Su Ping and made eye contact with him for less than 0.1 seconds as she was descending from the stage. Su Ping detected a trace of well-hidden coldness. It was merely one instant, but Su Ping was always perceptive to killing intent. He could tell the girl had ill intent. She tried to hide it, but he did notice. Su Ping squinted his eyes. The Tang family was not giving up, huh? But he didn't want to go and find trouble with the Tang family just because of this. Same as before, he was going to let bygones be bygones. Of course, unless the Tang family wanted to offend him again. Until then, the Tang family would have to hold back their killing intent. A killing intent being held back for life would no longer be a killing intent. It was obsession. Another group went up to the stage, soon after the girl had gotten off the stage. While the two were competing, Su Ping heard a beep. It was Ken Shuhai's phone. Ken Shuhai was surprised to see that the number was from Ken Juang. He thought Ken Juang was going to ask him if he had picked Su Ping up. He picked up the call. Hey, man. Shuhai, has the competition started? Ken Juang asked. He sounded concerned and anxious. Ken Shuhai would rarely see his old man in such a panic. Just beginning. Is this about Mr. Su? I picked him up. He's sitting right next to me. Good. Come back, now that Mr. Su is there. Something is happening at the Longjian base city. Ken Juang stated. Ken Shuhai was stunned. What? Beasts are gathering outside the base city. I think a strike is going to happen soon. There are Beast King readings on the radar. Don't enter the city from the east side. Be careful on your way back. Ken Zhuang was serious. Beast strike? Ken Shuhai turned pale. How is it? Are the beasts inside the base city now? Not yet. The beasts are still gathering. Okay, I have to hang up. I need to call some old friends and ask them for help. Ken Zhuang hung up immediately. Ken Shuhai was worried. What is it? Su Ping noticed something was off. Ken Shuhai used a soundproof seal when he answered the call, and Su Ping didn't intend to pry. Mr. Su, something is wrong at the base city. I heard that beasts are gathering outside the base city and there are beast kings. There may soon be a full-on strike. Ken Shuhai sounded nervous. Su Ping was surprised. Beast strike? Venerable the Blade looked at Su Ping upon hearing those words. Longjian Base City was his hometown. How are things? Are the beasts inside the city now? Su Ping asked in a hurry. He thought of his mother. But she mostly stayed within the bounds of the store. Nothing would happen to her as long as she remained there. Not yet. The beasts are still gathering. Ken Shuhai frowned. Mr. Su, I cannot keep you company. I need to find some friends and go back. Su Ping heaved a sigh. He still had time to go back. The competition on the stage had just ended. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ping made up his mind. Okay. You go ahead and I'll be right behind you. Be careful. With that said, he jumped off and landed on the stage. The judge as well as the two titled battle pet warriors that were going to compete were startled. And you are? The judge asked in confusion. His tone was mild given the fact that Su Ping did fly to the stage. I'm sorry, Su Ping said to the judge. He shouted to where the titled battle pet warriors were gathered. I am Su Ping from Longjian. I am here for the championship and I will win. But I'm in a hurry. Anyone who wants to win the championship, come and fight me. If no one comes, I will be the champion. Chapter 488. The average are not entitled to meet my pets. Everyone was too stunned to speak. Venerable the Blade and the others gazed at him in horrified disbelief. It was against everyone's expectations that Su Ping would jump onto the stage and say those crazy words. He was challenging everyone in the stadium. Of course, many were there for the championship, but no one would be so wild as to shout it out in public. After all, there could be other old, senior battle pet warriors who had been long retired from the society. No one could have the absolute confidence to win against everyone present. The final match would be won with a great bloodshed. The Beast King pet and the legendary skill would not be obtained easily. Either one of the two items would make a group of people contend, with their heads cracked and bleeding. But, at this moment, Su Ping was standing above the stage, claiming that he was going to be the champion. How arrogant and how eager he was to take the road to ruin. After a short moment of silence, the judge came back to his senses. Angrily, he said, Sir, this is the Supremacy League. I understand that you want to win first place, but we have our rules and I believe you're also a man of high status. What is your number? Our staff members will call you when it is your turn. Su Ping turned around. He gave a sharp look at the judge. I know that this is the Supremacy League. Su Ping said solemnly, and I do know that you have your rules. But at the end of the day, the rule is that you're going to pick out a champion in a fair way. Su Ping glanced at the crowd and cast a final look at the place where the titled battle pet warriors were gathered. I am going to get first place. As for second place, third, and so on and so forth, you do whatever you want to do. I'm in a hurry. I will leave as soon as I win the championship. Wild. All the people at the stadium had lost the ability to talk. Leaving as soon as he wins the championship? In a hurry? Who the heck do you think you are? So many VIPs are sitting here, waiting, and you say you're in a hurry? The judge's face became clouded. Bro, you're making trouble here. I will escort you off the stage if you don't go off right this second. The judge unleashed his astral powers. He was at the peak of the titled rank. He was a member of the Free Trade Organization, the sponsor of the league and the provider of the venue. Given his status as a member, this man was representing them as the judge. Su Ping pulled a long face. He looked into the judge's eyes. I have said my piece. I am taking the championship today. I don't care if a legendary battle pet warrior is here. I will be your first challenger. Oh, I'll deal with you, sure. The judge flew into a rage. He unleashed more astral powers. It was as if there were a huge mountain growing out from behind him. He was going to overwhelm Su Ping. Su Ping was about to make a move when someone near the stage shouted, "We don't need Senior Yan to deal with this punk. I will teach you a lesson." Hardly had this man's voice faded away, a man had landed on the stage. It was a tall and strong man. He stood on the stage, sturdy like an iron tower. Taller than Su Ping, he was able to look down on the ladder. "Hey dude, I see that you're also a titled battle pet warrior. Where are you from? Tell me your name and your title. I, the Ice King, will not beat up anyone that doesn't have a title. You want to challenge me? Suping squinted. You are too weak for that. He then ignored the tall and strong guy whose face had changed color. Suping looked over the man's shoulder and shouted toward the seating area where the titled battle pet warriors were gathered. Is there anyone at the peak of the titled rank? Anyone below the position shall not come here and waste my time. How arrogant. Silence prevailed. No one had ever seen anyone act so arrogantly. Those who weren't at the peak of the titled rank are not to step on the stage? That sentence had enraged every titled battle pet warrior who was not at the peak. Punk, you are courting death. The strong man titled Ice King was fuming at his mouth. He turned to the judge. Senior Yan, please step back. I will deal with this punk. Yes, Senior Yan, let him. Where is this guy from? He doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Ice King, spare him a breath so that I may punch him to death. Many titled battle pet warriors growled. Those who weren't at the peak of the titled rank were not qualified to come up to the stage. Had this guy never heard about people fighting others above their own ranks? Many of the titled battle pet warriors, although not at the peak, had the strength of that position. Suping had belittled all of them. That was outrageous. Suping had made the public angry. The judge darted a cold glare at Suping. He would save other participants when they were about to lose. But Suping? He swore that he wouldn't bat an eye, even if Suping was dying right under his nose. They were at the Aurora Base City. That was a place under the control of the Free Trade Organization. No one cared where Suping was from. Anyone who wanted to make trouble there would be courting death. Sure. The judge nodded. You both know the rules, right? No one can beat the other to death on purpose. With that said, he said to the working staff, activate the seal. The Ice King grinned hideously and said, don't worry. I won't do that on purpose. I wouldn't do it on purpose. But I'll kill this punk. This punk humiliated me in public. No one shall disgrace a titled battle pet warrior. There's no need to activate the seal. I said. Don't waste my time. Suping also flew into a rage. As he stared at the ferocious face of the Ice King, Suping mobilized astral powers to his hand. The chaotic star chart spun. The cores in his cells were spinning rapidly. Astral powers surged out. After the heavens test, his astral powers were lightweight but powerful. Star prism. Bang. Suping stepped forward. That stomp stirred up the dust. Next, Suping propelled himself forward. The stage trembled. He moved about with lightning speed, bolts of lightning surrounding his feet. In an instant, Suping reached the Ice King. The Ice King could not believe it. It was happening too fast. Suping was so fast that his eyes and his consciousness had not been able to catch up to his speed. As Suping reappeared, all the Ice King could see was a pair of eyes that were like those of a wolf. Astral shield. Death was coming. His instinct pulled the Ice King from a daze that lasted for less than 0.1 seconds. Astral powers surged within him as many astral shields appeared. At the same time, he began to use one of the ice skills he had learned. Cold air burst out from him. The temperature was dropping drastically. The air froze. There was an ice wall with many harsh spikes. Fuck off. Suping bellowed. He punched. Bang. The ice wall cracked and the many astral shields behind the ice wall fell into pieces. One had to admit that the dancing pieces in the air were quite stunning. Ice King was unable to see what had happened. His back was hunched as he flew backward toward the place where the titled battle pet warriors were seated. Whoosh! 2 titled battle pet warriors flew over to catch the Ice King. However, the huge impact smashed away the 2 as well. They fell in the seating section. Several seats were broken as they landed, ending up in an embarrassing position. The 2 who went up to help were at the upper position of the titled rank. They hurried to stand and tried to help Ice King to his feet. The rest who had not made a move to catch Ice King could not imagine how strong the impact was. The 2 darted a look at Ice King, only to see that he was out like a light. One punch astounded everyone. The Ice King was punched off from the stage. Ice King was not at the peak of the titled rank, but he was at the intermediate position and his unique skills had made him famous. However, Suping had defeated him within 1 instant. Many people decided that they had to take Suping seriously. The judge called Senior Yan was standing in a daze. It never occurred to him that Suping would win. Anyone else? Suping put down his hand. I'm in a hurry. Come on and make it quick. Suping's voice was the only sound that echoed in the stadium. Insane. Insane. The battle pet warriors who were there just to watch the competitions were stunned speechless. 1 punch to defeat a titled battle pet warrior. Where was that guy from? After a short moment of silence, Suping heard a cold voice coming from downstage. Don't be so ridiculous. Try me. A man who was a little bit over 30 flew to the stage. He was carrying a special spear with a thick handle that had a dragon image engraving. It's Venerable the Spear. He is here. Many people recognize that man. In the entire subcontinent district, there was only this one spear, and its master was Venerable the Spear, who was at the upper position of the titled rank. Once, with one move, he slew a beast at the peak of the 9th rank. He made a name after that. That was how he got his title. Su Ping looked at the man. A glint of coldness flashed past his eyes. I said, only those at the peak of the titled rank are entitled to come up here. Whoosh! Bolts of lightning were circulating his feet. He stepped forward in the air as if he were standing on solid ground. People could even see the air caving in. With a bang, the stage shook, and a deep footprint appeared. In the meantime, Su Ping had approached Venerable the Spear. Venerable the Spear didn't expect that Su Ping would resort to action so quickly. Of course, Venerable the Spear would not pull his punches. He drew his spear, and opened up 3 swirls behind him. Roar! Roar! 2 angry bellows dashed out from 2 of those swirls. The 2 were quite violent pets. One was a dragon at the 9th rank, a flame armor dragon. The other one was a demon pet that looked like a huge octopus with countless black tentacles. The 2 pets struggled out from the swirls, making threatening cries. The 3rd pet, on the other hand, was a dainty thing with its body almost transparent. There was a puff of wind surrounding it. As soon as it came out, the pet cast a ring on Venerable the Spear. As this happened, the other 2 pets were transferring their energy to Venerable the Spear. Everything happened within the blink of an eye. The more powerful the battle pet warrior was, the quicker the summoning would be. The well-trained pets would be ready to unleash their skills the moment they came out from the swirl. Phew! Venerable the Spear's dark hair danced. In an instant, his strength had increased to the peak of the titled rank. A beam of light burst out from his spear. He eyed Su Ping sharply. Su Ping had already reached him by then. He ignored the spear and looked right into Venerable the Spear's eyes. Piss off! He hurled his fist once more. Courting death. Venerable the Spear was full of wrath. He had never been so angry before. Even titled battle pet warriors at the peak would treat him nicely, at the very least in public occasions. The spear trembled. He became one with the spear. The beam of light from the spear spun as it approached Su Ping. Many titled battle pet warriors who were near the stage turned pale from fright. That is Dragon's Lair. Venerable the Spear is aiming to take his life. Many people had recognized that Venerable the Spear was using the skill that had once earned him the title, the skill with which he had killed a dragon at the peak of the 9th rank. People were unaware of the actual name of the skill, but they had come up with a name themselves. It never occurred to anyone that they would witness the usage of that skill right then and there, on that stage. Senior Yan was turning pale as well. Out of instinct, he wanted to stop that move, but he hesitated and stopped before he took any action. Su Ping threw a punch simultaneously. Fist of Exorcist. Killing intent spread out from Su Ping's eyes. He could feel that his opponent was aiming to kill him. Su Ping's original idea was to knock this opponent out, but at this moment, he had lost his temper. Come on. Bang. The fist and the spear clashed. A loud noise was heard, caused by the collision of their astral powers. The next thing that people saw was Venerable the Spear flying backward. The integration of Venerable the Spear and his weapon had been broken. He was flying toward the seats at a speed faster than when he flew to the stage. Only this time, no one went to help him. With a bang and a tremor, Venerable the Spear landed on the ground. Fortunately, he landed on a place with empty seats. The seats were smashed into a mess, scattering around a pit that had just appeared. Inside the pit was Venerable the Spear. The spear fell next to him. People took a closer look at the spear, which appalled them. The spearhead was broken. The handle was bent. The spear was Venerable the Spear's life. Many people understood that he had spent a lot of money and invested a large number of rare materials to have the spear cast. One could imagine how strong it was, since it could pierce through a dragon at the peak of the 9th rank. But the spearhead had been broken that day. As for Venerable the Spear, many titled battle pet warriors could tell that while he was still alive, he was barely breathing. Horrifying. In a fit of terror, people turned around and looked at the young man standing in the air above the stage. The young man was still arrogant, and people realized he had a right to be that way. Whoosh! Su Ping slowly landed on the stage. The average titled battle pet warriors are not entitled to see my pets just yet. I said, those who are not at the peak shall not come up here and waste my time. His voice was heard by everyone, echoing in the stadium. Many people had just noticed that Su Ping had yet to summon his pets. He relied on his physical strength, instantly defeating Venerable the Spear. Terrifying. Some at the peak of the titled rank had already noticed it. The moment Venerable the Spear was defeated, they began to take Su Ping more seriously. On the stage, Senior Yan was frozen on the spot. He looked awful. He thought he should say something but could not ascertain what to say. It was too late to stop Suping. Before the two fights, he could have gotten Suping off the stage, accusing him of disturbing the match. However, Suping had made it clear that his strength was indeed at the peak of the titled rank. The highest rank and position below the legendary rank. Those at the peak of the titled rank were the ones likely to win the championship. There were differences between those battle pet warriors, of course. They would have to excel in their usage of skills, pets, treasures, and experience. The judge could no longer find a reason to get rid of Suping. After a short moment of silence, people broke into commotion. Some people in the audience would point at the stage and whisper to each other. Anyone would welcome good drama. Many in the audience turned to the titled battle pet warriors, wondering if anyone would challenge the young man again. As for the rules, the most important rule was to fight for first place. Since someone was defending the ring at the moment, it was a saving time tactic. He would become the champion unless someone was able to defeat him. Next to the stage, the titled battle pet warriors looked at each other speechlessly. Those who had just reached the titled rank or even those at the upper position were too afraid to stand up. They were angry at Suping, but they knew that they were too weak to confront him. Venerable the Spear was powerful enough. Other titled battle pet warriors could defeat Venerable the Spear, but no one would have done that so effortlessly. The most intimidating thing was that Suping never summoned his battle pets. He didn't borrow his pet's energy. That was the most threatening thing about Suping. The new titled battle pet warriors turned to those at the peak of the titled rank. Only those people could fight the lunatic on the stage. The Tang family. Tang Minking as well as the other Tang family elders were staring blankly at the stage. It was against anyone's expectation that the competition would turn out like this. Suping had engaged in wild talk. Furthermore, for 2 times in a row, he had marveled everyone present. He is crazy. Tang Minking produced a forced smile. He had witnessed how insane Suping was in the store. In this world, Suping had to be the only one who would dare to provoke the Tang family and the Star Organization at the same time. The other elders were scared. They had heard from Tang Minking how frightening Suping was. It turned out that the young man was not only powerful but also mentally unstable. He who went up to the stage to challenge everyone was not arrogant, but deranged. Sitting between them was Rukongai. She stared at the young man who was looking down on everyone. For the first time, there was a glint of surprise in her eyes, that were always void of all feelings. Chapter 489. Anyone else? No more? Suping's cold voice echoed in the stadium. He stood on the spacious stage, with all eyes on him, and him looking down on the audience from that height. He looked at titled battle pet warriors disdainfully out of the corner of his eye. The average titled battle pet warriors would look away when his look landed on them, afraid to make eye contact with Suping. Only a few remained calm, as if not minding Suping's cry of arrogance. Brother Lang, this friend of yours. God of Earth and God of Blood were surprised that Suping had turned out to be such a wild young man. They would have treated him as a joke if he had no tangible abilities. But they had witnessed with their own eyes how incredible Suping was. He definitely had strength equal to the peak of the titled rank. Also, Suping might be a practitioner of physical arts. God of Earth and God of Blood were itchy to have a try. Suping was intimidating for sure, but they weren't any weaker. Most importantly, they were unwilling to let go of their chances of getting the championship. Venerable the Blade realized what his friends were thinking. After a second of hesitation, he decided to let his friends see the truth. Guys, I think you should wait. Mr. Su has not shown all he's got yet. His pets are even more terrifying. His pets? God of Earth and God of Blood raised their eyebrows. Of course, they knew Suping would have battle pets, being a battle pet warrior. It was common to see that the battle pets would be better than their masters. But their battle pets weren't any less strong. Of course, since Venerable the Blade had suggested them earnestly, they would wait for his sake. After all, they weren't the only ones who wanted to get the championship. Someone else was bound to answer the challenge. Suping had become impatient on the stage. Don't waste my time. I will become the champion if no one else is coming. The answer he got was silence. Things had spun out of control. The people in the audience were gazing at the titled battle pet warriors, wondering if any of them would go to the stage. The average titled battle pet warriors were eyeing their peers who were at the peak of the titled rank. Venerable the Blade was one of those that people had high hopes for. Only those at the peak of the titled rank would be able to contend with Suping. Suping would take away the championship if that group didn't answer the challenge. Time moved on. The stadium was in absolute quiet for 1 minute. No one talked. The only thing audible was people's breathing. After a minute, still, no one came up. Suping turned around to see the judge. He was about to say something when he heard a sneer. I take it that everyone is waiting for someone else to explore the way and try this wild man. Such being the case, let me be that one. Instantly, A man landed on the stage with a gust of wind. That was an old man wearing a dark red robe. He seemed to be in his 80s but was actually much older. Titled battle pet warriors were able to live 200 to 300 years old as it was. Those who practiced some special skills were even able to prolong their lives up to 500 years. However, the population of the second group was small and most titled battle pet warriors would die in battle before they reached the end of their lives. It is Master Mo. The Flame of Ruin, Mo Kaioshin? I cannot believe it's him. I once heard his title when I was a kid. Many titled battle pet warriors were surprised to see that old man, a warrior who had earned his fame a long time before. It would not be surprising if he had already reached the legendary rank. After all, he had become a titled battle pet warrior a long time before, at least a century had already passed. There was nothing strange for a man to reach the legendary rank after staying at the titled rank for more than 100 years. Of course, at the same time, there was nothing strange for him to be stuck at the titled rank. A great number of titled battle pet warriors were like this. Master Mo. Venerable the Blade and his two friends were taken aback. Master Mo was someone they feared, one whom they had not been able to fully understand. A certain group of people squinted their eyes when they saw Master Mo going up and entering the stage. Punk, am I qualified to fight you yet? While standing on the stage, Master Mo grinned hideously at Suping, who seemed to be a young man. However, having lived long enough, Master Mo was aware that some special articles were able to help a person retain a youthful look. A person's appearance was not always the truth. First of all, my name is not Punk. Suping looked into his eyes. Second of all, come and try me and you will know the answer. Master Mo broke into laughter. Good for you. Senior Yan, activate the seal. I'm going to have fun today. Even Senior Yan was a bit afraid of Master Mo. However, there was nothing else he could do at this point. He shouted to the working staff, activate the seal. Soon, the device was put into operation. The seal was of the best kind and was even able to fend off a strike made by a Beast King at the Ocean State. There were only 3 sealing devices of this kind in the entire subcontinent district. The seal would also require a tremendous amount of energy. As such, the seal could only be applied to a limited space, such as the stadium. The seal couldn't be placed over the city because the energy demand would be extravagant. Buzzing. Energy poured into the transparent seal that enveloped the stage. The seal could provide comprehensive protection to the arena and the audience sitting close to the stage. Using stones and rock to build the stage would mean that the structure would be unable to handle the competition between titled battle pet warriors. Good. Master Mo shouted. The grin vanished from his face and 9 swirls appeared behind him. Titled battle pet warriors were able to summon 9 pets. Roar. Roar. The ferocious, sharp, and tyrannical roars rushed out of the 9 swirls. In the blink of an eye, 9 huge, mountain-like figures appeared on the stage, occupying 1/3 of the area. The large stadium even seemed small in comparison. There were dragons, demon pets, and pets of various element families. There was a large diversity of pets. Master Mo basically had pets of all the popular kinds. Those pets, be it the dragon or demon pet, had the properties of fire. Among the dragon kind, there were some with the fire properties and others with water properties. Generally speaking, demon pets were of a dark kind, but there were special ones that could have a mixture of fire properties as well. Master Mo's demon pet was a mutated one. Punk, summon your pets. Master Mo seemed to be tiny while standing in front of the 9 gigantic pets. But his overwhelming strength was evident, the wrinkles on his face were smoothed out and he seemed to be dozens of years younger. Okay. Suping darted a glance at the 9 pets. 5 of them had bloodlines at the peak of the 9th rank. There were 5 that seemed to have grown to their prime states as well. The other 4 were not at the peak, but at the upper position of the 9th rank. Counting Master Mo, Suping was faced with 6 creatures that were at the peak of the titled rank and 4 at the upper state of the 9th rank. If Master Mo were to synchronize their strengths, they would find a formidable opponent. Borrowing his pet's strength, Master Mo was unable to unleash the power on par to that of a Beast King. A newborn Beast King would even lose to this Master Mo. Come on out. 2 swirls appeared behind Suping's back. Flames burst out from one of the swirls and darkness oozed out from the other one. Roar. A dragon cry that shook the audience was suddenly heard from the swirl where the flames were surging out. The dragon shouted more violently than before. It must have felt its master's strong will to fight. Phew. A huge, hideous dark red dragon head slowly protruded from the inside. It was the Inferno Dragon. The large Inferno Dragon stepped out from the swirl. Its feet stomped the ground, shaking the entire stage. The Inferno Dragon was merely a dozen meters tall. The dragon was in front of Master Mo's 9 battle pets. Each of the 5 that were at the peak of the 9th rank was much bigger than the Inferno Dragon. The largest of Master Mo's battle pets was more than 100 meters tall. Even though the Inferno Dragon was a dwarf, no one was able to shift their eyes away from the impressive Inferno Dragon, whose momentum was even more imposing than Master Mo's battle pets. Stepping out from the other swirl was the Dark Dragon Hound that had inherited the Dragon King's bloodline. The Dark Dragon Hound made no sound as it came out. It stood behind Suping quietly, but the laziness in its eyes had gradually shifted to coldness. The two battle pets stood in front and behind Suping respectively. The audience became quiet. No one could understand why Suping had merely summoned two battle pets. God of Earth and God of Blood were stunned speechless as well. They looked over at Venerable the Blade with question marks written all over their faces. Were those the pets you claimed that were stronger than Suping himself? That Inferno Dragon. Well, granted, the Inferno Dragon was a rare and good kind. However, Suping's Inferno Dragon was evidently still a child. Judging by the size, the Inferno Dragon either had barely reached adulthood or was malnourished. Was Suping not afraid that a 7th-rank dragon would drag him down? More importantly, they could not comprehend why Suping's battle pets had not grown up fully when he had become so strong. Theoretically speaking, one should have invested a huge amount of effort and resources to train a dragon as amazing as the Inferno Dragon, and it should have reached its peak. The battle pets of titled Battle Pet Warriors, for the most part, were at the peak. Of course, titled Battle Pet Warriors also had battle pets that were still growing up, the new battle pets. But titled Battle Pet Warriors would not let those younger battle pets go out in a situation like that one. As for the other battle pet, to be honest, God of Earth and God of Blood failed to recognize it. Master Mo pulled a long face. He had actually admired Suping's arrogance and boldness greatly when he was sitting near the stage. However, it wouldn't be that pleasant while being the target of that arrogance. He was repelled by Suping. Are you planning on fighting me with those two infants? He asked, coldly. Of course not, Suping answered. Master Mo raised his eyebrows and put on a look that said smart move on his face. Still, what Suping said next clouded his face completely. One is more than enough to deal with you, Suping added. Conceited. So conceited. Master Mo felt he was about to explode from anger. He had never been on the receiving end of such contempt since he became a titled Battle Pet Warrior 100 years before. I shouldn't have called you a punk, but a dead man. Master Mo said coldly. Without further ado, he mentally passed his orders to his 9 pets. Feeling their master's anger, his 9 pets showed their teeth and made threatening gestures. Master Mo then cast many augmentation spells on his pets. The 9 of them lined up in a specific array. The 2 dragons at the peak of the 9th rank stood at the front and they charged towards Suping, threatening him with their roars. Inferno Dragon, show them what a dragon should be like. Suping eyed the 2 dragons with disdain. His order was relayed to the Inferno Dragon with his mind. The killing intent contained in the order made the Inferno Dragon's eyes turn red. Roar. That dragon's roar was one that no one had ever heard before. It seemed that such a roar had originated from the distant past, traveling across eras, and finally landing on the stage. That dragon's roar was not one that could be made by a 9th-rank dragon or a Beast King dragon, but a dragon of the star rank. That was a dragon's roar that could shake the universe. That was a dragon's roar that could turn the stadium upside down. The seal was shaking violently. The resonance generated by the super oral impact made the energy of the enchantment somewhat turbulent. The 2 dragons that were charging towards Suping felt how their shouts were buried by the Inferno Dragon's roar. The 2 dragons were over 30 meters tall, but their roar was not as powerful as the Inferno Dragon that was much smaller. Deterrence. Master Mo's 9 battle pets were all frozen to the spot by the incredible roar. Even the energy link between them came to a short pause and was cut off. Among the audience, the average battle pet warriors felt their ears bleed and were suffering symptoms akin to those caused from concussions. Flames rose from the ground. The Inferno Dragon bathed in the rich, dark, hellish flames. The magnificent Inferno Dragon threw itself forward, toward the 2 dragons that had been forced into stillness by its roar. Elementary agility skill, on. Boom. Due to the fast speed, a huge noise burst out in the air. The Inferno Dragon was like a burning meteorite that nothing could stop. In an instant, the Inferno Dragon had reached the 9th-rank dragon that was clearly the leader of Master Mo's 9 battle pets. The Inferno Dragon raised its huge paws, a virtual image of the paws appeared as they smashed down. The opponent dragon's mind became clear. That dazed state lasted for merely an instant. As it looked at the Inferno Dragon that was right under its nose, the dragon was no longer as daring as before. In a fit of fear, the dragon mobilized its energy, its dragon scales stood up, adding another dragon armor on top of its scales. Bang! The virtual image of the Inferno Dragon's paws landed on the dragon armor, which fell into pieces the second it emerged. The dragon scales, from which a cold glare was being reflected, were flying across space as well. The dragon's chest caved in and it fell to the ground. After stomping on the fallen dragon, the Inferno Dragon charged toward the next one. Regardless of its large size, the Inferno Dragon appeared to be quite agile and flexible. Stop it. Master Mo finally came back to his senses. There was no longer that trace of anger in his eyes. It was beyond reason that an Inferno Dragon that had just reached adulthood could be so threatening. His heart was still racing from hearing that earth-shaking roar. Horrifying. Energy synchronization. Secret skills. Master Mo rose to the occasion. He ordered the several secondary battle pets to pour their energy to the second dragon and also mobilize a part of their energy to the demon pet that was standing behind the second dragon. The demon pet was in charge of the offense while the dragons were in charge of defense. There was a clear distinction of responsibilities. Eliminate him. After noticing what Master Mo had been doing, Suping didn't hesitate. He relayed the Inferno Dragon the next commands, telling his pet to use some legendary skills. Whoosh! The Inferno Dragon generated more flames upon receiving the order. After generating something like a sea of fire, the Inferno Dragon dashed on. At the same time, its limbs suddenly grew a few folds. A beam of holy light was glowing on its paws as the Inferno Dragon smashed against the second dragon. That dragon had set up a barrier to shield itself and the other pets behind. Bang! The barrier broke. The Inferno Dragon raised its sharp claws and grabbed the dragon's shoulder, knocking the dragon over. Due to the impact, the stage trembled yet again. The Inferno Dragon didn't stop there. While stepping on the fire, the Inferno Dragon charged toward Master Mo who was standing inside a circle formed by his pets. Startled, Master Mo told his battle pets to move closer at once. The ground began to crack as stones grew out, ice was spread, and wind blew. Many vines reached out from the stone cracks, heading toward the Inferno Dragon. All the pets of the Element family were launching attacks at the Inferno Dragon. At the same time, the demon pet also resorted to action. The light around the Inferno Dragon was devoured by darkness. That space turned into a cube of darkness that no light was able to penetrate. But the many strikes were allowed to enter. Master Mo shared senses with his demon pet and used himself as the medium so that his other battle pets could accurately target the Inferno Dragon that was inside that cube of darkness. Many people turned pale from fright. It was a huge mess on the stage, with all sorts of rays of light. Not even a Beast King could have survived that kind of bombardment. Many people turned to the other side of the stage. To their surprise, the master of that threatening Inferno Dragon was standing there quietly without taking any precautions. It didn't seem like he was going to summon another battle pet. The other battle pet that was like a dragon, a wolf, and a dog at the same time, was crouching by his foot quietly, licking its paws, not showing any intention of entering the stage. What? Roar. While people were wondering, the dragon's roar that had astounded everyone came out from the cube of darkness. By the sound of it, the Inferno Dragon was still unharmed. Rather, it was even more furious than before. Phew. A stalwart and fierce dragon carrying purgatory flames all over its body suddenly rushed out from the cube of darkness. The fierce dragon eyes were fixed on Master Mo who was standing nearby. There wasn't a single scratch on the Inferno Dragon. Silence. The people who witnessed this were unable to utter a sound. How could the Inferno Dragon remain unharmed after being blasted by so many pets of the Element family? Impossible. That was unheard of. Master Mo, Venerable the Blade and his friends were just as dumbstruck as everyone else. Roar. As it roared, the Inferno Dragon landed heavily right in front of Master Mo. A shadow was cast over him. Dust was still floating in the air. Time had stopped at that moment. Master Mo felt he was under the gaze of a creature from hell. The Inferno Dragon that was standing before him was not a dragon, but a fiend. He could not believe how violent the pet was. He could not look into that pair of dragon eyes that spoke of nothing but cruelty. Suping said one word, kill. The Inferno Dragon raised its snout and cried to the skies. Flames rose even higher. The thick dragon claw that was surrounded by the golden light smashed down. Buzzing. Even the air was screaming, making a sound that felt like a huge machine squeaking. Master Mo was scared out of his wits. He vanished the moment the dragon's claw was going to land on him. Bang. The stage trembled. It trembled so violently that the whole stadium shook alongside the stage and the walls cracked. After the dust settled, Master Mo crawled up from a pile of stones in a corner next to the seal. A second before, he had told his pet of the stone family to take him away. Master Mo could no longer hide his fear as he stared at the cracked and broken stage. Intimidating. Dreadful. At that moment, he had clearly sensed that death was knocking at his door. Death was so close. The Inferno Dragon was slowly raising its head. As he came back to his senses, Master Mo shouted without hesitation, I surrender. Crazy. He was not willing to go down with that crazy man. He would die, for real. He wanted to live. He had not reached the legendary rank yet. Once he did, he would be able to live for another few hundred years. The Inferno Dragon came to a stop. Everyone else was staring with mouths agape. The battle ended fast. Everything had happened within a minute or two. Master Mo, the Flame of Ruin, had actually acknowledged defeat. He had summoned 9 battle pets and yet suffered such a complete defeat when his opponent had summoned but 1 battle pet. That was beyond logic. What was even more mind-boggling was how the Inferno Dragon had remained unharmed after so many strikes. Not even a Beast King could have done that. Since Master Mo was smart enough to give up, Suping told the Inferno Dragon to return. Energy? Elemental skills? The moment he saw that he had been certain that Master Mo's efforts would be futile. Where was the Inferno Dragon trained? In all kinds of extreme environments. It had been burnt by fire, frozen by ice, and struck by lightning. The Inferno Dragon enjoyed itself in the harsh environments that the usual 9th-rank beasts could barely survive. It was immune to basically all sorts of elemental attacks, of course, unless the strike was of unbelievable strength. Otherwise, the other elemental attacks would not harm it. Above the stage, in the air, Senior Yan gulped as he stared at the huge mess below. His face turned red, pale and blue. He had become afraid of the man standing on the stage. He could not believe that he had thought about banishing this man moments before. This man turned out to be demonic. Master Mo was a powerful titled battle pet warrior already, and even then he had to yield. 1 battle pet against 9. That Inferno Dragon is a freak. He had never seen a battle pet with so much energy with such a small body. Next to the stage, God of Earth and God of Blood could not believe what they had just heard from Master Mo. They looked at each other and found the same astonishment in each other's eyes. Powerful. That dragon was a mighty one. At first, when they saw how strong the dragon was, they had thought that Suping had summoned it as a joke. But it turned out that the dragon was close to a Beast King in power. No, not close to. It was a Beast King. That was a sure thing. They remembered what Venerable the Blade had told them. Fortunately, they didn't hurry to the stage to fight against Suping. Otherwise, they would have been the ones on the losing end. They believed that they were a tad stronger than Master Mo, but the thing was, Suping was creepy. He won with 1 battle pet. That battle pet had to be Suping's major pet. Even so, no one could say for sure if Suping had other battle pets with similar strength or sitting next to them was the equally astounded Venerable the Blade. He knew about Suping's Inferno Dragon but he had never met the dragon before. He only knew that Suping's skeleton was unusual. It turned out that the Inferno Dragon that had been exhibited on the street was no less threatening. None of Suping's battle pets was normal. I have quite the competition. Good for me. Indeed, with this man here, fighting for the championship is practically trying to rob food from a tiger, Venerable the Blade thought. Ken Shuhai had lost the ability to talk and even forgot that he had to find friends to go back and help defend the Longjian base city. The Tang family. That monster. Tang Mingking's face was clouded. The Tang family would never forget how Suping had blackmailed them. In public, they would speak to Suping kindly as if they had put that incident behind them. But they had been humiliated. It was something that they could simply forget. They simply hid their hatred on account of the legendary battle pet warrior in Suping's store. After all, no matter how bold they were, they would never go against a legendary battle pet warrior. The best outcome for them would be to have 2 losing parties, but that was not a good thing for them, either. Many were coveting the Tang family's holdings. The other Tang family elders were still fearful. They had not been able to picture what the young man was like before they saw with their own eyes. Facts revealed to them that the young man was even more intimidating than what Tang Mingking had told them. Tang Ruayu's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She had been placing her hands over her legs since she arrived, but then, she kept on gripping her pants. On the stage, Suping patted the Inferno Dragon that had just walked to his side. He shouted the same old question, "Anyone else?" His voice lingered. Anyone else? All eyes were on the titled battle pet warriors. A battle pet warrior at the peak of the titled rank had lost, rather embarrassingly. Anyone else? The several battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank looked quite awful at the moment. They had managed to stay calm until then. But Master Mo's defeat had put them all in a frustrating mood. Some of them were weaker than Master Mo and some of them stronger. However, even for the second group, that little extra strength would not do them any good when facing a monster like Suping. Suping used 1 battle pet to defeat Master Mo. The best the stronger ones could do was to force Suping to use his full force, but they would still end up losing. No sound was heard in the stadium. No one answered the call. Several minutes had passed since Suping's voice died down and yet, no one said a word. The battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank felt ashamed when they noticed the glances being cast on them. Don't look at me. Why don't you try? Some battle pet warriors at the peak of the titled rank felt too embarrassed to even sit still. Some found a way to maintain a smile, as if telling the onlookers, don't look at me. I have nothing to do with the competition. I'm just here for the fun of it. Senior Yan didn't know what to say. If no one came up, Then Suping would become the champion. That had never happened at any Supreme League before. To have a champion determined on the first day of the official competition. Not to mention that the man had used such an uncommon way to defend the ring. Senior Yan suddenly remembered something. He stole a glance at a certain private room in the stadium. If Suping were to leave as the champion, then their plan would have failed. That big shot's plan would be all for nothing. If no one answers, then... Suping looked at the titled Battle Pet Warriors. Most of them would avoid eye contact. Without further ado, Suping decided to ask for the prizes. So that he could leave at once. Wait. Right then, he heard an old man's voice. He said that word calmly, but everyone in the stadium could hear it. It was proof that the man had complete mastery of his astral powers. Surprised, all the people turned to look at that old man. The old man was the previous family head of the Qin family that had returned to the public eye not long ago. That old family head had established a name for himself a long time before. The current family head of the Qin family was his great-great-grandson. He was the ancestor of the Qin family. He wanted to challenge Suping? Why? One would get stronger after years of cultivation, but if he had not achieved any breakthroughs, he would still be stuck at the peak of the titled rank. I was hoping that I could give time for others to demonstrate their abilities, but now I see that I have to come up and solve the problem, the old man said with a kind smile. He sounded so casual, as if the previous match between Suping and Master Mo was all in the audience's imagination. How confident the old man was. It was not possible that his head would have become muddled because of old age. The only explanation was that after living longer than people could imagine, the old man had mastered things no one could ever think of. For a moment, many titled Battle Pet Warriors felt hopeful. The old man sounded a bit pretentious, saying something like I would solve the problem. But the fact was, he was merely unwilling to see that young man taking away the prizes. Of course, if he were able to indeed defeat Suping, that would be an effort to salvage some faces for the titled Battle Pet Warriors present. The titled Battle Pet Warriors would not look good if people heard that one man challenged them all and no one dared to answer to that challenge. Senior Yan's eyes glowed. He told the staff members to open the seal at once. Inside the seal, Master Mo was frowning. He had acknowledged defeat, and then that man showed up so casually. It was true that the old man's target was Suping, but Master Mo felt he had been belittled. Chapter 490 Legend Taking the Bait Humphrey. Master Mo groaned. He called back all of his battle pets. Before he left, he said one more thing to Suping, you won, fair and square. I heard that you're from the Longjiang base city. When time permits, I'll go and pay you a visit. Anytime, said Suping. Master Mo flew off the stage immediately. On his way down, he cast a glance at the old man who was about to go onto the stage. He could not help but sneer at the seemingly calm old man. Whoosh! While escorted by several King family titled Battle Pet Warriors, the old man flew to the stage and softly landed on the ground. There was an aloof and detached feeling about him. Senior Yan gazed at the old man. He had lived for a long time, even Senior Yan was a bit afraid of him. Close the seal. Senior Yan commanded. The seal covered up the stage again. The rubble and debris was left where it was, and the mess on the stage was not fixed. Everything remained as it was. For titled Battle Pet Warriors, what the stage was like did not matter. An uneven ground would not affect their battle. Suping and the old man of the Ken family sized up each other. Both appeared to be composed. But not the onlookers. They held their breaths and felt the tension in the air. It was sharp enough to cut their skins. The old man from the Ken family suddenly spoke. His voice was gentle. My friend, if you cannot take it, you're welcome to give up later. Right back at you, Suping said seriously. The old man from the Ken family smiled. All of a sudden, he squinted his eyes and 3 swirls appeared behind his back. The 3 swirls were enormous, especially the one in the middle that had a golden color. With overpowering momentum, that swirl was like the sun hanging in the air. Amid everyone's gazes, and accompanied by a roar, a huge golden dragon head snuck out slowly from the swirl, followed by the golden dragon wings and body that seemed to be cast of gold. That was a golden dragon. The most powerful, the best, the rarest dragon. The stadium was in perfect silence. Master Mo, who had just gotten down from the stage and was unhappy about the actions of the old man from the Ken family, was at a loss for words. A golden dragon. That was the most powerful battle pet that anyone could find at the peak of the 9th rank. It was said that a golden dragon at its peak state was able to compete against a beast king. The average beast kings could not even summon the courage to offend a golden dragon. That was a battle pet that could intimidate beast kings when it was at the 9th rank. It was a dragon so rare that one could hardly be seen in 100 years. But this old man from the Ken family had one. One that was at the peak of its state. In the air. As the body of the golden dragon slowly stretched out from the swirl, there was no roar, no sound, But a terrible feeling made the audience fall silent. Boom. The golden dragon's feet slowly landed, and the entire stage shook slightly. Everyone at the stadium felt their hearts throbbing. Next to the stage, the titled battle pet warriors were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, a kind of dragon which only existed in the illustrated book, and was actually almost extinct, was actually seen there. What was the point of the match now? Venerable the Blade and his friends came back from their shock and produced forced smiles. The one who lived long enough could hide many treasures. How incredible the old man was, to be able to get a golden dragon. He was peerless among all titled battle pet warriors. Entering the golden dragon in the match was to bully the opponent. From the other two swirls crawled out two demon pets, of which Suping had seen one before, the Bloody Servant. But that Bloody Servant was at its peak state. The peak of the 9th rank. That Bloody Servant was taller than Genshoshin's Bloody Servant. The fiendish energy coming off from the Bloody Servant was suffocating. With twisted and hideous limbs that had been fully matured, just standing there, the Bloody Servant would make people feel uncomfortable, as if they were going to be torn apart. No one dared to look at the Bloody Servant directly. The other demon pet was of humanoid shape as well, or more exactly, like an angel. The demon pet had 8 pairs of black wings. There were black chains that entangled and crossed over in front of its chest. There was something sinister about the demon pet whose eyes were completely black and could swallow the light. People could even hear a pin drop. Horrific. The 3 pets were rare and powerful. Even having one of them would make one a peerless titled battle pet warrior, not to mention 3. It was hardly conceivable. That was the power of the old man. It's not too late to give up now. He eyed Suping, surrounded by the 3 pets. He talked as if it were no big deal, but his energy could frighten all of them. Suping was indeed surprised. He had to admit, he didn't expect to see so many rare pets all at once. Giving up? Suping had stowed his curiosity away. If I were not in a hurry, I might have been in a mood to appreciate your pets slowly. But now, go down. With that said, the dark dragon hound that had been sitting behind Suping stood up. The laziness in its eyes had shifted completely into coldness. The dark dragon hound gently strutted over to where Suping was, standing side to side with the Inferno Dragon and glaring at the 3 battle pets coldly. Huh? The old man from the Ken family had already noticed the pet that looked like a dragon hound. But that was a kind that he had never seen before. He could tell that the pet was a mutation. Still, he never took it seriously. The golden dragon would always be number 1, the most powerful of all. Kill them. The old man of the Ken family commanded his battle pets. Behind him, the golden dragon slowly raised its head. Landing inside the pair of pure golden eyes, which was an indication of the purity of the dragon's bloodline, were the 2 battle pets. The golden dragon could sense that there were dragon traits in the 2 battle pets as well. Such being the case, the 2 battle pets were ones that it could overpower. Roar. The sudden bellow echoed in the stadium. That coarse bellow was full of rage. Many people had to cover up their ears. Yet, surprisingly, the golden dragon's roar did not seem to be all that scary. While the onlookers were still wondering, there came another, much more ferocious roar. Roar. That roar toppled the golden dragon's bellow. Roar. Following that was another equally disturbing roar. The seal had begun to shake. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound were preparing themselves. After numerous times training, as soon as they got into a battle state from the idle state, the strong, desperate urge to survive would occupy their minds, making them cruel, heartless, and thirsty for blood. However, in the meantime, they would not lose their minds completely. They would be in a state of pure fierceness and absolute calm. In their eyes, a wild streak was flickering, but composure was taking control. Finish them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many different types of shields emerged out of the void, cast over the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound. That was the doing of the Dark Dragon Hound. Within the blink of an eye, shields that were formed of wind, fire, lightning, rock, and water and so on had appeared to protect the 2 shields of all types. In the meantime, with a muffled noise, a virtual image of a magnificent dragon appeared behind the Dark Dragon Hound. The virtual image was so large that it almost filled up the space on the stage. That virtual image was that of the old Dragon King, which gave the Dark Dragon Hound its legacy. Of course, the old Dragon King's consciousness was not within the virtual image, it was only there because it was a skill of the Heaven Expansion Dragons. Dragon Shield. The head of the virtual dragon turned into a shield that stood in front of the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon. Those many layers of shields blew the onlookers' minds. What pet is that? Shields of all types? Even the old man from the Ken family was overwhelmed by disbelief. Before the Dark Dragon Hound started to do anything, he didn't think that the hound was any kind of special battle pet. And yet, at this moment, he had a feeling that the hound was not a common one. There was something strange about that battle pet. Not delaying for an instant, The old man commanded his battle pets. 5 more swirls appeared behind him, and from them crawled out 5 pets at the peak of the 9th rank, all of the element families. While each of his battle pets was not able to use skills of all types and families, he had enough variety of pets to make up for it. His battle pets covered the wind, fire, lightning, stone, and water families. All 5 battle pets that had just come out built up their shields. Energy synchronization was in the operation as well. The old man poured his astral powers into the golden dragon and the bloody servant. Roar! The golden dragon growled. It had been frightened by the inferno dragon, which was surprising. That fear made the golden dragon feel that it had been disgraced. Roaring, the golden dragon unleashed one of the inherent skills, golden flames. Swish! The golden dragon flame built up a pillar of fire, and the loose rocks on the stage were instantly charred. The temperature in the air instantly reached the boiling point. Ordinary people would instantly be burned if they stayed within the seal. Even with the resistance of the seal, everyone outside the stage was able to feel the air heat up rapidly, as it was bathed in a sea of fire. Bang! The golden flames reached the dragon shield but were unable to burn it. The golden flames should have been able to burn everything and anything, still, it was unable to char the dragon shield. The tides of the flames were shattered. The falling cinders burned many holes on the ground. Ineffective? Impossible. In the meantime, the bloody servant had dashed out like a ghost. Its limbs, which were like sharp blades, began to spin rapidly. Several of its limbs became one huge machete, hacking at the dragon's shield with tremendous force. No one would question how aggressive a bloody servant could be. But what happened next was jaw-dropping. The bloody servant's machete limb bounced off of the dragon's shield, and due to the recoil, the pet was smashed away. Before it was about to crash on the ground, the bloody servant adjusted its position in the air and landed steadily. Silence. What a swift turn of events. A strange shield that no one had ever seen before was so sturdy that it could fend off the strikes from the golden dragon and the bloody servant at the same time. Roar. The golden dragon was flaring up. Once again, the golden dragon breathed out fire. At the same time, it also spewed a ray of golden light. That ray turned into many virtual dragons that were traveling fast, catching up with the flames, and then smashed into the shield. With a bang, the virtual images were bounced back and even the golden dragon was forced back a few steps. In the meantime, the bloody servant was preparing for another strike. Shadow whirlwind, bloody slaughter, soul hunting. A series of the bloody servant's scary skills were displayed. However, be it physical attacks or energy strikes, nothing could destroy the shield that was the huge virtual dragon's head. The soul hunting was a skill that could allow the bloody servant to invade its prey's spiritual realm within an instant, and use that spiritual realm as the medium for a killing move. However, even that had failed. Blocked by the shield, the bloody servant was unable to invade the spiritual realm of the Inferno Dragon. Things had become a little bit odd on the stage. On one hand, Suping and his 2 battle pets remained standing. On the other hand, the supposedly overpowering Golden Dragon, the bloody servant, and the 8-winged demon guard were attacking like crazy, but were unable to crack that virtual shield in the slightest, no matter how many top-level skills they were trying. That was a perfect shield. What is that anyway? Many titled battle pet warriors exclaimed out of astonishment. They had thought that the Ken family old man could easily force all the cards out of Suping with the Golden Dragon and the bloody servant and win with ease. But look at how ridiculous the scene is right now. The Ken family ancestor looked awful. There was a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes. No one knew about his Golden Dragon and bloody servant better than he did. The 2 battle pets could even inflict harm on Beast Kings. However, neither could crack that shield. More importantly, he had used energy synchronization and had secretly cast augmentation skills on the 2 again. Both battle pets were beyond their prime states at the moment. But, nothing worked. That skill. It has to be at the Beast King level, a very advanced one at that. The old man was hesitating, struggling. The Golden Dragon, the bloody servant, and the demon guard were still attacking wildly. But no matter how they roared, smashed and wielded, the shield just wouldn't crack. What was there to fight about when they could not even break the shield? Give up? That thought weighed the old man's mind down. Suping stared at the 3 pets that were attacking the dragon shield with a frown and darted a glance at the hound. Stop loafing about. Finish it soon. Defense was not what he wanted. He desired to finish the battle as soon as possible. The dog trembled after receiving Suping's order. It turned around and looked at Suping. The coldness in his eyes told the dog that he meant what he said. The dark dragon hound no longer dared to sleep on the job. It showed its teeth and slowly turned around to face its enemies. Shadow slaughter, legendary skill. Roar. The dog bellowed. A mass of rich dark aura oozed out from the dark dragon hound. Half of the dark dragon hound's bloodline was that of a demon. The demonic aura was profound. Under the cover of the demonic aura, The dark dragon hound turned into a puff of black mist that seeped out from the dragon shield, charging toward the 8-winged demon guard, the closest enemy. Noticing the incoming strike, the demon guard flapped its wings. The dark sword that it was holding burst into flames. The demon guard wielded its sword to face the black mist that was the dark dragon hound. The next second, bolts of lightning flashed amid the black mist. The black mist was suddenly dispersed, it sped up in an odd way and surrounded the demon guard. The old man of the Ken family hurriedly told the bloody servant and the golden dragon to help out. Roar! The golden dragon flames dispersed the black mist. As that happened, people were able to see that the dark dragon hound had thrown itself onto the demon guard, and was biting the latter's neck. The dark dragon hound completely ignored the golden flames. Bang, bang, bang. The many advanced shields over the dark dragon hound cracked, but the second they cracked, new ones were added. The dragon flames had died down when the 5th shield broke. On the other hand, the dark dragon hound had rebuilt all of its previous shields. Building up shields was as easy as drinking water for the dark dragon hound. That was beyond any logical explanation. How could the hound construct so many advanced shields while not needing the slightest effort? The old man from the Ken family turned pale. PFF. With a pull, the dark dragon hound yanked the demon guard's head off. Bellowing, the dark dragon hound then charged toward the golden dragon. Legendary skill, dragon shape. Strong energy surged out of the dark dragon hound that changed its body. The dark dragon hound's 4 limbs grew, its body lengthened, turning into a dragon in a flash. That was the Heaven Expansion Dragon. Roar! The dark dragon hound yelled all of a sudden. It pounced at the golden dragon. Swiftly, the dark dragon hound wrapped itself around the golden dragon and tore many scales off the latter. The golden dragon was being suppressed. Roar! The dark dragon hound would not stop roaring as it held the golden dragon down and tried to bite its wings off. The golden dragon's scales stood up as an effort to force the dark dragon hound to retreat. But the terrifying thing was, being a dragon, a creature famous for its strength, and a king of dragons thanks to the inheritance, the golden dragon was not a match for the dark dragon hound. Stop it! The old man of the Ken family screamed. He had lost his gentle demeanor. His face was contorted. But the dark dragon hound ignored him. Su Ping ignored the scream as well. He would not stop unless the old man shouted his defeat. However, when the dark dragon hound was about to rip the golden dragon's wings off, a glaring ray of golden light shone around the golden dragon. That was a ray of light no one had seen before. Then, with tremendous strength, the light threw the unprepared dark dragon hound off from the golden dragon. In the air, the dark dragon hound adjusted its position and landed unharmed. But that twist had angered it. Su Ping was taken aback. He was getting a Beast King sense from the golden dragon. Just then, the strength that the golden dragon had demonstrated was not to the 9th rank, but should be that of a Beast King. Punk, you should be proud of yourself even if you lose, now that you forced me to this point, the old man said. Su Ping looked at him. The former head of the King family who seemed so refined had just turned hostile. His face was so cold that it seemed to be covered with frost. He was staring straight at Su Ping as if he had a deep-rooted hatred. The most intimidating thing was that there was another swirl opening up behind him. That swirl was larger than the one the golden dragon came out from. Roar! A noise broke free from the swirl. Immediately afterward, a sturdy claw covered with scales crawled out from the inside, followed by a massive body. That was a fat creature which resembled a giant frog, but unlike a frog, its limbs were all sharp claws. The creature was like a mountain of flesh and the skin has sharp protrusions. Though it didn't have scales, the creature's skin was as hard as iron. A sense of energy that didn't seem to belong in this world was felt by everyone. Even the majestic-looking golden dragon seemed weak and vulnerable compared with that creature. Down the stage, several titled battle pet warriors appeared to be scared. Beast King! Someone shouted. Venerable the Blade and his friends stared in disbelief. Beast King! Indeed, that was a Beast King. They recognized that it was a demon stone toad. It was a terrifying Beast King of the stone family. Given its Beast King rank, the demon stone toad did not only have properties of one specific family. Part of the demon stone toad's bloodline was that of a demon, and it could use almost incurable venoms that could easily kill beasts of the 9th rank, including dragons that were highly resistant to poisons. The old man from the Ken family had a Beast King. Kill them! He bellowed. All the grace and gentleness had left him. He had been consumed by hatred and killing intent. He hated that Su Ping had forced him to a corner. Su Ping was not all that surprised to see that Beast King. Theoretically speaking, a titled battle pet warrior could sign a contract with a Beast King. It was just that for the most part, titled battle pet warriors were unable to catch a Beast King by themselves. But it would be another story if they had some help. Beast King. Su Ping thought calmly. Nothing special. He gave his order. The dark dragon hound growled. The sense of the Beast King had reminded the Dark Dragon Hound of some pretty bad memories, memories of pain it had experienced in the cultivation sites. Kill it. The Dark Dragon Hound's eyes reddened. It was aware that every time a Beast King appeared, it was time for a desperate fight. 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 The Dark Dragon Hound let out a dragon roar. This battle pet had many defensive skills but few offensive skills. The Dark Dragon Hound's combat strength was 14.2, stronger than some Beast Kings, but it wasn't aggressive by nature. However, after receiving the old Dragon King's legacy, the Dark Dragon Hound had mastered one of the aggressive skills imbued in the bloodline. The skill was one of the core inherent skills of the Heaven Expansion Dragon. Dragon Soul Elegy. The desperation inspired the Dark Dragon Hound to unleash all of its might. To survive. To live. Behind the Dark Dragon Hound, the virtual image of the Heaven Expansion Dragon was roaring simultaneously. The dragon energy inside the Dark Dragon Hound was waking up. Dragon flames were burning around the Dark Dragon Hound, turning it into a real Heaven Expansion Dragon. Phew. The Dark Dragon Hound ran toward the Demon Stone Toad. The Demon Stone Toad squatted on the ground, with cruelty glaring in its huge eyes. The toad's skin had turned into rock. At the same time, the toad opened its mouth that seemed to be bottomless. Inside the mouth dark energy had gathered. A dark wave suddenly emerged from the mouth. The Demon Stone Toad could feed on some smaller dragons. That Demon Stone Toad had eaten many dragons already. To feed it well, the old man of the Ken family had once bought many creatures that were subspecies of dragons for the Demon Stone Toad to feast on. The Demon Stone Toad had never cared about dragons or their might. Bang! The dark light wave was shot out instantly, shattering everything, and annihilating everything. The stones of the stage disappeared instantly. They weren't even broken, the stones were directly turned into dust after the vicious attack. The dark light wave landed on the Dark Dragon Hound, generating a loud noise. But the Dark Dragon Hound kept on roaring. It was still unharmed. Instead, the dragon energy was shining even brighter. Cruelty glowed in its red eyes. The Dark Dragon Hound bellowed as it charged against the dark light wave. Roar. That dark light wave was pushed away, dispersed. A golden virtual dragon whooshed out from the Dark Dragon Hound. The virtual dragon smashed into the Demon Stone Toad, piercing through its fat stomach. With a bang, the Demon Stone Toad smashed into the seal with its chest caved in. The Dark Dragon Hound roared non-stop. It rushed to where the fallen Demon Stone Toad was, stomped on it, poked its eyes with sharp claws. Blood oozed out from the Demon Stone Toad. The Dark Dragon Hound's roar echoed in the stadium. No other sound was audible in the stadium. Apart from the Dark Dragon Hound's roar. The Dark Dragon Hound was standing on top of a Beast King and was shouting into the sky. People were stunned speechless. That's a Beast King we're talking about. No one had ever imagined that a Beast King would lose, not to mention within one move. The old man from the Ken family was standing in a daze. Why would my Beast King lose? While he had yet to recover from his daze, the Dark Dragon Hound had opened its bloody mouth and bit at the Demon Stone Toad. The Dark Dragon Hound was also wrapping itself around Flesh Mountain that was the Demon Stone Toad and was tightening its grip. Kill the enemy. Never let go before the enemy is dead. Stop it. The old man of the Ken family was on the verge of crying. The Demon Stone Toad was his favorite pet. He had been Whirl the pet. I am going to kill you. He glared at Suking. Something around the old man of the Ken family seemed to be breaking. He was demonstrating energy like never before. Whoosh. He dashed over. With a bang, he had reached the Demon Stone Toad and punched at the head of the Dark Dragon Hound, which was caught off guard. Bang, 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 bang. With one punch, all the shields over the Dark Dragon Hound cracked. The Dark Dragon Hound fell to the ground. Down the stage, many stood up in alarm, opening their eyes wide. That man was a legendary battle pet warrior? Some titled battle pet warriors took one more second to process that information. Were they wrong? No, that teleporting and that punch. And the state of the man. Everything was proof that he was definitely at the legendary rank. Above the stage, Senior Yan was dumbstruck. He remembered something. That idea made him look at the private room. Someone was walking around in that private room, but he could not see clearly. Senior Yan understood that this old man from the Ken family, who looked nothing like before, was the man that the big shot wanted to lure out. A legendary battle pet warrior took the bait. A hidden legendary battle pet warrior. On the stage. The old man of the Ken family was a different man at the moment. He was no longer hunchbacked, he looked rather young, though his hair was still white. He wore his hair down his shoulders. Glaring at Suping coldly, he said, I do not mind exposing myself now that my life is approaching the end. I understand that there's some hidden agenda for this year's competition, but it no longer matters. I don't care about the prizes. All I want now is to kill you. Suping squinted his eyes. What makes you think you can do that? Chapter 491 Renouncing the World Splendidly. Suping was not surprised after witnessing how the old man of the Ken family began to reveal his legendary rank strength. It had cleared up his confusion. Suping was thinking that something was off when the golden dragon suddenly burst out that energy blast. Titled Battle Pet warriors could share energy with their pets, but that could still not explain the sudden enhancement of the golden dragon. Finally, the answer was right in front of him. The old man was hiding the fact that he was at the legendary rank, and that he had been sharing his astral powers with the golden dragon. That was why the golden dragon had been able to demonstrate unusual powers. Legendary rank. So what? Suping was not scared. Rather, he was quite eager to teach the old man a lesson. Not caring about the prizes? Wanting nothing but to kill him? If so, Suping decided that he would also have to kill the old man regardless of the rules. A battle that started with hatred shall end with death. What makes you think you can do it? The old man of the Ken family turned livid with rage when Suping said those words. Senior Yan, who was about to step in and stop the fight, was taken aback. Why is this guy not giving up after finding out that he was fighting against a legendary battle pet warrior? The onlookers stared in disbelief. They came to understand why Suping was so arrogant before. Compared with the other titled battle pet warriors, he had every right to act that way. But this is a legendary battle pet warrior. The difference between the legendary rank and the titled rank was even larger than that between beasts of the 9th rank and beast kings. The legendary battle pet warrior's astral powers were 10 times richer than those of a titled battle pet warrior. With one though, a legendary battle pet warrior would be able to lock down the void and kill a titled battle pet warrior directly. That was a fact. Lunatic. Master Mo could not help but comment. It never occurred to God of Earth and God of Blood that Suping would be so stubborn as to not give up when facing a legendary battle pet warrior. Even those two were only qualified to run errands for the legendary battle pet warriors. You won't leave here breathing. The old man of the Ken family glared at Suping sharply. Humiliating a legendary battle pet warrior was reason enough to cut Suping into pieces. Boom. His whole momentum suddenly soared. Since he had shown his legendary rank strength, he wasn't planning to hide it anymore. The astral powers accumulated in his body for many years were now released to their fullest, sweeping across the stadium like tides in the ocean. Even those who were sitting close to the seal were able to feel as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their shoulders. A legendary battle pet warrior. The sovereign descended to the world. The Ken ancestor's white hair danced in the wind and his face was as smooth as jade. He put one hand behind his back and pinched at Suping across space. Go to hell. He uttered the words in a gloomy tone. The astral powers were converging in the void. The old man was robbing and controlling all the astral powers in the air, creating surges that pressed against each other, making a muffled noise. Being such the case, a titled battle pet warrior would no longer be able to draw astral powers from the exterior and would no longer be able to fly across space. However, Suping was just eyeing the old man with disdain. Boom. The astral powers were making a crackling sound as the old man pressed them together. Suping's hair was stirred up, but he wasn't affected at all. The onlookers had been stunned after seeing that the virtual dragon had fended off the old man's strike. The virtual dragon had been able to stop the golden dragon and the bloody servant. But it was outrageous to find that it could even stop the old man who was at the legendary rank. What kind of skill is that? The ancestor was startled to see that his effort was futile. It was completely against his expectation. The virtual image was too sturdy. Energy synchronization. All of his battle pets, including the demon stone toad, were sharing their energy with the old man of the Ken family. The energy from all those battle pets of the 9th rank and his beast king were gathering inside him. His strength was increasing. He was approaching the breakthrough he desired. Break. He said. Crack. A crack appeared on the virtual dragon shield. Realizing it was working, the old man of the Ken family exerted even more strength. He was grimacing due to the effort. Bang. The virtual dragon shield exploded. The moment that the almost unbreakable shield was destroyed, the old man teleported from the spot without any hesitation. Whoosh. The old man reached Suping and stared down at the latter like a god of war. Continue your resentment in hell. The old man said coldly. He punched at Suping. The disdain in Suping's eyes became more obvious. The moment the old man's fist was about to land on his face roar. Suddenly, a figure jumped at the old man from the side, yelling furiously. The old man dodged and stood up in the air, only to see that the dragon hound he had punched to the ground was standing in front of Suping. That was fast. This pet. The old man was greatly shaken. The pet was so fast that even he had been caught off guard. Too fast. The pet had not displayed its full strength when it was fighting the demon stone toad. Horrific. The old man was thrilled. The pet was not a beast king and yet it could defeat the demon stone toad. There must be some secret about the pet. Now that I won't have the luck to get the prizes, make it up for me with this battle pet of yours. The old man was seized with his urge to kill Suking. He teleported to a spot behind Suking. Without wasting any second talking, he punched at Suking's head. Bang! A shield appeared and resisted the punch. Again, the virtual dragon. Don't worry about me. Just attack. Suking said to his dog. He had the artifact that the old Dragon King had given him. That legendary battle pet warrior was not at the void state. He would never be able to kill Suking. The old man was livid with rage after seeing his strike being rendered ineffective again. That defensive mechanism turned out to be more troublesome than he had expected. Damn you. The old man teleported back to where the demon stone toad was. He had used his legendary power and was still unable to subdue Suking. He didn't look good at the moment. The onlookers could barely keep their mouths shut. Suking was not losing in a fight against a legendary battle pet warrior. This battle was quite an eye-opener. There was nothing about the pet that indicated it was a beast king, and yet it was even more terrifying than a real beast king. The old man took a deep breath and clenched his fist. He never thought that he would have to exert his full strength just to battle a titled warrior. What a shame. The rage and hatred in his mind did not blur his judgment, though. He decided his next move at once. Merge. Merging with their battle pets was a unique skill exclusive to legendary battle pet warriors. The person would become one with the battle pet. It wasn't a simple addition. The person could grow several times more powerful. That was where the legendary battle pet warriors truly excelled in. That was the actual difference between the legendary and the titled ranks. Moo. The injured demon stone toad suddenly let out a noise like a cow mooing. Following that, it turned into a pool of liquid. It covered up the old man with a dark glow. Suking raised his eyebrows as he watched the merging. He had thought that the old man was going to summon another battle pet. But judging by the looks of it, the demon stone toad was his only beast king. That was it. Suking looked at the dark dragon hound. He made up his mind after a moment of hesitation. In no case shall he belittle his enemy. He was ready to undo the dog's seal. Undoing one of the seals. When the old Dragon King finished passing on its legacy, it cast 9 seals on the dog in case the dog would develop too quickly that Suking would no longer be able to control it. With the first seal undone, the dog could climb to the 8th rank. Removing the second seal could send the dog to the 9th rank. It would become a beast king after the 3rd seal was undone. Given the fact that Suking was unable to sign a pet contract with a beast king yet, the 3rd seal could not be removed yet. He could only remove the first 2 at best. But Suking decided to undo just 1 because he felt that it should be enough. After all, with 2 seals removed, the dog would get to the 9th rank, and training it would turn out to be quite hard. He would only consider removing the second one if the first one didn't do the trick later. Break. A golden glow flickered in his eyes. An ancient and intricate golden image flashed on his forehead. As it passed down through the contract, his power broke the first of the 9 seals that were inside the dark dragon hound. Phew. A strand of immense power was spread out from the dark dragon hound. Something that had been locked up was being unleashed. The dark dragon hound trembled and raised its cry into the air. Freedom. It had never felt so free before. Endless energy was surging and flowing inside its body. It was climbing up the ranks. Soon, it reached the 8th rank. The peak of the 8th rank. As the seal was removed, apart from the increase in strength, more memory fragments were added to the dark dragon hound's mind, including other inherent skills of the heavenly expansion dragons. The onlookers couldn't understand why the dark dragon hound was becoming even more intimidating than before. No one could have foreseen that the pet was hiding its strength even deeper than the old man from the Ken family. In the meantime, the dark mist that had enveloped the old man was gradually dispersed, revealing a man that was almost 3 meters tall. But the old man looked nothing like before. He was not only taller, but stronger. There were dark dots on his face and neck. His smooth, white hair had turned into a dark hook that stood behind his head. There were some bumps under his chin, which was a feature of the demon stone toad. The two were merged and their strength had been combined. A hellish feeling was radiating from the old man. His eyes had turned purple and that look in his eyes spoke of nothing but ferocity. Kill. The old man paid no heed to the dark dragon hound's surge in power. With a whoosh, the old man appeared right behind Suking. He punched at Suking once again. Bang. The virtual dragon broke. The fist went past the remains of the virtual dragon, and was about to land on Suking's face. But right then, the old man heard an angry roar. The dark dragon hound, which had taken the shape of a dragon, appeared all of a sudden. The dark dragon hound built up a shield in front of Suking. At the same time, it menacingly opened its dragon mouth at the old man. The old man turned his purple eyes. He stared at the dark dragon hound, void of emotion. Next, with a dash, The old man turned over his hand while standing below the fierce maw. There was a sword in his palm. He wielded the sharp blade. With a puff, blood spilled out from the dark dragon hound's face. The dragon scales broke and the many shields were unable to protect it from the injury. While the dark dragon hound was good at various sorts of defensive skills, they were all merely of the 9th rank. But they would be practically useless when the enemy was a legendary battle pet warrior. Su Ping frowned. Was removing one seal not enough? He was ready to remove another one. Right then, the dark dragon hound began to shake its head and pant. Its body was swelling up and its eyes reddened. The cut on its face was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were some bolts of lightning flashing around the dark dragon hound. People sensed that even the air was freezing. A magnificent vigor burst free from the hound and a gust of wind was blowing away the dirt and rubble. Senior Yan felt extreme trepidation. The dark dragon hound looked up and glued its eyes on the old man of the Ken family who was frowning at the moment. Inherent skill Dragon Thunder. Roar. The dark dragon hound opened its mouth. The air began to explode in front of the hound. A twisted whirlpool appeared. In the meantime, that terrifying sound wave mixed with countless bolts of lightning instantly swept across the area. People seemed to be able to see many virtual images of the Heaven Expansion Dragons. That was an inherent skill that only adult Heaven Expansion Dragons were able to master. Startled, the old man of the Ken family built up a seal. He turned his wrist, and a lotus-shaped sword glow appeared in front of him. However, the astral shields were as fragile as glass. They broke in an instant and the marvelous lotus vanished at the same time. The sound wave blasted over, reaching the seal behind the old man and making a noise similar to a bell ringing. That noise echoed across the stadium and even went past the bounds of the venue. The transparent armored glass at the ceiling broke. The cracks on the walls expanded and stones began to fall from the roof in certain places. As he hovered inside the seal, Senior Yan coughed out blood and his ears were bleeding as well. That was not a simple roar. It was a pure sonic wave attack. Even though Senior Yan was not the target of the strike, he was hurt nonetheless. His head felt heavy and about to split. Next to the stage, all the titled battle pet warriors were covering up their heads. Still, their heads were buzzing. The soundproofing seal was unable to stop the sound wave from piercing into their minds. They hurried to check the situation on the stage after they felt better. They had never been in more shock in their whole lives. The dark dragon hound was still standing there. But across the stage, the demon stone toad, which had merged with the old man, had re-emerged and fallen by the seal. On the torn belly of the demon stone toad lied the old man of the Ken family. His robe had been blasted away and he was practically naked. His skin was cracked, a lot of places were bleeding. His white hair was gone and that was odd. Did he lose? How creepy that was. The old man, one at the legendary rank, merged with his battle pet, a beast king no less, and he lost? Astonishing. Shocking. People felt they had lost the ability to talk. With one roar, the old man failed and the merging was dispelled. Standing like dead with mouth agape, some were looking at the other side of the stage. Su Ping was standing there, calmly. He had not moved an inch since the battle started. There wasn't a single speck of dust on him. He never did anything. His battle pet had defeated the old man of the Ken family on its own. For a long, long time, there was a deathly stillness. No one said anything. No one cheered. They were trembling even while breathing. Amid the silence, the old man of the Ken family was still lying on the torn belly of the demon stone toad, unmoving. It seemed that he had passed out. Blood covered his face. People weren't even sure if he was still alive. Sir, no. Some people shouted in sorrow and indignation. They were the titled battle pet warriors of the Ken family. They had realized that their ancestor must have lost because he had been unable to stand up again after such a long time. They were afraid, confused, and above all, anxious. That old man was the foundation of the Ken family. How could he fall? How could he lose? On the stage, Su Ping could tell that the old man was still breathing. He had just passed out. What the dark dragon hound did was beyond his expectation. He had not been affected by that roar, but it did surprise him. If he were the target, and he was without any secret artifact to protect him, he believed he would have been reduced into a skeleton, without any flesh or skin left. That skill was fatal. That was a skill that the dark dragon hound had just picked up. The dark dragon hound had morphed back from the dragon shape. It must have exhausted its energy. But, the battle had reached its end. Su Ping didn't think anyone would come and challenge him after that. It had no longer been a regular battle. Su Ping glared at the old man. Bolts of lightning appeared under his feet. In an instant, he had flashed to where the demon stone toad was. The tilted battle pet warriors were startled. They shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" He lost. Open up the seal, now. The killing intent on Su Ping's face surprised Senior Yan as well. Fighting back the lingering pain in his mind, he shouted at once, "Mr. Su, please no. He is at the legendary rank." Su Ping just kept his eyes on the unconscious old man. "So what? This is the Supremacy League. He broke the rules by taking Pari while being a legendary battle pet warrior. This is no longer part of the official competition. This is my private matter. My rule is to deal with killing with killing." With that said, Su Ping lifted his hand. "Wait." Someone else shouted. That voice was low, but it could be heard all across the stadium. The window of a private room in the distance was broken. From the room flew out a strong, middle-aged man with dark eyebrows and sharp eyes. It was quite a masculine man. He reached the seal and said to Su Ping, "Stay your hand in mercy, please." The onlookers focused on the man. Some titled battle pet warriors were so stunned to see this man that they lost their voices. Legend North King. North King. A man from the family of the sky-based city that reached the legendary rank 200 years ago. All the titled battle pet warriors stood up in shock. That was a legendary battle pet warrior that had dropped off from the grid a long time before. They could not believe that he was still very much alive. He was standing right in front of them. The other battle pet warriors were just as stunned. With their heads still buzzing, they were still unable to process the information. They would rarely see one legendary battle pet warrior, but there were two this day. Also, the North King was quite well known as a senior legendary battle pet warrior. The two legendary battle pet warriors still active at the subcontinent district were considered inferior to him. Su Ping turned around. Another legendary battle pet warrior? Even so, Su Ping did not stop. He pushed down his hand. Astral powers burst out from his palm. Bang! The Ken ancestor's body was blasted open. The shields had already been broken by the Dark Dragon Hound's attack. He was just shouldering that punch with his physical body. Without any surprise, he was smashed into pieces. The remains fell onto the belly of the demon stone toad. Su Ping had raised up an astral shield to fend off the blood. He dispelled the astral shield after the blood settled. "You!" The North King could not believe it. He pulled a long face. The titled battle pet warriors sitting next to the stage were freaked out. Did Su Ping just ignore the North King? Also, did a legendary battle pet warrior just pass away like that? What a tragic death. He didn't even leave a whole body behind. Venerable the Blade was deeply frightened. He knew that Su Ping was in great trouble. The North King was someone even more intimidating than that Yuan Tanjin. North King was an important member of the sitting next to him was his friend God of Earth who was in a complete daze. Before that killing move, Su Ping had already struck them as wild enough. But it turned out that they still knew too little about his craziness. As he hovered in the air, Senior Yan was still shocked by disbelief, even if he was staring at the remains of the Ken family's ancestor. Not even God could save him. He was very much dead. A legendary battle pet warrior died. That was a piece of news big enough to shock a continent. The silence deepened even further than before in the stadium. Everyone could feel the temperature dropping. "You! Have you any idea what you've just done?" Furious, the North King scolded Su Ping. The fact that he had been just disgraced didn't matter. What mattered was that the man had just killed a legendary battle pet warrior. That was a loss for the human race. Su Ping eyed the North King calmly. "I just killed a man that tried to kill me." The North King was foaming at the mouth. He was there under orders, to lure out the legendary battle pet warriors in hiding, the ones that hid the fact that they were at the legendary rank just to evade their responsibilities. The old man from the Ken family was one of them. That old coot had been disguising himself as a titled battle pet warrior just so that he didn't have to serve at the deep caves. Finally, they had found a way to lure out a legendary battle pet warrior, but he had been killed by Su Ping. What a worthless death. If you would have spared his life, he could have guarded the deep caves for 50 years to protect the human race living in the subcontinent district. Do you even know what this means? By killing him, you have practically stolen 50 years of peace. The North King glared at Su Ping. He was finding it very hard to control his anger. Su Ping didn't care about that. How many beasts can he kill in 50 years? I will kill twice as many when I become a legendary battle pet warrior. He tried to kill me today, so I killed him. I'm not trying to insult you. Anyone who dares to speak of humiliation is humiliating me. No one could save a man that had threatened to kill him just using the excuse of saving face. No one. No matter how thick one's face was. The onlookers had lost the ability to think. What were this man's guts even made of, to have the courage to adopt such a tough tone when talking to the North King? Bold was not enough to describe the man. The North King's face was clouded. He didn't think Su Ping was lying. He was already able to kill a legendary battle pet warrior while being at the titled rank. Both his pet and him had great potential. Once Su Ping became a legendary battle pet warrior, He would generate more value than the old man of the Ken family who was just trying to avoid serving and prolong his sorry life. But to reach the legendary rank was a complicated thing. Su Ping was outstanding, but he would have to be lucky to reach the legendary rank. It was possible that Su Ping could end up stuck at the titled rank, never able to reach the legendary rank. The North King had gone on this mission because the tower was short-staffed. They were in dire need of legendary battle pet warriors, which was why they had come up with a way to lure them out. Say Su Ping was indeed able to become a legendary battle pet warrior. Who could tell when that would be? Everything would be too late. The North King did not know what to say to that unyielding man. To kill Su Ping right there? That would be a greater loss for humankind. With such great potential, once Su Ping became a legendary battle pet warrior, he would be of great help to the human race. He might even be better than the North King. You are so powerful already, but you have not made a name yet. Who is your teacher? The North King decided to shift the topic. The man from the Ken family had died and no amount of arguments could bring him back to life. He felt vexed since Su Ping had embarrassed him, but there wasn't anything that he could do about it. He was a bigger man. But he was sorry about the loss of a legendary battle pet warrior for nothing. Me. Su Ping couldn't say it was the system. You? The North King's face was even more clouded. I'm not in the mood to hold you accountable for what you did, but please don't treat me like a fool. Who could have become like this while being self-taught? The titled battle pet warriors next to the stage, to their dismay, noticed that the North King had dropped the previous topic. That was quite the real world they were living in. A dead legendary battle pet warrior would no longer be a legendary battle pet warrior. But they couldn't just drop the matter. The remains were still warm. North King, you must avenge us. He had just reached the legendary rank recently and wanted to get the Beast King before he went to serve at the Deep Caves. This punk took advantage of his perilous state and killed a vulnerable man. The titled battle pet warriors from the Kin family shouted in sorrow. The other titled battle pet warriors were not happy to hear this. The North King sneered with a frown. Recently? Lies. He was not one to be fooled. The old man didn't just reach the legendary rank. He had reached the rank at least more than 100 years before. The North King ignored them. The indifference on Su Ping's face gave him a headache. He had to admit that Su Ping was gifted and a terrifying genius, one of a kind. However, he was not a social person, nor easygoing. I'll wait for you there. Come to find me when you get your things sorted out here. The North King pointed to the private room from which he had smashed out of and flew back. The titled battle pet warriors of the Ken family could not believe that the North King had flown away before punishing Su Ping. The other titled battle pet warriors had worked out some sort of theory. The prizes of the competition and the appearance of the North King all added up to some sort of plot. There had to be something more complicated going on. People had heard some rumors about the Deep Caves. The backstory had become abundantly clear. The world is descending into chaos. Some titled battle pet warriors thought. They were the first ones to know, so they had to hurry back to their families to be prepared for the incoming war. After the North King left, Su Ping cast another look at the place where the titled battle pet warriors were gathered. Anyone wanting to challenge me next? They were speechless. Who would dare to when you've already killed a legendary battle pet warrior? In the course of history, barely any titled battle pet warrior had been able to kill a legendary one. The ones able to attain this achievement had a common name, Fate Challengers. Reversing the rules of nature. It had been 100 years since a king of backspin appeared in the world. Su Ping, without a doubt, was the one in the current age. All the titled battle pet warriors avoided making eye contact with Su Ping. When he cast his eyes on the family head of the Lin family, the latter looked away. He clenched his fingers and loosened them. He looked around and waited for a while. No one was coming. He said to Senior Yan, "It seems that I'm the champion and I don't think anyone is having any problems with that. If so, give me the prizes. I'm in a hurry." The titled battle pet warriors produced a forced smile. Indeed, they did not have a problem with that. One man killed a legendary battle pet warrior. One man that had renounced the world splendidly. Everyone was engraving the young man's look and voice in their minds. The Tang family. Tang Ruayu was in a trance. Her target, her goal, everything, had already been achieved by that young man. If she had such a strength, the Tang family would already have a way to annex the other three ancient families. Su Ping's words pulled Senior Yan back to reality. He darted a look at the private room. North King was standing there, nodding to him. North King had given his permission. They weren't going to hold Su Ping accountable? Though surprised, Senior Yan did approach Su Ping. Senior Yan was full of mixed feelings as he stared at the young man that had stunned all. At first he had thought that Su Ping was just a kid being mischievous. Still, at this point, Su Ping had proven himself. A fate challenger. It had been such a long time since they had a fate challenger. Not even some of the other famous titled battle pet warriors, such as Venerable the Blade, had earned that honor. It was several hundred years in the past when the world welcomed its last Fate Challenger. Back then, that Fate Challenger had been the most prominent titled battle pet warrior. Soon after, he reached the legendary rank. However, he died an unfortunate death when he was serving at the Deep Caves. That had been a sad day for humankind. I am announcing the winner of this year's Supremacy League. That is you, Fate Challenger Su. Senior Yan was very respectful when he talked to Su Ping. He also looked around as he announced the results. The titled battle pet warriors didn't seem very pleased with that result, but no one opposed it. No one dared to confront the Fate Challenger. There was no objection. Senior Yan said to Su Ping, "Fate Challenger Su, I am sorry about before. Please forgive me. You are the champion. The Free Trade Organization will present you with the prizes. Beast King and the legendary skill book are still being delivered, and it will be a couple of days before they can arrive. Please understand, sir, that we usually don't proclaim the champion on the first day." So, Senior Yan looked at Su Ping gingerly. The way he spoke to Su Ping was completely different from before. For always, Fate Challengers were more perspicuous than the other titled battle pet warriors. The former was viewed as a group warriors but stood out from those at the titled rank. Even some legendary battle pet warriors would treat Fate Challengers with respect. After all, once Fate Challengers grew to be legendary battle pet warriors themselves, they would be the most formidable. "It's okay," Su Ping answered. For starters, he wasn't that interested in the Beast King and the stone now. "You can have the other 2 items delivered to my residence. I don't have time to come back here again." Senior Yan was glad that Su Ping didn't have a problem with that. All of a sudden, Senior Yan realized this heartless Fate Challenger Su was not a difficult person to interact with, as they were having a normal conversation. "Yes, of course. We will give you the talent stone right away. Please have a seat and wait for a moment," Senior Yan said with a smile. Su Ping nodded. He remembered that North King told him to go and find him. He had to go given the fact that the North King was a legendary battle pet warrior. Su Ping kept his Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon, then he flew over. The titled battle pet warriors gazed as Su Ping left for North King's private room. Inside the private room. Whoosh! The North King shook his head and heaved a sigh when Su Ping came in. After Su Ping landed, the North King cast a seal so that no one could see or hear them. "Fate Challenger Su, do you know why the prizes are different this year?" The North King heaved another sigh. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. From the previous conversation and the appearance of that legendary battle pet warrior from the Ken family, Su Ping had already thought up the legendary battle pet warriors in hiding, right? The North King produced a forced smile. "Do you know why we are doing that? Is it about the deep caves?" "Indeed." The North King sighed again. "Recently, the beasts in the deep caves are getting agitated. Some legendary battle pet warriors serving there have passed away. We are in dire need of more people on board. I placed a bait and finally we lured one out, yet he ended up being killed by you. I am really pissed right now." Su Ping didn't seem to be bothered. But the North King was being a bit narrow-minded, to be still obsessed about that. "Since you have already lost several legendary battle pet warriors at the deep caves, what is one less to the tally? Besides, that one wasn't so strong, to begin with. He wouldn't be of much use to you," Su Ping pointed out. The North King smiled a bitter smile. Indeed, that old man of the Ken family was not outstanding among legendary battle pet warriors, and he merely had one Beast King. But that was because he had been trying to hide himself, not daring to come out and search for Beast Kings. He couldn't communicate with other legendary battle pet warriors, either. He just worked behind closed doors. Legendary battle pet warrior, we would have given him more Beast Kings and provided him with some skill books for free after he joined the tower. Soon, he would have been even better than he was today, at least progress by 2 times. By then, he would have contributed to the deep caves. "Oh. North King. What do you mean by oh?" "Oh means I heard you," Su Ping said. "But what does it have to do with me? Whether he could serve at the deep caves and the fact that things." "So you're saying I should have forgiven him just because he could guard the deep caves? I've already told you that I'll kill twice as many beasts as he could have when I become a legendary battle pet warrior, so I can compensate for your loss." The North King's face turned ashen. "I fully understand that you have such abilities. I can even say that you're just as good as an average legendary battle pet warrior already, and you are qualified to serve at the deep caves given your strength. We would have recruited you already if it weren't for the rules. But rules are rules. You're a promising young man, but you also, I suspect there are more hidden legendary battle pet warriors here. However, because of you, the old man from the Ken family simply could not sit still. You other legendary battle pet warriors must have lost their courage to come out. My trip here a wild goose chase. Do you have any idea what kind of emergency we are in right now?" You're sabotaging our mission." Suping didn't comment on it because he didn't think he had done anything wrong. "Your plan is your plan. I didn't know anything about it. It's not like I was doing anything on purpose." The Supremacy League was established to pick out the champion below the legendary rank. For one thing, my rank is not over the limit, and for another, my fight was not against any rules. I killed a legendary battle pet warrior, sure, but his participation was against the rules. My fight with him shouldn't be counted as part of the Supremacy League. No matter how you look at it, you cannot accuse me of any wrongdoing. The only fault you can find with me is the bad coincidence. I might have worked with you if you had told me hometown is currently under attack by a beast wave. If you're willing to have the tower dispatch a legendary battle pet warrior to help us out, I'm willing to sit here quietly and go through the entire process of the competition," Suping added. The North King was so furious he had been rendered speechless. He was aware that his luck wasn't in on that day. He couldn't have anticipated the appearance of someone like Suping. Theoretically speaking, a titled battle pet warrior like Suping should have become famous worldwide, and yet he had never heard of such a man. That had been the first time he had heard of the name and met the person. The tower doesn't have many legendary battle pet warriors. We don't have a spare hand to support your hometown. The North King shook his head. Guarding the deep caves is the most important thing, or else all of human society will be doomed together. Suping pulled a long face. "I'm not a great man and I don't care about human society. We'll go back and save my hometown. Since the people in my hometown cannot count on any legendary battle pet warriors, I will protect them." The North King gazed at Suping for a moment. Eventually, he shook his head. "You're still at the titled rank, so I don't want to reveal too many things to you. Good luck. You will have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the entire human society when you reach the legendary rank one day. I won't waste any more of your time now that your hometown is the average beast king's. I won't alert the tower for that." Suping sneered with disdain. "I don't know if there is anything that I'll have to do. For me, what I must do is protect my close ones and take care of my parents. I am grateful to them. That is what I must, have to, and will do. As for anything else, there's nothing else I'm obliged to do." The North King eyed Suping coldly, but eventually gave up. He waved his hand, opened the seal, and told Suping to go. Suping was the wrong audience. They could not understand each other. Talking to him was a pure waste of time. Also, he was aware that few people would be concerned about the fate of the whole world. Take that old man of the Ken family as an example. He had already reached the legendary battle pet warrior rank. He could have joined the tower where he would have better treatment, and he would join a team where people could support each other. He could have progressed. Still, just because he was afraid of serving at the deep caves, he chose to prolong his sorry life. He had felt better off staying as a vulnerable, insignificant legendary battle pet warrior. As far as the North King could tell, Suping was just like that. However, he couldn't have forced Suping to do anything since he had not reached the legendary rank yet. It was true that Suping was no weaker than a legendary battle pet warrior, but the fact remained that he was not one. It would be against the rules if he were to shoulder responsibilities meant for legendary battle pet warriors. Otherwise, even the titled battle pet warriors would hide their strengths in the future. It was a silly move to destroy future potential. Besides, they had not reached a point where people under the legendary rank should go and help guard the deep caves. Of course, at that end. He is too young after all. North King frowned. But that was the only comment he could come up with. He knew what it felt like when one had to take care of both parents and relatives. Albeit that feeling had become so faint he had almost forgotten about it. His parents had passed away. In this world, he no longer had a family. For the old legendary battle pet warriors, mankind was their only family. Back to the stage. Senior Yan darted a glance at the private room, only to see that the North King was frowning, which was a scary sight for him. He didn't know what the conversation entailed, but it had clearly not been a pleasant one. The titled battle pet warriors gazed at Suping curiously, wondering what he had talked about. Fate Challenger Su, this is the talent stone. Senior Yan went over and handed a black wooden box to Suping. Suping opened it. There was a grayish rock inside, as big as an infant's fist with a faint hue surrounding it. Talent stone. Suping closed the box. He told himself that Senior Yan wouldn't have tricked him at this point. After all, the talent stone was a prize for every year. He could ask any past champion and he would know if the one he got was real. Okay. Since he finally had the talent stone, he could not postpone his return any longer. What Ken Shuhai had said filled him with anxiety. Come over here. Crocodile threw the slave contract. A dozen blocks away, in the lake, the huge shadow hiding under the water suddenly opened its eyes. That was a pair of eyes that could instill pure dread. The next second, the tranquil waters suddenly arched its surface as a beast broke free. The swamp war crocodile had sensed the calling of its master. It turned in that direction. The beast got out of the water, forming a massive stone bridge underneath its feet. The bridge lifted the crocodile into the air, carrying it across the lake and the streets. The arched bridge in the sky was casting a large shadow onto the ground. The battle pet warriors that were wandering on the streets saw the shadow. Out of curiosity, speechless. Inside the stadium, Suping held the talent stone and stood on the stage quietly. Senior Yan stood next to him, reverent and respectful. He was just wondering why Suping had not left yet. He remembered Suping said he was in a hurry. Why would he merely stand there, absent-minded? The onlookers were wondering that as well. It seemed that Suping was waiting for something. All of a sudden, people heard a loud noise and something horrifying was approaching. The thing was not hiding its energy at all. In the private room, the North King was still upset about his plan having been sabotaged. Suddenly, he felt something. He looked up to the sky through the shattered glass ceiling of a behemoth was approaching, riding on a stone bridge. Fate Challenger Su. Senior Yan worked up the courage and tried to ask Suping. Right then, Senior Yan heard a noise that was like an airplane taking off right next to his ears. Surprised, Senior Yan turned over. The titled battle pet warriors next to the stage turned to look as well. The ceiling of the stadium had already been broken. A huge shadow was cast inside. The overwhelming energy crashed what had remained of the ceiling. Amid everyone's gazes, that behemoth landed on the stage at the center of the stadium. The stadium shook as if an earthquake had hit. Those seated in the chairs were thrown upward. The cracked walls of the stadium could no longer stand another strike. They broke like eggshells and tons of rubble were falling. Luckily, most people at the stadium were battle pet warriors. They built up astral shields so that the falling stones would not hurt them. Dust stirred up and blurred people's vision. By the stage, the titled battle pet warriors had also built up astral shields. Some with quicker reactions had unleashed astral powers to blow away the dust. As the dust settled, the behemoth showed itself, which astounded everyone speechless. There was a beast that took up half of the stage crawling on the ground. It was as if the beast had been cast of molten iron, full of domineering power, and exuding a reckless breath. Beast King. That was a Beast King. For a moment, people were unsure if their eyes were playing tricks on them because Suping, who had been standing on the stage for a while without moving, was at the moment standing on the head of the Beast King. The Beast King was Suping's ride? How inconceivable. Some titled battle pet warriors were lucky enough to have a Beast King for themselves, but their Beast Kings were nothing like this one. If Suping's Beast King was a wild one, then their Beast Kings were domesticated. The ones with Beast King pets could more directly sense the violence of the creature standing on the stage. Inside the private room, the North King was also taken aback. This Beast King. His heart skipped a beat. Being a legendary battle pet warrior, he also had Beast King pets and he had encountered many Beast Kings. As such, he understood Beast Kings better than not the usual kind, and it seemed that this Beast King was not from the blue planet. Even he felt a bit suffocated. That guy. He didn't use the Beast King in the battle. If he had, that old man of the Ken family would have probably been eaten up. North King exclaimed to himself. He was surprised to find that Suping had not demonstrated his full strength yet. He had a Beast King waiting outside. The North King didn't know if Suping had tamed the Beast King himself or if someone had helped him capture it. Either way, it made I cannot believe we have ignored such a horrifying guy. There must be a legendary. The intelligence guys at the tower should review their recent work. The North King said to himself. On the stage. The stage had caved in as the swamp war crocodile came down from the sky. The walls collapsed. People could even see the streets and buildings outside. Suping didn't care how stunned people were. He shouted to where the titled battle pet warriors were gathered. Brother Ken, aren't you coming back with me? Ken Shuhai was in a complete daze. He knew that Suping had ridden a Beast King to get there, but he could have never foreseen that his Beast King would make such a stunning debut, falling from the sky. He had thought that Suping was riding on the Dragon Hound, which was as good as a Beast King. Suping's words startled Ken Shuhai. He was choked up with emotions as he felt the gazes landing on him. How thrilling this was. Coming. He shouted at once. He immediately flew up to the stage. He was hovering in the air above the Beast King's head. While looking into that fierce pair of eyes, Ken Shuhai was afraid to land. Come here, Suping said. Ken Shuhai took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to approach Suping. The swamp war crocodile moaned and shook its head unhappily when Ken Shuhai's feet landed. Move it, Suping said. Rumble. The ground shook as a stone pillar emerged, raising the swamp war crocodile into the sky. The stone pillar extended horizontally above people's heads as it protruded outside the venue. In an instant, the swamp war crocodile, as well as Suping and Ken Shuhai, had vanished into the horizon. Left behind them was the stone pillar inside the stadium. The stadium was in a complete mess. The onlookers eyed each other in speechless astonishment. The Supremacy League had ended in such a dramatic way. The championship was taken away. Who would be in the mood to fight for second place? Whoosh! The stone bridge built by the Swamp War Crocodile went past half of the Aurora base city to the outer wall of the base city. The titled Battle Pet warriors guarding the place were frightened by the stone bridge, as well as the Swamp War Crocodile on it. Two of them flew up to find out what was going on. Suping noticed that they were the ones who had guided him when he arrived. Guys, please step away. I'm in a hurry. This is still inside the Aurora base city. It is not quite proper. One of the two quickly said. Riding a Beast King meant that Suping was not one to be messed with. However, the Aurora base city was under the management of the Free Trade Organization and the organization's supporter was the Tower. A titled Battle Pet warrior could not be allowed to behave atrociously inside the base city. Piss off. Suping shouted angrily. When he first arrived in the base city, he didn't want the Swamp War Crocodile to stomp the streets and affect the residents, so he had left trying to leave by staying high in the air. How could they stop him at this moment? He was no longer in the mood to care about city rules. You. That titled Battle Pet warrior was about to say something when the Swamp War beast roared at him. They were all standing in the air. That roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. Both titled Battle Pet warriors trembled. The one who was standing right in front of the Swamp War Crocodile's face began to bleed from the nose. The stone bridge extended further out. Frightened, the two knew better than to stop Suping by then. They allowed him to leave, riding on the Beast King. The two looked at the place where the stone bridge started. That was the location of the stadium. Wasn't North King there? Why would he allow this? With a bang, the Swamp War Crocodile landed on the ground outside the city wall. The Swamp War Crocodile made off at once. Building a stone wall that went across half the base city had used up much of the Swamp War Crocodile's energy. The ground was making a loud noise. Frightened, scared, and happy all at once, Ken Shuhai used astral powers so that he wouldn't fall from the Beast King. With Suping, he to ask for help. Suping alone could take care of the Beast King that invaded the Longjiang base city. When that happened, the other beasts would flee helter-skelter. Longjiang base city. The highway outside the base city was already in ruins, and the footprints of some beasts could be seen everywhere. The fortresses built outside the base city were also empty at the moment. There were some human corpses and blood inside. Right then, there were some beasts gathered at to become their rally points. Standing on top of the outer wall of the base city was an unprecedented number of warriors. All the warriors in the barracks had already been mobilized to the wall. Some spare watchtowers and long-range sniper turrets that were covered in dust were charged with energy and officially activated. The entire Longjiang base city had entered a level 1 emergency state. Those damned beasts are retreating again. On the outer wall, a general was using binoculars to monitor the situation outside, only to see that there were a lot of beast corpses remaining on the wasteland outside the wall, while the rest of the beasts had retreated, as if planned. The situation in the north is fine, how's the east? The general reported and asked about the situation. There was a rustle of noise in the intercom, and a moment later an anxious voice said, "The east needs reinforcements, and we need titled Battle Pet warriors, you." Arg. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly screamed. The general heard a sudden high-pitched scream, his face changed, and he couldn't help turning his head and looking east. His troops and manpower there were limited, and he could only request reinforcements from the rear. He couldn't have moved manpower to support the east. On the off chance that the beasts that had just retreated returned, they would also be doomed. On the east. Boom. Boom. The flames of war raged across the land. A series of long-range sniper cannons quickly received energy, and then bullets were launched, one by one. Low-altitude missiles were discharged as well, flying toward the base city's exterior. Flame soared, lifting many beasts to the sky. Outside the base city was a huge crowd of beasts of various kinds. Most of the beasts were of the middle or advanced ranks with few low-rank beasts mixed in. Among them, there were also some beasts with huge tank-like physiques, and the missiles that were shot at them were blocked by a series of skills the beasts unleashed, detonating in the air. Damn, not enough firepower. Standing on the outer wall were also some powerful humans, including Zi Jinshui, who was also a titled Battle Pet warrior. Standing next to him was Qin Zhuang, who was wearing a grave expression. Zhu Danlin was also standing side by side with Qin Zhuang, gazing at the wild beasts with complicated feelings. "Let me go and deal with some of the tough." Zhuang gazed far into the distance. A behemoth was faintly seen in the horizon. That was a Beast King that they had detected, the leader of the Beast Strike. The fortunate thing was that the Beast King had not involved itself. At the moment, it was only commanding the beasts together. If the Zhuang wasn't even sure what they could do to stop it. "Qin, have your Battle Pet go." I have reason to suspect that the Beast King is very intelligent and is observing us. I'm afraid it will sneak up on you if it sees you go down there, Zijinshui cautioned Kenjuang. While that sounded outrageous, Zijinshui did make a valid point. Many Beast Kings were very intelligent, almost as smart as humans, and could speak various languages. Beast Kings were not only capable of brutal behavior. They were scheming creatures that could use tricks. A Beast King sneaking up on titled battle pet warriors was something that humans despised, but that was the best tactic used by Beast Kings. Sneak attacks were among the easiest methods that could lead to success. That was the most effective way from a Beast King perspective. Okay. Kenjuang nodded. Indeed, he could not afford to make irresponsible acts. The Ken family needed him. Soon, several swirls appeared. His battle pets crawled out, including the fierce fire ape that he had just purchased from Su King's store. Roar. As soon as the ape came out, Kenjuang instructed it to charge into the hordes of beasts. The other battle pets at the peak of the 9th rank also shouted and charged forth. They bulldozed away a bunch of beasts at once. Zhu Tanlin didn't just stand around and watch. He summoned his battle pets as well. The wild beasts' advance was impeded as their battle pets joined in the fight. Several paths were cleared up. While the battle pets participated, the battle pet warriors present could focus on other areas. Man, that ape is brutal. Even Kenjuang was a bit surprised to see how the ape fought. That was the first time he had used that battle familiarize himself with the battle pet after he bought it from Su King's store. He didn't know the battle pet was so barbaric. It also seemed that its energy would never exhaust. Carrying burning flames, the fierce fire ape dashed around madly, smashing away everything in its way. I wonder if Mr. Su would regret selling the battle pet to me if he knew how horrifying the ape is, Kenjuang asked himself. He was gloating he had bought that battle pet at the peak of the 9th rank for 60 million Astral coins. That was a godsend. Zhu Tanlin was a bit scared by the ferocious fierce fire ape. He wished he had moved across the street from Su Ping earlier. Although feeling sorry, Zhu Tanlin didn't get distracted for long. He focused his mind on his battle pet in case they would fall into a siege. His battle pets would be at a disadvantage if they fell under a group attack. Most of the wild beasts present were of the middle and advanced ranks. The beasts' skills could yield stronger effects if they had similar properties, which could even hurt beasts of the 9th rank. Roar. Roar. The fierce fire ape and Kenjuang's other battle pets had advanced a long distance. Zijinshui, who was amazed by the fierce fire ape, suddenly noticed that the beasts were splitting up. He realized something terrifying was afoot. Ken, get your battle pets back right now. He shouted in alarm. Kenjuang was still gloating about the fierce fire ape when he heard Zijinshui's words. He took a look. Immediately after, he ordered his pets to stop and retreat. That beast king in the distance had disappeared. All of a sudden, under the feet of a 9th-ranked dragon, the group split up and from a crack reached out a bloody mouth. Bang! That mouth bit the dragon, which was screaming in misery. Kenjuang's eyes reddened. He immediately shared his astral powers with the dragon. Kenjuang heard a noise before the sharing started. The dragon was crying, half of its body was gone. Kenjuang turned pale from fright. He ordered the fierce fire ape to come back with the upper half of the dragon right away. The fierce fire ape reacted quickly. It glared at the strange mouth on the ground. Even though the mouth belonged to a beast king, the ape was not intimidated. The ape made a jump to fetch the dragon. It grabbed its wings, and then hurled it toward the city. Kenjuang jumped up. With the help of his other battle pets, he managed to catch the dragon, which was barely breathing. Hang in there. I will get you fixed right away. Kenjuang almost burst into tears. The dragon had been with him for half of his life. He used astral powers to stop the bleeding and before he brought the dragon back inside the wall's protection. As soon as they landed on the wall, Kenjuang remembered that the fierce fire ape was still out there. He quickly looked over, only to see that the fierce fire ape was running wildly. Behind him, that mouth had snuck up from the ground. With several strange appendages, the mouth was chasing the ape. Run, run. Kenjuang ordered at once while he shared his astral powers with the fierce fire ape. Roar. The fierce fire ape bellowed and the flames were burning even more brightly. The ape was running quickly, like a meteorite falling from the sky. The beasts that made moves to stop the fierce fire ape were burnt to ashes by the flames. Whoosh! All of a sudden, some vine-like limbs grew from the beast king, which entangled the fierce fire ape. The limbs were completely unafraid of the scorching flames surrounding the ape. The ape was finally restrained. The fierce fire ape shouted and tried to tear off the vines, but it wasn't strong enough. Kenjuang was quaking. He wanted to run out there, but Zijinshui stopped him. Ken, calm down. It's just a pet. Kenjuang's eyes turned red. A pet? No, not just a pet. Right then, the ground began to shake. A noise came from behind the wild beasts and it was getting louder and louder. At the same time, Zijinshui's phone rang. He recognized the number. It was from the another Beast King was coming to the base city from the east side. Bang! Bang! The noise was getting louder and louder. Zi Jinshui and Shu Tanlin gazed into the distance. Their sight only allowed them to see a blur coming from afar. That blur was getting clearer and clearer. Exclamation mark! Ken Zhuang's phone rang. Ken Zhuang convinced himself of moving his eyes away from the fierce fire ape to look at his phone. The call was from Ken Shuhai. Ken Zhuang poured in more astral powers to further aid the fierce fire ape break free and answered the call at the same time. We're almost there. Where are you? Ken Shuhai shouted. Ken Zhuang moved his lips. He tried to talk suddenly. Zhu Tanlin shouted, look. He pointed at the blur that was approaching. The blur was close enough for him to see. He recognized the Beast King. It was the one that Su Ping was riding when he left. It's Su Ping. Su Ping is back. Zhu Tanlin almost wanted to hop around with joy. That guy is back. They no longer had to fear the Beast Kings. No. Startled by Zhu Tanlin, Ken Zhuang looked at the thing. He could not believe that the man he knew was back. That behemoth pushed the wild beasts away. The ones that didn't step to the sides in time were all stopped. Two people were standing on the behemoth. Ken Zhuang was able to see their faces as they got closer and closer. It was Su Ping and Ken Shuhai. They came together. Ken Zhuang felt a lump in his throat. Roar. The sonorous roar echoed in the wild. Chapter 493 Resurgence. All the wild beasts came to a brief stop. They noticed the intimidating Beast King arriving. The Beast King grappling with the fierce fire ape was alerted by that roar. It turned around to look, no longer concerned about the fierce fire ape. Beast King. Su Ping also noticed the Beast King as he stood on top of the swamp war crocodile's head. He became livid with rage when he saw that the Beast King was hunting the fierce fire ape he had just sold to the death. Behind him, 3 swirls appeared. Roar. The Inferno Dragon was the first to come out. It landed and flames were swept across the area. The dragon had sensed Su Ping's anger. With red eyes, the Inferno Dragon threw itself into the crowd of beasts. It clawed left and right, burning all the beasts with its powerful flames. In the meantime, the Dark Dragon Hound and the Purple Python had come out as well. They roared and dashed toward the wild beasts. They were like wolves charging into a flock of sheep. Su Ping rode the Swamp War Crocodile toward the Beast King. That Beast King had also sensed the ferocity from the Swamp War Crocodile. The Beast King tried to roar at the Swamp War Crocodile, but the latter was not intimidated at all. If anything, the Swamp War Crocodile was enraged even further. The Swamp War Crocodile pounded the ground and many sharp stone spikes that were over 100 meters tall grew out from the ground. It was as if the earth were showing its fangs. The Beast King bellowed and smashed the ground. One section of the ground was lifted. The wall came crashing down onto the huge spikes. Both the wall and the spikes instantly fell into pieces. The broken boulders rolled around, inflicting great harm on the flock of beasts. A battle between Beast Kings could shake the world. Roar. The Swamp War Crocodile felt its dignity had been challenged. Blood rushed to its eyes. The Swamp War Crocodile sped up. The ground was shaking due to the fast speed. Many deep pits appeared as the Swamp War Crocodile moved around. The crocodile reached the strange Beast King in an instant. Beast King against Beast King. That Beast King's bizarre, large and fierce-looking mouth opened wide. Its limbs extended toward the Swamp War Crocodile. At the same time, the Beast King was directing several of its limbs to smash the Swamp War Crocodile's eyes. And yet, as if in a frenzy, the Swamp War Crocodile paid no heed and threw itself onto the Beast King. Bang! The Beast King rolled away. While the rare Beast King tried to tear up the Swamp War Crocodile with its claws, it was completely unhurt given its hard skin. There were merely some light marks left on its skin. Let's go! The moment that the Beast Kings bumped into each other, Su Ping carried Qin Shuhai in one hand and flew up. The two Beast Kings were in a round of close-quarter combat while Su Ping soared in the air. The Swamp War Crocodile reacted quickly. It bit at the other Beast King's head. Its sharp teeth tore off pieces of the Beast King's skin and scales. Blood was gushing out. Crocodile Tangle. PFF. The massive crocodile rolled around with quick speed and agility, then twisted its neck and managed to tear off half of that Beast King's head. Roar. That Beast King's cry of misery was spread across the flock of wild beasts. The Swamp War Crocodile didn't stop. It turned around and waved its thick tail. Tail hammer. Bang. The thick tail lashed the Beast King, making it roll back due to the strong impact. The Beast King lost a lot of blood on the way because of the head injury, tainting the ground red. Roar. The Swamp War Crocodile growled. The energy was surging and the ground was breaking. Many sharp stone spikes grew out. With some muffled noises, the stone spikes penetrated the Beast King, which exhaled its final breath. Blood tainted the stone spikes. The cry of misery ended. The Beast King died. Hooray! The Swamp War Crocodile raised its snout to cry to the skies, announcing its victory. All the people standing on the outer wall of the base city were dumbfounded by that battle. The battle ended quickly. That Beast King, which had been a mortal threat for them, was killed by Suping's ride. His beast won by a landslide. The view of the Beast King being pierced through and lifted off from the ground by the spikes shocked all the people defending the wall. That had been a powerful and barbaric battle. Finally, they saw what it meant to have invincible power. Zijinshui and Qinjuang still had a hard time believing this. Both were Beast Kings, but they had been worlds apart. Terrifying. No one was able to utter a sound as they stared at the huge crocodile that was outside, with no beast daring to get closer. Clean this up. Standing in the air, Suping gave an order to the Swamp War Crocodile, who was still making a show of authority. The Swamp War Crocodile darted a glare at Suping, unhappy that he had stopped its fun. It shook its head, then turned around and glanced at the bunch of beasts around him. The wild beasts immediately fled after feeling the Beast King's overpowering energy. Bang! 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 The Swamp War Crocodile charged and stomped many advanced beasts to death in a flash. The Swamp War Crocodile and the Inferno Dragon were left to have their fun with the remaining wild beasts. Suping flew to the outer wall. He noticed Zijinshui, Qinjuang and the other familiar faces. After all, they were all titled battle pet warriors and they would always stand out in a crowd. The beasts didn't invade the city, did they? Suping asked as soon as he landed on the wall. Mr. Su, you came back at a perfect time. Zijinshui said with excitement. That was the benefit of having a legendary level force in the base city. They could have waited for reinforcements, but distant water cannot quench the present thirst. The Longjiang base city would have been breached before reinforcements arrived, and his career as mayor would have reached its end. Qinjuang, who was usually not good at showing his mood, was barely able to hide his joy this time. If Suping had not returned in time, his fierce fire ape would have been in fatal danger. Any other pets of the 9th rank would have been killed before putting up a fight. Mr. Su, on behalf of my pet, thank you. Qinjuang said, sincerely. He was truly grateful. He would never forget this. Mr. Su, Zhu Tanlin said. He no longer felt any hatred as he looked at the young man who had once invaded the Zhu family alone. Rather, he was quite thrilled to see him. Suping nodded to him. This is where most beats were gathered. As long as we can keep it safe here, the other three sides can manage on their own. Mr. Su, if you had not come back, Longjiang would have been in serious trouble. None of us could have stopped that Beast King. Zijinshui wanted to shake Suping's hand, but was a little bit afraid of doing so at the same time. He just rubbed his hands together. He looked nothing like a mayor at the moment. Good. Suping was relieved. As long as the beasts had not gotten inside the base city. He had returned in a hurry for a reason. His mother was protected by the system, but there are many other people he was familiar with in the Longjiang base city, mainly his customers. Some repeated customers would go to his store often and he would chat with them. They were more than mere acquaintances at this point. Even though they weren't bosom friends, he could not bear to think that they would die in a beast strike. There's nothing to be afraid of now that Mr. Su is here. Zhu Tanlin smiled. The dark cloud over their heads had finally cleared. He just spoke his mind. Qinjuang nodded in agreement. He had felt a sense of frustration that he had not felt for years when the fierce fire ape had almost been killed. Suping smiled and turned around. Giving one look at the remaining beasts, Suping said, we can catch up later. Since the Beast King is dead, what do you say we clear away all the beasts? Let's do it. Qinjuang said at once. Yes. Zhu Tanlin nodded. Without the Beast King, they no longer had to hold back, they could join in the battle themselves. Kill them. Suping flew into the group of beasts at once. I'm right behind you. Qinjuang laughed. In a daze, he felt he had become young again. He summoned his other battle pets and flew toward the wild beasts. Coming. Zhu Tanlin followed Qinjuang and charged into the crowd of beasts as well. Zijinshui smiled. He felt that a heavy burden had been lifted off from his mind, the moment he saw Suping arriving and killing that Beast King with his ride. But he didn't join the fight in person. He summoned two of his battle pets while he called people on the other side of the walls, telling them to drive away all the beasts. With Suping and his battle pets' help, the beast horde soon collapsed. The tables had turned. Half an hour later, all the beasts on the east side had been driven away, leaving behind many corpses and blood that the ground couldn't absorb for quite some time. After less than 10 minutes, news arrived from the west side. They had also succeeded in driving beasts away. Soon after, good news came from the north and south sides. When everyone heard that Suping had returned and the Beast King was eliminated, people that were guarding the other sides of the base city entered the fray and fought to their heart's content. The beasts were soon in disarray. After the battle, Zi Jinshui said to Su Ping as he was leaving, "Mr. Su, you have saved Longjian. You are our hero. We'll be having a celebration banquet tonight and you have to be there. The media will be there as well." Su Ping shook his head. "I'm not a hero. I'm just doing what I can do. I have to cultivate, so I won't go to the banquet. You, as well as the generals and the warriors, are the real heroes." Zi Jinshui felt disappointed. Ken Zhuang tried to persuade Su Ping, "Mr. Su, you can relax for one night. It'll be a bummer if you're not there." "Right," Zhu Tanlin jumped in, "Mr. Su, you have a store to run, right? I know that things are good and you have more than enough customers every day, but you can never be too popular. You will have even more customers in the future if people learned about your contributions." "Fair point." Su Ping raised his eyebrows. "Fine." Su Ping finally conceded. The others smiled. Su Ping bid farewell to them. He asked the Inferno Dragon and the other two pets to return and rode the Swamp War Crocodile back to his store. Once again, he felt the slave contract had its shortcomings. The Swamp War Crocodile would be too big to be left outside the store because it would block the entire street. After they entered the territory of the Shantytown area, Su Ping told the Swamp War Crocodile to climb a hill along an isolated path and stay there for the moment. The hill was just a few blocks away from his store. That was the good thing about the Shantytown area, out of the way and spacious. The Beast King would have smashed down many buildings if he were in the uptown area. Su Ping reminded the Swamp War Crocodile not to hurt anyone without his orders and then headed back to the store. Of course, no one would approach the Swamp War Crocodile for no reason, so Su Ping was not worried. He flew back to his street. There weren't many people outside. But Su Ping was not surprised. The door was open. Tang Ruian and Zhong Lingtong were sitting in the lounge, chatting away. Su Ping remembered he had met Tang Ruian's younger sister at the stadium. He remembered what she had said. "Kill her if she is too much of a trouble for you." Su Ping stepped in. The two girls were surprised since nobody had gone to the store. They were glad to see Su Ping arrive. Su Ping noticed how glad Tang Ruian was. He smiled a faint smile her way. "Sir." Like a cute bunny, Zhong Lingtong bounced over. Su Ping rubbed her head. "Did you argue with your sister Tang?" Zhong Lingtong shook her head. "Of course not. She's very nice." Tang Ruian glared at Su Ping. "Do I look like someone eager to argue? You're arguing with me now. You Humphrey." Tang Ruian was foaming at the mouth. Not even Buddha can keep calm after talking to this guy. "Have you heard about the beast strike?" Su Ping asked. Tang Ruian was surprised since Su Ping didn't ask about revenue first. "Of course. The entire Longjian base city is on alert. Even a 3-year-old would know. Many kindergartens have suspended school, and a lot of elders and kids are staying at shelters." Su Ping was amazed by Zi Jinshui's fast reaction. He even had made sheltering arrangements. "Didn't you just come back? How is it? I heard there's a Beast King." Tang Ruian felt worried when thinking about this. Of course, a Beast King was nothing for this guy. Taken care of. They're having a celebration dinner tonight. "Come with me," Su Ping said. Tang Ruian was speechless. Just as she had thought. This guy was the real monster. "Taken care of? Sir, was it you who took care of the Beast King?" Curiously, Zhong Lingtong asked. Su Ping had left while riding on a Beast King. He wouldn't have been afraid even if he ran into a Beast King on his way back. "In a way. I was working with others," Su Ping answered. Zhong Lingtong could not help but admire her teacher. The wild beasts were invading and the entire Longjian base city descended into a state of panic. But the beast strike was stopped as Su Ping returned. It was clear that Su Ping's contributions would not go unnoticed. "Anyway, I thought you were going to the Supremacy League. How come you're back so soon? Are you here just to save the city?" Tang Ruian didn't think Su Ping could have lost. After all, few people in the world were as freaky as this guy. "I won the championship." "Why? You think I should have stayed there for New Year?" Su Ping answered with another question. Tang Ruian was stunned still. "Championship?" She glared at him. "Didn't you just go there to compete? Since when is the championship measured with length of time? I shall call you Su the Sir from now on. Couldn't you talk like a normal person?" Tang Ruian was hopping mad. Su Ping looked at her. "Stay put in the store. I can give you some special awards if you work well. For example, you'd have the priority if I sell 9th rank beasts again. Or, I can sell my Beast King to you when you become a Master Battle Pet Warrior." Tang Ruian was stunned still. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She wasn't sure if he was being serious or just joking. Selling the Beast King to her. "Are you making fun of me?" Tang Ruian asked. Su Ping answered, "The requirement is that you must do your job well here." Tang Ruian stared at him. She had been staying there for a long time. She could tell that this guy was not joking. Why? She lowered her head. Employee benefits. Don't read too much into that. He patted her head. Okay, I have to go home and tell Mom that I'm back. Tang Ryuan watched as he left. She bit her lip and clenched her fingers. She wasn't stupid, she was rather smart and perceptive. Suping's offer was sudden. He had gone to the Supremacy League, in which the Tang family would also participate. Suping surely met them. But she couldn't guess what had happened when they met each other. She just had a feeling that Suping's kindness had much to do with the Supremacy League. Tang family. Tang Ryuan felt her heart was twitching. There had been a time she felt great pride after uttering or hearing those two words. But then, the two words were like two swords. Every time she heard and thought of them, they would stab her in the heart. The Tang family was one of the ancient families, a big family. However, there was no room for her. Zhang Lingtong was confused, wondering why Tang Ryuan had suddenly become dispirited. Suping went home. He let his mother know about his safe return as well as the fact that the wild beasts had been taken care of. But his mother already knew about it. She had seen on TV, when the swamp war crocodile was taking Suping back to the city, the government had sent the news to the media, who reported it across the Longjian base city. All the people in the base city were excited. They were celebrating. Suping felt his joy had been robbed from him. He told his mother about the dinner and asked whether she wanted to go, but she declined. Reason being, she didn't want to go on TV. Suping didn't expect that she would give away such a good chance to put herself on the spotlight. She would always brag about her son and daughter to the neighbors. But when she finally had a good chance to become famous in Longjian, she didn't want to. Suping tried to talk her into going but Li Qingru refused. You and your sister have good prospects. I'm happy enough to look around in the neighborhood. That dinner is a grand event, it would reflect poorly on you and your sister if I went and said something wrong. Suping said nothing for a moment. You won't do anything like that. You raised me. Nothing you do will ever reflect poorly on me. Suping looked into her eyes. No rumor can hurt me. Your son is at the titled rank. Rumors will only hurt the common men, not me. Suping insisted and eventually, Li Qingru gave in. That night, the dinner was held at the city hall. All the famous media were there, and the family heads of the 5 families were also present. The generals who had performed exemplary work during the battle were also there, wearing their military uniforms and medals of honor. The dinner would be live-streamed. I am Zi Jinshui, your mayor. Zi Jinshui stood on the podium, looking solemn. This beast strike was led by a beast king with 57 ninth-rank beasts as the core force, and over 200,000 advanced beasts. That was a strike strong enough to topple many base cities, but we did not fall. We have successfully driven away all the beasts. The Beast King was killed on the spot and 34 of the 9th-rank beasts were eliminated. The other wild beasts fled in panic. The reporters remained silent. At the moment, the citizens old or young, male or female, who were sitting in front of their TVs remained silent. Those words, without any glamour mixed in, had already filled them with apprehension. A Beast King. 57 9th-rank beasts. 200,000 advanced beasts. How intimidating that was. But they did not fail. In one day, the catastrophe was averted. The Beast King was killed. Many of our warriors were fighting, bleeding, and some heroic souls will never return to us, to their families. They are all our heroes. It is because of their contribution that we can enjoy peace. Of all the heroes, there is someone I must thank. He is the one who killed the Beast King for us. Without him, more of us would have perished, and more would have never seen their families again. He is Mr. Suping, owner of the Pixie Pet Store. Zi Jinshui's impassioned voice echoed everywhere. As planned, the spotlight turned to Suping. At the moment, the focus of Longjiang was Suping. He wasn't nervous. Zi Jinshui invited him to the podium. I just did my part. The others helped stalling the beasts. They are the ones who you should thank, Suping said. He finished his brief speech. Zi Jinshui reacted quickly. Mr. Su, you're too humble. You returned in time and killed the Beast King. That is how we were able to drive the other beasts away. You earned the credit. Suping said nothing. The cameras were all on Suping. Some people didn't know Suping. Some had learned the name from the store and the Elite League. Basically, most people witnessing this were stunned. Apart from a very few people, not even his customers had been aware that the store owner that they talked to almost every day was able to kill a Beast King. Zi Jinshui said more words of gratitude. He thanked Suping, as well as the 5 major families and warriors who had perished in battle. He also mentioned how he would make it up to the families of the fallen. The news conference came to an end. The dinner party began. Alcohol and delicacies. Eating and drinking. The city hall, a place always quiet and solemn, became filled with excitement that evening. The family heads went to make toasts in Suping's favor, And they also got acquainted with Tang Yuan, Zhong Lingtong, and Su Ping's mother. Su Ping's mother was the main focus. Ken Zhuang and the other family head smiled at her warmly. It was hard to befriend Su Ping, but it would be much easier to start with his family. Su Ping was not worried about his mom showing up in public. After all, the ones that indeed wanted to harm him could find out about his family relationships easily, including his mom and Su Linayu's birthdays. That was a moment of honor. He had to share it with his family. It was too bad that he had not heard from his father yet. He had to wait for him to return. Those who were attending that gala, apart from the higher-ups and elites of the 5 families, were the ones who had done exemplary work during the battle and some VIPs. Because of Zi Jinshui's speech, everyone remembered the name, Su Ping. At dinner time, someone would always drop by to talk to Su Ping when he was eating. He had to stop now and then to talk. The dinner continued to the small hours of the night. Suddenly, Zi Jinshui felt his phone ring. He was surprised that someone would call him at that time. He apologized to the people he was with, set up a soundproof seal, and answered the call. Yes. Sir, this is not good. Beasts were detected in the C12 district and we have just heard that beasts are coming in from the spatial cracks in District B04. The beasts are gathering. The person sounded in a panic. Zi Jinshui turned pale. The beasts were still coming? But the Beast King was dead. He looked up and saw that Su Ping was still eating and drinking. Seeing him immediately relieved Zi Jinshui a bit. Go and investigate. I want the most accurate and detailed information. Yes, sir. Zi Jinshui was no longer in the mood to enjoy dinner. He walked over to where Su Ping was. Chapter 494 Heavenly King appearing. Mr. Su, can we talk in private? Private? Zi Jinshui nodded. He showed Su Ping to the window and set up a soundproof seal. Zi Jinshui assumed a serious attitude and Su Ping wore a solemn look as well. Mr. Su, I have received some updates. The beasts that we drove away seem to be coming back. I'm worried that they may return to launch another strike. Zi Jinshui sounded truly concerned. He shared all the information he had with Su Ping. Su Ping was the most powerful battle pet warrior there was in the Longjiang base city. Should a large-scale strike be imminent, they had to rely on him. Su Ping was a bit relieved to hear this. Is that it? If they're trying to invade us again, we can just kill them again. There's nothing to be worried about. Zi Jinshui was both glad and frustrated after seeing Su Ping react so calmly. Those with strength could indeed talk with confidence. The frustrating thing was that he had failed to find a way to reach the legendary rank. He had been stuck at the peak of the titled rank for over 100 years. All he needed was an opportunity. He wouldn't have to rely on anyone else if he was a legendary battle pet warrior. If he could break through, he wouldn't have to be so stressed out about a beast strike. Zi Jinshui shook his head to get rid of those messy thoughts. Mr. Su, I will never forget your kindness. Su Ping was more than willing to help out, but Zi Jinshui was not going to take that for granted. In their recent battle to defend the base city, people like Su Ping, as well as the 5 family heads, had gladly offered to help. Zi Jinshui was grateful for that. Theoretically speaking, since they were citizens of the Longjiang base city, Su Ping and those from the 5 major families ought to help. Still, Zi Jinshui understood that war came with risks that could be detrimental to their interests. Only the honest plain folks would talk about ethics and morals all day long since they were too poor, and ethical standards were the only things they could afford to talk about. It was unrealistic to morally kidnap those who enjoyed a higher position in society. If anything, this approach would only generate the opposite effect. That was how the world worked. Su Ping, the 5 family heads, as well as the other titled battle pet warriors and anyone able to help, they could easily escape to another base city to seek a living. They might not enjoy comfortable days as they did in the Longjiang base city, but that was an option for them. To choose between different options was what humans had been born to do. What Zi Jinshui could do was to show his gratitude and treat those people more favorably so that they would choose to stay at Longjiang base city in times of crisis. It is what I should do. I'm also a person of the Longjiang base city, Su Ping said. He didn't think that Zi Jinshui owed him anything. He fought, not for Zi Jinshui, but for his hometown, his parents, and the customers that had gone to his store. For the old neighbors that used to call him Jiaosu and the store at the end of the street that sold pretty tasty noodles. For so many others. That was Su Ping's home. That was the first place he had seen when he opened his eyes in that brand new world. It was where he grew up and where he had been sharing a life with his parents. He would never allow for the base city to fall as long as he was still able to protect it. Zi Jinshui gazed at Su Ping gratefully. He barely got to see people with both outstanding abilities and an innocent mind at the same time. Zi Jinshui had detailed information about Su Ping, including which hospital he had been born in and which doctor had welcomed him to the world. Maybe that innocence was what made 19-year-olds adorable. Thank you. Zi Jinshui said to himself, instead of Su Ping. Sometimes it was hard to utter the words because they carried too much meaning. Zi Qinshui said a quick goodbye to Su Ping and left using a side aisle in a hurry. Su Ping stood on the spot, thinking for a little bit. Afterward, he returned to his table and asked Tang Yui and Zhong Lingtong, "Are you full? Time for us to go back." "Yes." Burp. Zhong Lingtong just opened her mouth when a very loud noise came out of her mouth. She covered up her mouth at once and looked at Su Ping, clearly embarrassed. "You are definitely a good eater." Su Ping was speechless. Since they had finished their dinner, Su Ping went to find his mother, who was at the moment surrounded by many ladies from rich families. She seemed to be in a pickle. He rescued her by saying that they had to leave early. Li Qingru gladly accepted. Those ladies were graciously talking to her, never disagreeing, but she could tell that they belonged in different worlds. Nothing they said was of any practical meaning. Those ladies saluted Su Ping and called him titled Warrior Su. They weren't aware of Su Ping's actual title, so that was the only way they could address him without coming off as impolite. Su Ping nodded to them and left the banquet hall with his mom, Tang Yui and Zhong Lingtong. In the banquet hall, Ken Zhuang, Zhu Tanlin, and Mu Beihai were sitting at the same table. They were talking to each other, but their eyes were glued to Su Ping. All of them noticed when Su Ping left, but they still remained quite composed. They didn't have to prolong their stay since the most honored guest was leaving. "It is getting late. I have other things to attend to back at home. Goodbye." Liu Tanzong was the first to stand up and say goodbye. He bid farewell and left with his family elders. Then, Mu Beihai and Zhu Tanlin left one after the other. Soon, the people of the Ken family were the only ones seated at the table. Ken Zhuang set up a seal and cautioned in Shuhai, "Do not tell others about what happened at the Supremacy League for now. Those people don't know anything about the Fate Challenger. Let's keep it that way." Ken Shuhai was baffled. Why so? While they were talking just then, he could tell that the others were trying to ask him about the Supremacy League, but Ken Zhuang had kept winking at him. He had not given any detailed answers for that reason. Still, he felt confused. "You have traveled a lot over the years, why haven't you learned anything?" They would admire Mr. Su even more if they found out about the Fate Challenger title. Our good attitude wouldn't stand out if that were the case, comparatively speaking. How could we leave a better and deeper impression? Ken Zhuang shook his head and educated Ken Shuhai. Ken Shuhai was speechless. What a weird way to scheme. Of course, trying to befriend Su Ping was not an easy thing. Su Ping was able to kill a legendary battle pet warrior at the current stage. Once he became a legendary battle pet warrior, just the fact that the Ken family were Su Ping's friends could drive up the Ken family's status. No one would ever make things difficult for them again, and even if they offended someone else, the latter might not dare to seek revenge. "I understand," Ken Shuhai said. Ken Zhuang nodded. Killing a legendary battle pet warrior and challenging all the titled battle pet warriors. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't heard it from you. No wonder it took you merely one day to get back. I thought he came back just for the wild beasts. I never could have anticipated that he had ended the competition in such a way. Ken Zhuang exclaimed. Ken Shuhai produced a forced smile. You wouldn't have believed it? Even I felt it was all a dream after witnessing with my own eyes. It has been years since we last had a Fate Challenger. Ken Zhuang shook his head. He was a bit envious and vulnerable at the same time. He even felt weak when he was about to lose the fierce fire ape to the Beast King. It made him sense that his old age was catching up with him. Those titled battle pet warriors would lose their minds if they knew that Mr. Su is less than 20 years old, Ken Shuhai pointed out. Ken family had made a background check on Su Ping a long time before. Su Ping had been a different man. How he became stronger was hidden, but there shall be no mistake about his age. There were pictures of him when he was a kid, going through grade school, high school, and all kinds of strange selfies he had taken. People were able to tell that it was the same person. Therefore, he couldn't have faked his age. All of a sudden, Ken Zhuang was no longer in the mood to talk about this. You mentioned that the North King was at the Supremacy League, so it is safe to assume that the prizes had been set as bait to lure out the fish, like the old man of the Ken family. Unfortunately, the fish was killed soon as he came out. I was right. Some shameless old dudes are hiding their strength to avoid serving. Ken Shuhai said, do you think it has anything to do with the deep caves? I heard the news that the beasts were on a riot and a couple of legendary battle pet warriors were killed before the beasts were pushed back. I think so, Ken Zhuang answered. There's turmoil in the deep caves and we were just under attack. I saw on the news that 2 other base cities were under attack as well and they were asking for help. It was unusual to see those things happening all at once. We must be prepared. Ken Shuhai was scared. Just now, he said something to Mr. Su before he left. Mr. Su left moments after. I believe something is happening. Ken Zhuang darted a look to the place where Su Ping had been seated. Let's go. I need to find Z and ask him what's going on. Z Shuhai nodded. A chauffeur drove Suping back to his place. He told his mother to head back home and rest, then he sent Zhong Lingtong and Tang Ryuian to the dorm he had set up for them. After that, he went back to this store and closed the door. The store was empty. It was nice to be alone after all that noise. He went to the pet room. Joanna was cultivating there. Aren't you bored, staying here all day long? Does that mean I can leave the store? Nope. Then, what is the point of that question? Suping opted to end the conversation. He summoned the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound, telling them to stay in the nursing pens. He took out the talent stone he had won. The stone was grayish in color. Suping suddenly realized that he didn't know what to do with the stone. He took out his phone and called Venerable the Blade. Mr. Su? Venerable the Blade was surprised to receive a call from Suping in the middle of the night. Truth be told, Suping didn't expect that the call would go through. Venerable the Blade should have been unavailable if he was in another base city. Are you here in Longjian? Suping asked. Venerable the Blade chuckled. No, I'm still at the Aurora base city. Mr. Su, you must have taken care of the wild beasts. Those wild beasts were courting death by choosing to invade the Longjian base city. Venerable the Blade wasn't the least worried about the beast strike at Longjian. Longjian was a tier 2 base city. However, its defense was now close to the first tier because of the vicious person that was Suping. He could ward off the strike even when there was a beast king involved. That has been dealt with. Anyways, how come I can call you when you're still in Aurora City? Suping voiced his confusion. Venerable the Blade explained, my number is valid across the continent. You can call me in whichever base city of the subcontinent district I am at the time. Of course, the number will be out of the service area if I went to another continent. Suping didn't know about that. Indeed, a famous titled battle pet warrior could enjoy many benefits. For example, Ken Shuhai didn't have that kind of benefit, otherwise, he could have called Ken Shuhai when the latter was in the Holy Light base city. How did you get that number? Can I get one? Suping was intrigued. He would be able to call Su Linayu at any time if he had one. After all, she was far away from home. He was still worried, even though the vice principal was looking out for her. Of course you can. You are the Fate Challenger, Mr. Su. I will notify the operators and they will contact you, if that's alright with you, Venerable the Blade said. Thanks. I was calling to ask you about the talent stone. Do you know how to use it? That explained why Suping would make the call at such a late hour. That is easy. The talent stone can convert to energy as soon as it comes in contact with astral powers. You can tell your battle pets to directly absorb it with astral powers, Venerable the Blade answered. Suping didn't know it was that simple. Okay. Thanks, Suping replied. He hung up and decided that he would focus on one pet first. He summoned the Inferno Dragon from the nursing pen and gave it the talent stone. Out of instinct, the Inferno Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the talent stone. Suping was speechless. Why did he have a feeling that he was feeding a dog? That is not food. Try to consume it with your energy, Suping told the Inferno Dragon at once. The Inferno Dragon blinked. It began to mobilize its energy. Soon, a faint, grayish hue came over the Inferno Dragon, similar to the color of that talent stone. The flickering hue covered the Inferno Dragon. Suping watched with curiosity. The Inferno Dragon raised its head as if looking at something on the ceiling. Its pupils contracted as if it were in insufferable pain. The flames began to surge out from the beast and it was panting heavily. A few minutes later, the Inferno Dragon calmed down and its eyes returned to normal. The pet scratched its head and eyed Suping with confusion. Was that it? Suping decided to find out. What is 1000-7? The Inferno Dragon appeared to be baffled. Suping shook his head. He cast an identification spell on the Inferno Dragon. Its combat strength had increased to 10.9 from 10.5. An increase of 0.4 points. Suping checked the abilities mastered. There was a new addition, and it was a legendary skill. The Song of Hell. Suping found out more about the skill. It was one that was able to generate sonic waves. One legendary skill for one talent stone. Not bad, Suping said to himself gladly. He had heard that there was a 50-50 chance that the talent stone would fail to yield any results. Clearly, he had been lucky with that one. His trip and fight hadn't been for naught. Good. Suping patted the Inferno Dragon's thick legs and took it to the test room to try out the newly acquired skill. They came out a few minutes later. Suping was happy with the skill. The Song of Hell was quite a formidable skill. Go back, Suping told the Inferno Dragon to head back to the nursing pen. Suping browsed through his storage space after the Inferno Dragon went back to rest. Joanna was unable to accept orders for professional training while he had been away. The general training could be taken care of by the dummy trainer. He could have an easy night. He pulled up the list of cultivation sites and searched. He found the mirror of the Dragon King's mysterious realm in the cultivation sites. He wondered if he could find the mirrors of the other two mysterious realms of the subcontinent district. It was a long list. He read 10 lines of writing with a single glance. It had been more than 10 minutes and his eyes were getting sore, but he had yet to find familiar names. Suping didn't know when he would reach the end of the list. The cultivation sites provided by the system ranged from those created in the Archean times to places created and left behind by countless powerful warriors throughout history. The total number of cultivation sites had to be stunning. Suping shook his head. He had to give up for the moment. After all, the names of the mysterious realms might actually be different to those listed as cultivation sites. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, and could take forever. Suping found a cultivation site that was similar to the Dragon King's mysterious realm. The strongest creatures found in that place would be Beast Kings. For Suping, Beast Kings at the Fate State would still be difficult to beat. He would be unable to fight those Beast Kings, even with the treasures that the Dragon King had given him. Suping didn't take the Inferno Dragon and the other battle pets this time. They wouldn't get much out of training in such an elementary cultivation site. He would rather leave them in the nursing pens. Suping wanted to go to a cultivation site because he wanted the little skeleton to wake up as soon as possible, since the flow of time was faster there. He was in a world of blood with corpses and bones everywhere. He encountered creatures that crawled out from the sea of blood and mountains of remains as soon as he got there. Suping didn't waste any time, he immediately darted to where those creatures were. Apart from using the Fist of Exorcist, he also tried other combat skills he had learned from the celestial gods. He was getting more proficient after some rounds of fights. Soon, one night had passed. One night, according to the outside world, Suping had been in the cultivation site for more than 10 days and he had fought for more than 10 days. He could feel that he had become more perceptive. After he went back to the store, as per usual, he adjusted himself and opened the door for business. There were tons of customers waiting that day. After the broadcast from the day prior, everyone in the Longjiang base city knew Suping and the Pixie Pet Store was more popular than ever. Outside the store were several long lines. "Mr. Su, is it true that you're the one who defeated the wild beasts? Can I have an autograph? I'm your fan. Mr. Su, I'm here to say thank you on behalf of my son. Thank you for avenging him." Some of the customers were excited and some were just there to see Suping. An old man, however, was there to merely express his thanks. The old man's words quieted the crowd down. People still remembered the deceased heroes after having enjoyed the grand celebration. Many customers gazed at the old man with respect. Suping didn't expect this. He quickly helped up the old man who was bowing to him. The store had been packed even before the morning ended. After lunch, Tang Ryuian and Zhong Lingtong stayed in the store and talked about cultivation when Suping went back to the demigod burial to continue his training. Time flew. Soon, 3 days passed. Suping had been having very good business results during those 3 days. In the meantime, Zijinshui had been in a bad mood. The updates he had been receiving were not optimistic at all. Wild beasts were gathering. There was the chance that an extra-large scale was being conjured. To make it worse, there were more than one Beast King. Zijinshui merely hoped that the Beast Kings were just going to travel past the base city. A piece of news arrived in the afternoon of the 3rd day. It left Zijinshui cold. He sat on his chair for a long time before he came back to his senses. He had to get help. His hand was trembling when he picked up his phone. At night, Suping, Kenjuang, and the others who had received a call from Zijinshui were gathered in the conference room at the city hall. "Z, have things gone worse?" Kenjuang turned pale to see Zijinshui remaining silent. It had been 1 day and yet, Kenjuang had seen some of Zijinshui's hair beginning to turn white. Kenjuang felt something bad was going to happen. Zhu Tanlin and Mu Beihai sensed that the situation had to be grave. Their families had also sent out people to investigate during the past 3 days. The wild beasts were gathering. Zijinshui couldn't have hidden that information from them even if he wanted to. Another beast strike was coming. But this time, they weren't as nervous as before because Suping's presence had boosted their confidence. Apart from Suping, there was that legendary battle pet warrior in his store. Suping was also a man who could kill a Beast King. The Longjiang base city was in good hands. Suping found himself a seat. He was surprised to find that Zijinshui had not uttered a single word. Was there more than one Beast King? "Z, what is going on? Talk to us. You called us here. So, say something." The family head of the Yi family had a short temper. He could not help but shout at Zijinshui. Zijinshui looked at him and then at Suping. He seemed to be a little bit livelier. "I called you here so I'm not planning on hiding anything from you. There isn't just one Beast King. We have detected the presence of more than 5 Beast Kings." "5?" Kenjuang and the others were greatly taken aback. 5 Beast Kings? Seriously? One Beast King was enough of a catastrophe. 5 Beast Kings were enough to eliminate any base city. Why would there be so many Beast Kings gathering outside the Longjiang base city? Suping was just as surprised. He frowned. If 5 Beast Kings were there together, it would mean that one of them would be a leader, probably at the Void State. Zijinshui furrowed his lips. He gazed at Suping, who was the only one able to defeat a Beast King. Jinshui felt his already crushed confidence broke even more after noticing the surprise in Suping's eyes. With a hoarse voice, he continued, apart from the 5 Beast Kings, there are traces of the other world Heavenly King. Silence. The conference room was in absolute silence. Qin Zhuang, Zhu Tanlin and the others sat there with their mouths agape, looking at Zijinshui in astonishment. The other world Heavenly King? Suping was puzzled. The reaction from the others told him that this wasn't a good thing. Are you serious? It has to be a lie. Can you? Liu Tanzong's voice was trembling. He uttered words that didn't quite match together. The others gulped. It was hard for them to breathe as they glued their eyes on Zijinshui. Chapter 495 Gather everyone to save Longjiang. I wish it were a lie, Zijinshui answered. As he looked at the dumbstruck crowd, Zijinshui was unable to utter more words. The 5 family heads were fierce and powerful warriors, even they had difficulty hiding their fear. The other world Heavenly King. Any titled battle pet warrior would tremble upon hearing that name, because it was a synonym for terror. The other world Heavenly King? Suping looked at them in confusion. He noticed that, as composed as Qin Zhuang had always been, he was visibly afraid. That could not be good. The others were pulled back to reality by Suping's words. Their fear disappeared for a tiny bit when they turned to look at Suping, but their minds were still clouded. Mr. Su, you don't know? Mu Beihai was unable to believe that. All the titled battle pet warriors knew about that entity. Still, it didn't seem that Suping was faking. Suping shook his head. Zijinshui jumped in. Mr. Su, have you heard about the 4 Heavenly Kings? The 4 Heavenly Kings? Suping nodded. I know, Andy Lao Takwa, Jackie Chung Hokyo, Aaron Kwok Fu Xing, and Lian Lai Ming? Zijinshui. I don't know what you've just mentioned, but the 4 Heavenly Kings I was just referring to are the 4 most powerful Beast Kings on the Blue Planet. Zijinshui explained, the Heavenly Kings of Otherworld, 7 Sins, Abyss and Good and Evil. The most powerful Beast Kings? Suping wondered if they were Beast Kings at the Fate State. That is correct. Zhu Tanlin added with fear in his eyes. The tower pointed out that the 4 are the most powerful Beast Kings. Even a legendary battle pet warrior would have to flee when running into any of the 4 when alone. The Good and Evil Heavenly King is the most formidable for the 4, their leader. But this Heavenly King is secretive in the way it moves, barely leaving a trace. It rarely causes any disasters. Unlike the Good and Evil Heavenly King, the other 3 Beast Kings would come out every now and then. Decades ago, the 7 Sins Heavenly King went past a base city and leveled it to the ground overnight. 2 legendary battle pet warriors went after this Heavenly King but failed. The 4 Heavenly Kings are not only terrifying but scheming. They are more savage and cruel than the other Beast Kings. The others felt their minds were being weighed down with anxiety after hearing Zhu Tanlin's introduction. Suping was no longer in the mood to make any jokes. Not even 2 legendary battle pet warriors had been able to kill that Beast King. It was very likely that the 4 most powerful Beast Kings of the Blue Planet were at the Fate State, or the Void State at the very least. The little skeleton's bloodline awakening had yet to finish. The most powerful pet Suping had at the moment was the Swamp War Beast, which was merely at the peak of the Ocean State. It would never compare against a Beast King of the Void State. Of the 4, the other world Heavenly King is the weakest, but it has even killed 3 legendary battle pet warriors. Qin Zhuang added. The cloud over their minds thickened. They could count on Suping fighting the average Beast Kings. But when a Beast King was able to kill a legendary battle pet warrior, Suping would not have the strength to defeat it. Liu Tanzong and Zhu Tanlin were thinking. If the Longjiang base city was doomed, then leaving in time would be the best choice for their families. They would abandon the base city, but at the very least they would keep their families safe. Zijinshui looked up and became even more frustrated after noticing the complicated looks that Qin Zhuang, Mu Beihai and the others were wearing. He had only shared the news to the 5 and Suping because he knew there would be a surge of panic once the public learned about it. The fact that 5 Beast Kings were there was enough to create chaos, not to mention the arrival of the other world Heavenly King. However, the public would know when the war broke out. He could only hide the news for this long. Zijinshui had made up his mind to tell Suping and the 5 family heads because he wanted them to make the decision beforehand. That would be better than them escaping in a panic in the middle of the battle. He was also showing his sincerity. He didn't have high hopes, but he still wished that Suping and the 5 major families would stay to power through this together. Zi Jinshui was the only one who couldn't turn his back on the Longjiang base city. He was the mayor, the leader of the base city, the guardian. He would never leave as long as he was still breathing. Sir, how credible is the information? Suping asked. He understood that the information was most likely real when Zi Jinshui was willing to share it, knowing that it could create panic. Even so, Suping thought he had to ask. Zi Jinshui looked at Suping and then at the other 5 who were gazing at him with hope. After a moment of silence, Zi Jinshui answered, "The ground surveillance took a picture. The image was blurry but the computer was able to analyze it. It is very likely to be true." The last glint of hope was gone. Qin Zhuang, Mu Beihai, and the others felt desperate. Very likely? That was a nice way to soften the blow. There was a picture. It was a fact. There were 5 Beast Kings. What else could command the 5 Beast Kings, apart from the other-world Heavenly King? Suping stood up slowly and said, "Sir." Zi Jinshui felt his heart skip a beat. Suping said slowly, "I cannot make other promises. But I, Suping, shall never leave the Longjiang base city." Zi Jinshui and the other 5 family heads were stunned. The young man was serious. Zi Jinshui felt a lump in his throat. Qin Zhuang and the others were touched. A moment later, Zhu Tanlin announced his position as well. The Zhu family is willing to live and die with the Longjiang base city. The others turned to him. Zhu Tanlin was serious and solemn. He was not joking. They could tell that he meant it. He wasn't only saying those words to please Suping or Zi Jinshui. After all, with the 5 Beast Kings and the Heavenly King to consider, pleasing Suping would not benefit him at all. Zhou Tanlin indeed planned on staying in the base city. Qin Zhuang heaved a sigh all of a sudden. The Qin family has been in the Longjiang base city for hundreds of years. My father and my grandsons are people of this base city. There was a sharp look in his eyes. Since we are people of the Longjiang base city, we shall be souls of the Longjiang base city after we pass away. The Qin family shall never flinch from a battle. Inspired by his passionate words, Mu Beihai made up his mind. The Mu family will keep you company. The Yi family has never known what giving up means. Since you're staying, the Liu family will not stand down. Anyway, Z, have you sent out the information? Do we have any reinforcements? Have you notified the tower? The others turned to Zi Jinshui for answers. The mentioning of the tower had given them another glint of hope. Zi Jinshui nodded. I've sent out the information. But I don't know if anyone is coming to help us. I will visit the tower in person. We have just learned about this today and the wild beasts are still gathering. The Beast Kings are on their way, summoning more wild beasts. I suppose we have 1 or 2 days before the strike begins, so there's still time for me to drop by the tower. Yes. If we can invite over some legendary battle pet warriors, adding Mr. Suin that female legendary battle pet warrior in his store, we shall not be afraid even when Otherworld Heavenly King is here. Indeed. Finally, there were glimmers of hope for them. They could win this after all. The Otherworld Heavenly King was powerful, but it was nowhere near as powerful as the good and evil Heavenly King, the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings. They would have escaped by then if it were the actual leader. Fighting the Heavenly King of good and evil was equal to smashing an egg to a rock. Even if half of all the tower's legendary battle pet warriors were there, they would be defeated by the good and evil Heavenly King. The tower had once tried to battle this Heavenly King. Several legendary battle pet warriors passed away. The legendary battle pet warriors were tightly cooperating and yet, the good and evil Heavenly King had won. One could imagine how terrifying it was. It was way more powerful than the Otherworld Heavenly King which had killed 3 legendary battle pet warriors by itself. Since you're willing to stay and fight for the Longjiang base city, there isn't much I can add, other than saying that I'll never forget your kindness. Zi Jinshui stood up. He looked at Suping, Qin Zhuang, and the other 4 and bowed to them. Z. Don't do this. Qin Zhuang helped him up. Right. We're all doing this voluntarily, not for your sake. You don't have to do this. Z, you're older than me. I won't accept your bow. Zhu Tanlin, Mu Beihai, and the others spoke in a hurry. Zi Jinshui's eyes reddened as tears were about to course down his cheeks. He took a deep breath and pushed down his strong emotions. Guys, I'm going to the tower tonight. Go back and get ready. We'll talk after I come back. Good. They nodded. Their short meeting had reached an end. After they went out, Zi Jinshui flew away from the Longjiang base city on his 9th-rank bird to request reinforcements from the tower. The base city was under attack. It was the tower's obligation to help, that was why Zi Jinshui was heading there. I'm going to find my old friends. Qin Zhuang was about to leave as well. Mu Beihai darted him a look. Aren't you worried that you'd be unwittingly luring your old friends into a trap? This time. I understand we still have hope, but we could also fail. He left something unsaid. Even if they could succeed in the end, there was no telling if any of them would die in battle. The Longjian base city might still stand, but the warriors might never come back. Battles required blood. Kenjuang didn't turn around. I won't force them to come. As a matter of fact, I hope they don't get into this mess. That being said, now that the Longjian base city is in trouble, I shall do everything within my abilities to try and fight for more hope. With that said, he left at once. That man. Mu Beihai said nothing else. I won't call anyone. I don't have many friends. Liu Tanzong shook his head and produced a forced smile. Zhu Tanlin cast him a disdainful glance. How sad that is. I wonder what gives you the courage to say that out loud. Go to hell. You two are Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Don't taunt each other, the head of the Yi family interjected. They chatted for a bit more, but no one was in the mood to prolong their conversation. They soon went back to their respective families. Su Ping left as well. He went back to his store. He thought of Venerable the Blade and called him. Mr. Su? Venerable the Blade was surprised to receive a second call. Su Ping went straight to the point. Longjian base city is in trouble. The wild beasts are coming back and there are 5 beast kings. It is said that the presence of the otherworld heavenly king was detected. Are you willing to come and help? Venerable the Blade was stunned still. He didn't interrupt Su Ping, although he couldn't help but shout after processing the last bit of Su Ping's sentence, the otherworld heavenly king? That is correct. Of the 4 heavenly kings? That is correct. The answer Su Ping received was silence. Venerable the Blade thinking things through, and Su Ping didn't push him. He waited quietly. After all, Venerable the Blade didn't owe him anything. After that moment of silence, Venerable the Blade asked, "Are you sure about that? What are you planning to do?" Su Ping answered with determination, "Stay. Stay till the end." Venerable the Blade once again replied with silence. "Staying till the end? This might just as well be the end of them." When otherworld heavenly king arrived. "I'll go." Venerable the Blade answered. He answered resolutely, without any hesitation. That quick reply surprised Su Ping. He didn't expect that Venerable the Blade could be so determined. "Are you sure?" Be noted that not even I can promise anything this time. Su Ping reminded him. He was indeed afraid. He had no idea what the otherworld heavenly king was like. Not even Kenjuang knew much about it. The 4 heavenly kings would only make contact with humanity every 10 or dozens of years. They would inflict great harm in the world each time they appeared. No one was aware of their actual capabilities. Venerable the Blade produced a forced smile. "I understand, but I will still go. If you're going to stay till the end, I just hope I can help you save some lives." It would be preposterous for Su Ping to say he could promise to save everyone when the otherworld heavenly king of otherworld arrived. Who could have the confidence to defeat the 4 heavenly kings? Venerable the Blade was not going to help for Su Ping's sake. He was going there to save lives. The many inhabitants. Since they weren't giving up on the Longjian base city, Venerable the Blade merely hoped to reduce the number of casualties, even if it only meant saying thousands or hundreds of people. Su Ping was moved. He was able to understand Zi Jinshui's mood for a moment. "Thank you," Su Ping said solemnly. Venerable the Blade laughed. "No need to thank me. Why, Mr. Su? Do you think I'm that much of a coward?" Su Ping laughed as well. "Since you're coming, I'm going to give you a little present after the battle," Su Ping added. Venerable the Blade was interested. "Really? What is it?" "It's a secret," Su Ping replied. Venerable the Blade didn't press Su Ping for the answer. They ended the call. Su Ping then called Lin Ziking, the one who was searching materials for him. He heard some sort of noises from Lin Ziking's side when Su Ping said that the otherworld heavenly king was heading to the Longjiang base city. Soon, Lin Ziking said that the signal was breaking up and he hung up. Su Ping didn't mind. He knew that disturbing the signal was possible when one had enough astral powers. There was nothing wrong with people not wanting to go there and take the risk. Su Ping called someone else, but Han Yuxian said that he could stay at the academy and take care of Su Linayu. At the same time, Su Ping was worried that Han Yuxian would tell Su Linayu about that strike. That would only worry her. It would be more troublesome if she were to insist on going back home. That would be more troublesome. Finally, Su Ping called the Tang family and Zi Genj from the Star Organization. They weren't friends, but they were the most powerful forces that Su Ping knew. Tang Minking received a nasty shock. He wondered if something had happened to Su Ping's mind. They were enemies. Why would Su Ping ask them? But as he remembered his performance at the Supremacy League, Tang Minking didn't immediately turn him down. He only said that he would report back to his family head and call Su Ping back. Zi Genj was just as dumbstruck when he received the call. It was odd that Su Ping would turn to the Star Organization. Zi Genj refused without any hesitation when he heard the name of the otherworld heavenly king. No kidding. It had already been hard for the Star Organization to maintain their status after their legendary leader had passed away in the deep caves. They had no extra hands to help Su Ping. Besides, they were mutually bearing grudges. Su Ping's performance at the Supremacy League was stunning, but that was a completely different matter. Su Ping was neither surprised nor disappointed. He called everyone that he could think of. Afterward, he went back to the elementary cultivation site to cultivate, at the same time hoping that the little skeleton could wake up before the battle. Time zipped by. Soon, the crisis that would soon befall the Longjiang base city was learned by other base cities. The general public of the other base cities remained oblivious, but the more informed higher-ups had heard about the Longjiang base city. 5 Beast Kings. The Otherworld Heavenly King. Both pieces of news were stunning. Some underground trains bound to the Longjiang base city were suspended. On the second day, many people suddenly showed up by the outer wall of the Longjiang base city. The guards that were standing on the outer wall, albeit somewhat nervous, were surprised to see those advanced battle pet warriors, as well as titled battle pet warriors arriving on 9th rank battle pets. We heard that the Longjiang base city is in trouble. We're here to help. Bro, get us some random place to settle down. The Fire League will advance and retreat together with you. Some of the battle pet warriors arrived alone, while others were explorers groups from other base cities. Some titled battle pet warriors were also there to help out. The guards on the outer wall were so excited and moved that they burst into tears. The Longjiang base city was not alone. Humans were not alone. The entire Longjiang base city was in a state of emergency. The kids and women that had just gotten out from the shelters went back there again. Some elders voluntarily stayed outside so that more kids could stay in the shelter, stating that they wanted to save more hope for the future. Beauty also bloomed in the face of disaster and darkness. Only in darkness could light break through. Many people emptied their houses so that the people arriving to help could have a place to stay. Under Qin Zhuang's leadership, the 5 major families mobilized their connections and wealth to purchase goods and materials that were provided to the reinforcements and the government troops for free. This day, everyone worked as one for a single purpose. Chapter 496 The girl's insistence. While the outside help had quickly gathered in the Longjiang base city overnight, it was almost morning when Su Ping returned from a cultivation site. His eyes were bloodshot and swollen. He had been battling in the cultivation site for more than 10 days while merely one night had passed in the real world. Su Ping sensed that he had become more skilled in combat after spending 2 nights in a row in the cultivation sites. At the moment he was able to easily kill a beast at the peak of the 9th rank. No beast below the king level counted as a threat to him. The unfortunate thing was that the little skeleton was still sleeping and had made no signs of waking up. But the blood cocoon had shrunk, the process was surely approaching the end. The first thing Su Ping wanted to check out was the situation outside after he returned. He quickly freshened up and adjusted his mood. He had become numb to killing after spending such a long time in the cultivation sites. His body was crying for more killing. He saw a few customers outside when he opened the door. The several people present were all familiar faces. Zhu Yingsu, Zhu Kuang's sister, was also there. Su Ping wasn't all that surprised by the lack of customers, considering the current situation. Many people were currently in hiding or preparing for the upcoming battle. Some with strong connections had even left the Longjiang base city. Of course, many people were staying. Most did because they had nowhere else to go. Mr. Su, I heard 5 Beast Kings are coming. Can you defeat them this time? The customer that stood by the door was the coal boss, who was also a battle pet warrior. He was in his 40s but he was merely at the 4th rank. He couldn't have made a career as a battle pet warrior. Having no other choice, he had to inherit the family business and become a coal tycoon. His mines were outside the base city. He had let go of all his workers in the previous beast strike. The mines and excavations were being occupied by wild beasts at the moment. As such, the man had to seek shelter in the base city. He decided to visit Su Ping's store that day. Having his pet strained was not his major intention, he was just too bored and scared, and wanted to sound Su Ping out. Su Ping remembered the man's name, Liu Shufan, a common girl's name, not a man's. I will stay here whether I can defeat them or not, Su Ping said. He wasn't worried about the 5 Beast Kings, but the Otherworld Heavenly King. Of course. By the looks of it, Liu Shufan was not aware of the horrors such a heavenly king could bring about. That was not surprising, Su Ping had not heard of it before, either. That information was exclusive to titled warriors and above. The general public only had access to a limited amount of information. The ones who stood higher in society were able to see more. Otherwise, one would only see the tip of an iceberg and then make ill-informed assumptions. Liu Shufan's nervousness lessened a bit. The others standing behind Liu Shufan were more than happy to hear that answer. As a matter of fact, they were surprised and happy enough already after seeing Su Ping opening the door. They came to know who Suping had killed the Beast King and forced back the wild beasts thanks to the recent press conference. As long as Suping was still there would be hope for the Longjian base city. Mr. Su, you deserve my admiration. You're a hero. Someone praised Suping. Mr. Su, can I join you in the next battle? The boy that was the third in line asked. Suping looked at him. He was a young student at the 4th rank, same as Liu Xiufan. You're still young. Your job is to study and cultivate well, Suping answered. This time, we will be here even if the world is coming to an end. Your turn to take our place will come in the future, when we can no longer fight. Work hard. Mr. Su is right. Young man, do work hard. The other people nodded and encouraged that brave young man. The young man committed Suping's words to memory. The fighting will made his blood surge. This time, Suping and the other battle pet warriors would be the fighters. Next time, it would be his turn. Zhu Yingsu was touched by Suping's words. Regardless of rank, Suping was also just a young man. But he was stepping up in the face of such a disaster. Zhu Yingsu was filled with mixed feelings. She had felt the same when she listened to the last lesson of her admirable mentor, who was assiduous and tireless when she was soon to graduate. She had the same feelings when she was with her captain, who would always protect her. She took a deep breath but said nothing. Suping did not indulge for long in the conversation. He invited the customers to enter the store. Professional training again? Suping asked Zhu Yingsu. Zhu Yingsu nodded. I will help in the battle this time. Some doubts had still plagued her before going there. But she became more determined than ever when she arrived and saw Suping. She was an explorer, and theoretically speaking, she was a member of the civic system of the base city. She would be enlisted in the case of an imminent battle, but she had powerful enough connections to avoid such a fate. She was wondering if she should use such connections. However, at the moment, she felt it was nothing scary to make an effort for her hometown. She had not been afraid when she arrived in that world. Why should she be afraid of leaving it? You're going to the front lines? Suping looked at her. He remembered that explorers would be enlisted. He nodded and cautioned her. Be careful. I don't want to see that punk Zukuang coming back and not being able to see his sister. I don't want to lose a wealthy client, either. Zhu Yingsu laughed. That won't happen. I'm not as good as you, but those beasts won't kill me that easily. She would have bragged even more if it weren't for the fact that she wasn't all that familiar with Suping. She was determined. Suping nodded to her as a reply. He accepted her money. Suping told all the customers to go back and return later in the afternoon. Suping heard a man whooshing in after Zhu Yingsu had left, someone familiar. It was Venerable the Blade. Mr. Su, I'm here. Venerable the Blade laughed as he strode inside. Suping was moved after seeing that Venerable the Blade was really there. Perfect timing. I've been meaning to ask. Are you familiar with the other world Heavenly King? Well, I didn't know much and I never thought that I would have to deal with it one day, so I never asked about it. But Venerable the Blade meant to say that he could ask you on tangent who would be more likely to know about that Heavenly King, given that he was a legendary battle pet warrior who enjoyed a high status in the tower. He would know something that others didn't. Suping was a bit disappointed. Anyway, now that we decided to stay, let's just fight. Venerable the Blade smiled. That's right. Suping smiled. How are things? I saw many people coming over to help as I was arriving. Indeed, most people in the world are good, Venerable the Blade said happily. Suping shook his head. I don't know. Our mayor went to the tower to ask for reinforcements. Things would be better for us if he could invite some legendary battle pet warriors to come. Suping didn't think it would be a problem to save the base city if there were some legendary battle pet warriors working with him. While the other world Heavenly King was intimidating, the legendary battle pet warriors could distract it while he went for the flank. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound could inflict some harm. They could simply scare away the Heavenly King if killing it was too tall an order. Those Beast Kings had brains. They would run when the battle turned out to be tougher than expected. After all, the Longjian base city was not that different from other base cities. From a Beast King's perspective, base cities were just the same kind of food. Venerable the Blade was relieved. Good. I hope that the tower can send us several legendary battle pet warriors. I heard that there are more than 20 legendary battle pet warriors, excluding those serving at the deep caves. Longjian base city will be safe if they can send over 7 or 8. Suping was surprised. There are that many legendary battle pet warriors stationed at the tower? More than 20? He had often heard that there were merely 2 legendary battle pet warriors from that subcontinent district. Were the others from the other 3 continents? Venerable the Blade noticed Suping's confusion. There are more than 2 legendary battle pet warriors from our subcontinent district in the tower. But the others from our subcontinent district don't have any factions here. Their parents, kids, loved ones, and families have all passed away. After all, legendary battle pet warriors can live to more than 1,000 years old. Their lives can be prolonged if they take some kinds of herbs. As such, those legendary battle pet warriors have the weight of the world on their shoulders. None of them are in the mood to lead their own forces in the world, they just stay in the tower and cultivate, rarely coming out. So, few people know about them. That explained it. He was right. People who enjoyed a higher status in society could see more. But he also thought of the North King and their conversation. He was confused. The North King mentioned that they were in dire need of more people to guard the deep caves. If the tower had more than 20 legendary battle pet warriors, the tower should have the ability to fill up the empty positions left when several legendary battle pet warriors passed away in the deep caves. Why would the tower be in dire need of more? Could it be that more than a dozen legendary battle pet warriors died in the deep caves? That thought filled Suping with dread. That would be a grave matter. After all, legendary battle pet warriors were quite rare. People would say that they could only see the birth of one legendary battle pet warrior in 100 years. In all the continent, only a dozen would be able to reach the legendary rank over the course of 1,000 years. Of course, several would reach the legendary rank within the short span of a few hundreds of years during the Golden Ages. The wild beasts would act less frequently in the continent during those bountiful times. While Suping was thinking, he heard other people arrive. After a gust of wind settled down, Suping sensed that several titled battle pet warriors had entered the store. Venerable the Blade was also alerted. 3 men entered the store. The old man who seemed to be the leader of the 3 saluted Suping, "Fate Challenger, nice to meet you." That old man looked familiar. Zhong Lingtong, who was staying near the storefront, ran over and shouted pleasantly, "Grandpa." Suping remembered that the man was from the Zhong family. The other old man standing next to him was the one who had escorted him and Zhong Lingtong on their way to the Longjiang base city. "Fate Challenger, nice to meet you," the other 2 men saluted as well. The Zhong family had learned about what had happened during the Supreme League. A titled battle pet warrior of the Zhong family was there. As such, they were all respectful in front of Suping. Suping was not only a top trainer but a Fate Challenger. Fate Challengers were even more prestigious than top trainers. A Fate Challenger was regarded not only as a form of address, but also a rank. A rank that was higher than the titled rank, second only to the legendary rank. Fate Challenger? Tang Ryuan stared at Suping in a daze. Suping asked the 3 men, "What are you doing here?" He didn't remember having called them. Did they show up to help voluntarily? The leader was gazing at Zhong Lingtong with fondness. He cupped his fists at Venerable the Blade and said to Suping, "We heard that the Longjiang base city was in trouble and the other world Heavenly King is coming. Is that true?" "Most likely." Suping nodded. The old man was not surprised. Even so, he did look nervous. "Fate Challenger, what is your plan then?" "Staying with Longjiang and getting through this hard time together." The 3 didn't expect that Suping was planning to stay. "Well." The old man felt awkward. "Fate Challenger, you could go anywhere you like. Why would you stay and take the risk?" Suping raised his eyebrows. "You're not here to help?" The old man saw that Suping had misunderstood him. He was about to say no when he thought of Suping's attitude. He produced a forced smile. "We're here because we are worried about our kid and you, Fate Challenger. We thought you were planning on leaving so we were going to give you a lift." Suping finally understood. It turned out that the Zhong family was there to fetch the girl after they heard the news. "Since you're here to pick up Zhao Tong, take her." "I won't leave," Suping answered. The old man could tell that Suping was becoming less friendly toward him. "Fate Challenger, she's the one most promising kid of the Zhong family.